you. And Sally. Is Adrian in the bathroom? Sally? Sally? Are you going to stand out here too? Another one of my friends says, I'm on my way. So,
yeah, you just have to make sure that the swimmers are in the red line in the correct way. If
spread out.
Welcome to session 1 of the 2025 Mattioli Victorian Age Long Course Championships. Our technical director for today is Sally Whitehouse. Our male referee, Michelle Rustini. Female referee, Jacqueline Madden. The starter for the men's events, Adrian Maloney. And the starter for the female events, Eddie Cindy.
Good morning, everyone, and welcome to the 2025 Mattioli Victorian Age Long Course Championships. We are here for our first morning session. I'm here with Nick Van Dyson and Rania Shedelchek. We are excited, aren't we, Nick?
Oh, it's great to be back here at Age State Champs, best meet of the year.
Absolutely. We have over 1,500 entries or splashes in the pool, as we should say, for the next few days. We are here till Wednesday, and no better way to kick it off than a sunny, beautiful Melbourne morning.
And we're going to get underway with our 17, 18-year-olds, so our oldest athletes, with our 50-metre freestyle. So some of our stars to watch out here for Alana Torrance and Ashley Nichols. They'll be looking to put in a good hit swim this morning to set themselves up for the finals tonight. We've also got some fantastic action in the 14-year-olds 200 freestyle. Cara Jeffs looking like she's a strong contender there. As the first heat is called up onto the blocks. Five heats.
So in the water, it's going to be quick. We've got Sienna Wood in 3, Ella Ward in 4, and Annabelle Glover in 5. And a great start from Sienna, leading out in front. Plenty of splash in the middle of the pool.
She was leading through that first 25, but now Annabelle Glover has taken over the lead. With Sienna right on her shoulder, and Ella coming strong through the middle. But it will be Annabelle Glover who's going to take this first heat out in this nice swift time of 29.03.
Nicely done. How do you feel when you're the first, race of the morning?
Currently ranked number 1 seed, so it's all good. So our heats are seeded from slowest to fastest, so theoretically we will get fast as we go through these heats. The aim for these swimmers to try and finish in the top 10 to qualify for tonight's final.
We're away for our second race of the morning. Popping up early, there's Alice Evans in lane 5, and it's quite a close one across the middle of the pool there, Nick.
Yeah, as our 50 freestyles always are, they're nice and even, going stroke for stroke. Just at leading in the moment in lane 5 is Alice Evans, but she's trying to hold off a charge right across the field as we come underneath the flags, and it is going to be Alice who takes it out in a 28.86. Isabella French and Kate Morrison in third. We start to think about these top 10 swimmers now. So, based on the seed times, 27.64 is ranked 10th at the moment. So, this is the first of our seeded heats. We see the last 3 heats, so spread those athletes evenly across the last 3 heats. So, we're looking for top 3 or 4 in this heat to give yourself a chance to make it into the final. Expect Hannah Regis on the Cinderella got a nice strong start as usual. Alongside Jessica Wilson in lane 4. Those two out to the early lead. Kayla Pratt going strongly in lane 3 as well.
Be over there looking at Eliza Houghton in 1, but she's been overtaken there. Kayla Pratt in 3 is coming up against Jessica Wilson in 4. It's going to be a close one up to the wall. Who's going to get the touch? And it is Jess, 27.44. Taking out Jess as part of our state flipper squad as well.
So 3 swimmers under that 28 mark. That bit there.
Gets underway. The pool is heating up. As you said, the times are going to be getting faster and faster, Nick. And leading from the 2 middle lanes, we have Alana Torres and Eliza Tan.
Absolutely fantastic start from Alana. She used those strong underwaters, popped up just before the 15-metre mark, and has maintained her lead throughout this 50 and goes into win in a time of 26.80.
Also a member of our state flippers as well. I love when they put on a good performance.
So it's now 6 swimmers under that 28-second mark as we head into our 5th and final heat. So it does look like we have to swim under 28 seconds to move into tonight's final.
Is it going to be the girls to watch? Strong start there by Skylar Hay.
Fantastic high stroke right there for Skylar. So we keep her momentum going. Just in the lead over Charlotte Armenta. We've got 15 metres to go, but it's 5 across the pool. Anyone could take this 5th and final heat out. Looks like Skylar is going to hold on and take it out in 27.61. Do have 4 swimmers under 20-second mark there, so that's the time it took to make the final. Have to go sub 28. The girls 17-18, 50-metre freestyle. And now we'll move on to event 6, boys 17-18, 50-metre freestyle. The age all comes record was set back in 1989 in this event by our Australian representative, whereas the Australian age group, Victorian age group, was set in 2013 by Alexander Graham, who is going to be at the meet later on in the week during a signing session.
Love that.
So heat 1 of 7 in the water here. Patrick in lane 4 had the longest lane of water. Ball come up nice and even with Ned Wilson slightly ahead through the 25.
So Nick, how competitive are these 50s?
It's all about getting every single detail right. You don't have time to make any mistakes. Really important to you start, your underwater work, your breakouts, finish. And Ned did a really good job there in 25.38, taking over a second off his entry time. In a 50 metres, it's very impressive.
Well, there's 1%ers. They add up. It's a big morning, but the 50s are fast.
Always good to start with the fast one. Especially as for some of these swimmers, it might be their first race post-VCE. So it's a good way to get back into the state championships.
They are bringing the pace here this morning in heat 2. Look at the water coming from the pool. It's a great start by Toby Supernova in lane 0, but it is lane 6 at the moment. Jack Lannon leading out in front as he's gaining that space. having to hit into the wall. It was a big one. 25.64 for Jack Ryder.
So the boys are on fire this morning.
And a good high five with Cody in loop 5 at the end as well. Talk about anticipation. He looks up at his coach. He's like, big smile. What? I can't see it. I can't see my time. I got into that wall first. But yeah, it will be coming later.
So moving to Heat 4 now, the last of our non-seeded heats before we move on to the last 3 seeded heats, which contain our top 30 athletes based on their entry times.
There were some big dives. And looking at lane 0, Alex Chang off to a great start, as well as in lane 2, we've got Ryan Chung. They'll be watching the middle ones now as we have Zachary Gordon in 5 chasing. Be watching the bottom of the screen too, 8 and 9. And in 8, we've got Jacob. Can he do it? He did. We love that for him. 25.26, and then following Zachary Gordon in 5:25.32, and then Aitonana, who is one of our visitors, coming in next.
So moving on to the seeded heats, the top 10 times based on the seed was a 24.64. So that's around the time we're expecting to need to swim to qualify for the final tonight. So we'll see what the first of these seeded heats can produce.
And they're off and racing. I'm sure they want to do a good job. It's competitive. There are a number of heats, 7 of them, to try and push that time to get that spot in the final, and it can come from any heat, most likely from this one onwards. And in lane 4, we've got Campbell Wilson Moran and Noah Pronk in 5, ready to challenge. Lane 8 as well, Sean Hanlon's in it. And it is Campbell in 24.09. He's been followed by Dimitri in 2. And then in 3rd, Noah. Well done, guys.
Yeah, so we had 4 swimmers under that 25-second mark in Heat 5. There's now Heat 6 on the blocks. Really strong start by Felix Dressel de Bruin in lane 4. It's got out to about a quarter of a body length lead through that first 25. Also swimming strongly other athletes over the far side of the pool with Luke and Noah in lane 1 and 2. But it is going to be Felix Dressel de Bruin who takes this out in a nice swift time of 24.09, followed by Daniel in lane 7.
Well done, Felix. We have that here's a race day snack. He loves some lollies, so maybe he had a few lollies earlier this morning.
I think most of us do like a few lollies prior to a swim.
This early?
Excuse to eat a lolly.
Well, this isn't early for swimmers.
It's mid-morning. Underway here in the 7th and final heat, and it is Ashley Nichols from Traralgon who leads through the first 25.
And most of these swimmers have had their entry times under that 25-second mark. So let's see what they can put on the board here. It's the middle two. We've got Ashley and Ethan in 4 and 5. The arm comes up and over, and it's Ashley, 24.29, followed by Brandon in lane 2, 24.37, and then Ethan.
And right on that, I think we had a perfect 10 swimmers under 25 seconds. So it took under 25 to make that 17-18 boys 50-metre freestyle final, as we now move along to event 7, the girls, 12 years, 100-metre freestyle. We have 7 heats, with our Victorian age record sitting at a 58.19, set back in 2010 by Gemma Schlitt, whose brother is currently over in Budapest competing for Australia at the World Short Course Championships. He won a medal as part of our 4x200 freestyle relay for the men last night. He was the heat swimmer. Put in a fantastic turn of freestyle there in his leg to help Australia qualify for the final. And then the remaining team members came through to win silver behind a world record set by the Americans.
Yeah, it's been very exciting to watch the coverage on 9. Every night we've got the heats again with the time difference, and then in the mornings we've been having the finals.
It's non-stop swimming action at the moment, so tune in to KO Freebies or our Swim Victoria live stream on YouTube, and then double it up with the World Swimming Championships, and you can't go wrong.
Exactly, and what inspo for the girls just here as they come into their turn. Leading the way is Isla Eagleton in 5. Isla from Cardinia.
So our 12-year-old age group is our youngest age group here at the Victorian Age State Championships. So for many of these swimmers, it's their first opportunity to compete at an age state championships. So first event, followed from their older athletes. They're probably some of their role models with the 17, 18-year-olds as we're underway here, as we come underneath the flags, and it is going to be Ivy who takes this opening heat out in a 108.17, taking 2 seconds off her entry time.
Yeah, a really exciting time. If first time at age, congratulations if you're here, putting yourself out there, doing what you do best in the pool, gaining that experience. I'd say it's more exciting than Christmas.
It's the best feeling ever.
Especially if you get to those finals tonight as well, that extra experience in the pool. But a lot of this week, the goal is also to have fun.
Oh, it's definitely like you don't play sport unless you're going to enjoy it, and that's the most important part. Obviously, we all like to do well, improve our personal bests, make a final, win a medal, whatever your goal is. But ultimately, it does come down to enjoying the sport. That's why we do it.
Absolutely, and some rivalries as well within our own clubs makes it a little bit of fun too. And off to a great start earlier just here in the race, Emily Liu in 9. In highlighting that, but it is Elise Pratt in 5 who at the turn at the 50-way mark is leading the way.
Very even across these opening heats, their entry times all within a second of each other, or 0.3 of a second of each other in this heat too. So the win could come from anywhere, and it is, because Yolanda over in lane 0 is challenging Elise in lane 5 as we come with 5 metres left to swim. They're bringing those legs in, trying to get their head down from the flag to the wall, and swimming through the middle of them it is Elise who gets the touch in a 107.88, followed by Emily and Yolanda in 3rd. But again, nice PBs there from all 3.
Yeah, what an exciting heat. And that's what we love. We love that it can come from anywhere, particularly at this age. And they're all just, seeing how they feel afterwards as well. They'll have those chats with their coaches. Look at recovery. This is the first event that they would have across the whole week that is age. And here they are in the pool, quite even across the start. Had a good shout out from the crowd to Lily Poon in lane 1. Good support. We've got Claire and Emily in 8 and 9, also off to a good start in this first 25 metres.
And something nice over in lane 0 is Celine. Celine is getting excited for tomorrow because it is her birthday tomorrow. So she's putting in a great performance here as we turn through the 50-metre mark. It is going to be Claire Barker who leads in 32.29, but they're all within a second of each other through this opening 50. So that third 25 super important to keep those legs going and try and feel long and powerful as we now move into our final 25. And it does look like in lane 9, Emily has now moved into the lead with 15 metres to swim, just ahead of Claire. It was really strong second 55, both these girls out in lane 8 and 9, but Emily is going to take this heat 3 out in a swift time of 1:06.45, followed by Claire with Madeline in third.
Awesome job. Emily taking 3 seconds off her time just there. And especially for this age group, I love when they look straight to the board. You know, it's maybe the first time they're looking at this huge board in this outside pool here at MSAC. How exciting to get their instant times.
Yeah, the excitement of that first ever swim at a state championships can never be repeated. And it's all about a learning experience. Sometimes we have too much excitement leading into our first swim and we need to learn how to control those nerves or the nervous energy we've used in the 2 days before the event.
Exactly, even the sleep the night before. We are now in heat 4 of the 100 free for the 12-year-old girls and off to a good start. We've got Leah Rakinos-Pino in lane 9, and lane 9's got a bit of magic in it in these first few heats.
It's definitely happening out here in lane 9, which is great to see, and that is, any lane is a good lane. Any lane in the pool is a good lane. I know, theoretically the action should be coming from the centre of the pool based on seed times, but all the lanes are nice and even, and it is Elise over in lane 1 who leads through the first 50.
Bouncing across the edge of the pools, we have the leads from this heat here. And then coming in lane 3, we've got Ava Rogers is one to watch as well. She's leading out in front. Elise and her are tag teaming at the moment. It's very close, stroke by stroke, but keep watching lane 9 as well, as Leah is down the bottom of your screen just here. It's going to come up to the wall. Chasing also is Alexandra in 4. And it is Ava Rogers in 3, who had a fantastic final 25 metres there, 1:06.95. A couple of seconds off her time as well.
They're just smashing PBs out left, right and centre here. So as now we move to heat 5, this is the first of our seeded heats. Currently, a 1:06.08 is our 10th fastest seed time. But based on how these opening heats have swum, I expect they might need to go a little bit faster than that to qualify for tonight's final.
And they're off and away. Good start by the middle of the pool. And just a highlight in 5, 6 and 7, we've got Lucy Dolan, Zoe McCauley and Amy Bai. And they are all part of our junior talent squad.
So our junior talent squad is for our 12 and 13-year-old athletes who have won a state championship medal. So they've obviously competed at state short course earlier in this year and picked up a medal there.
And all of them love different sports as well, but it's great to see their commitment to swimming. And in lane 1, we want to look at Ada Jising Zong. She turned just there at 29.95 and is leading the way just by half a body length before lane 4, Yoshi Honda, one of our visitors, has now taken over that lead and is going to finish strong. Chasing her in 5 is Lucy Dolan, Zoe McCauley in 6, but she's got away with it. It's going to be Yoshi in lane 4, 1:01.71.
As I expected, we are going to need to go fast to make that final. So we have 5 swimmers at 1:05.01 or faster. So that opening seeded heat has set the standard for the 2 heats to follow, and we'll see how they respond.
Again, Nick, what do you think? Are they looking at the times of the heat before, or are they just focusing on their own race?
It's incredibly difficult not to notice the times of the heat before. You do need to focus on your own race, but it's very easy to glance sideways at that scoreboard and see the times and just go, okay, that's what I need to do.
And a blitzing start. We've got Nagisa Yuda from Japan in lane 4. Can she hold it is the question. Up against her in 5 is Amelia Broughton, and 3 we've got Kira Delaney. In 6 as well, Kimberly Chen. As we come into this 50-metre turn, is Nagisa in front. They're going to have to get on this chase. You can't use that fuel that you've put down that pedal in the first 50 to get a good start. You've got to keep it consistent and keep it going.
Yeah, so the aim would be to get out sort of within a second of that 50-metre PB and then try and almost feel like you're accelerating again through that third 25, then holding it in this last 25, which Amelia is doing a fantastic job of in this second 50. She's pulling away, and it's almost out to a 3/4 of body length lead, and we'll take this heat out in a 1:02.12.
Awesome stuff, and it was a battle between Kira in 3 and Amelia, who was in 5.
So not to be outdone by the opening heat, opening seeded heat. Heat 6 there had 5 swimmers under 105. So we've now got 10 swimmers at a 105.01 or faster.
And so this is heat 7. This is the one that everyone is going to be watching, the fastest heat, as it's a good start from Surrey Park. We've got Aria Went in 6, very smooth. Watching also lane 9, Lewin New from Geelong.
Yeah, Aria was fantastic on her underwater work. Stayed out to about the 13-metre mark. Really used those dolphin kicks. But coming through in the centre lane and turning in 29.03, Juna, and she's leading from Hannah, with Zoe in lane 3 in 3rd. Will we see our first swim under the magical minute mark here?
We shall wait and see, but I don't know about you, Nick, but there's a lot more calmness in the water on this 7th heat. It's not as much splash. They're being quite purposeful and smooth with all of their strokes. As we come into the wall, it is Jamina 1:53, so almost under that 1 minute mark, but not quite, but a great swim, followed by Hannah and then Zoe.
We may be having a swim off there. I think we've got 2 swimmers at a 1:04.48, and I think 10th place. We'll have to wait for the official results to be confirmed. But we might have our first swim off of the meet.
Oh, and for our 12-year-olds as well.
We're now moving on to event 8, the boys 12 years, 100-metre freestyle. We have 8 heats of this event.
And just to share with us who are listening in, tell us a little bit more about what a swim-off exactly is that potentially is happening for our 12-year-old girls.
So if you do have a tie for the last position in the final, obviously we've only got 10 lanes in the pool, so there can only be 10 swimmers in the final. So if that is the case, they will have to race again in a winner-takes-all scenario.
Which means that potentially those 2 girls will get the update soon. It would just be only those 2 in the pool racing for that time. And again, these bottom lanes here, looking at 5, 6 and 7. We've got Lucas, Johan and Kingsley off to a great start.
Yeah, and all the boys are really working those legs, which is good to see in this opening 25, and also trying to keep that stroke nice and long.
Yeah, and 100 is a tough one because really you are going flat out for that whole entire time. I mean, 50s are over in a flash, but you have to go just as fast for that long for 100 metres for our 12-year-old boys. It is a fantastic effort. And looking over at lane 2, we've got Jo Hong Yek Kim leading, or just leading as they're coming past us here at the commentary table. He is coming in second at the moment. And in lane 6, leading the way, we have Johan in comfortable out in front here.
Very strong swim, touching in a 1:07.56. 4.6, just taking a lazy 4 seconds off, 4.5 seconds off the personal best. So the boys have seen the standard that the girls set and have gone, we're going to try and match it.
Absolutely. And again, to highlight, this may be their first age champs as well. First, heats, first race. So congrats if it is, and for any of the guys coming up as well. Great experience. They're all in their race bathers. Even just the whole process of marshalling and, getting to the blocks.
It's definitely a process that you need to be comfortable with so that you're not worried about the pre-race stuff. You can worry about executing in the race.
Because we'll tell you what, it was busy in the pool this morning before we have gone live to air.
So underway here in Heat 2. And all the boys popping up around that 10-metre mark in a nice even line across the field here.
Again, I'm looking at that magic lane 9 at the moment. We've got Aiden, who has really had a strong start there. And in 8, we've got Daniel as well. Really using those arms up and over, and they've kept that nice pace there. At the top of the pool, though, at the screen in lane 0, we have Ken, who has just turned to that 50-metre mark, 32.42.
Based on that early speed from this heat, we could see a number of swimmers crack that 110 mark in this heat. So they all entered with an entry time of a 111. So we'll see how many of our boys here can go under the 110 mark for the first time. And it is Ken who still leads, but he's now being challenged.
Yeah, Zihao has got him. It's neck and neck, and we'll be watching at the bottom of your screen in lane 9 as well. Aiden is still there, and I reckon it's going to be him that's going to push to that wall first. Let's see who gets the touch. And it was Aiden, 108.72, a couple of seconds under that 110 mark, followed by Zihao, 108.76, and in third, 109 on the dot. We've got Ken. Great efforts.
I think we had 8 out of our 9 swimmers swim a personal best in that heat.
Huge. It was absolutely huge. Great to see. And at that age, that's also going to happen there. They're only going to get better and faster.
As they get more and more experience and learning what racing a 100-metre event's all about.
All right, we have Heat 3 underway. And so, Nick, tell us about that positioning on the blocks, because different swimmers like to do different things.
Yeah, as a general rule, what you want to do is making sure that your front foot, those toes are wrapped around the front of the block. Your back foot, that wants to be sort of halfway up that kicker. And you want to try and get your hips and your weight forwards.
And off to a great start was Jordan Chu in lane 6 and Luca Yao in lane 2 at the top there. Mackaybe and Caulfield having a little battle at the moment, and I'm watching lane 0 as well, Moy.
Again, the action's all over the pool here. It does look like Luca in lane 2 is just holding on to a slight lead, but now Nate's swimming strongly. But down in lane 9, once again, a fantastic second 50 from Thomas. And Thomas has pulled out to a 2-body length lead and is going to easily take this third heat out in a nice fast time of 1:05.
Wow. That final 25 metres, he owned that, Thomas.
He just really kept those legs going, kept his stroke nice and long and smooth, and he's taken about 5.5, 6 seconds off his personal best.
And he's splashing in the water there. He's excited. It's good to see. We love a bit of expression of emotion.
So we are, even though we've got 8 heats going, the time that we expect you to need to be able to go is a 1:03.75. So just like the girls, I wouldn't be surprised if it's actually required to be faster than that. And I wouldn't be surprised if some of the boys in the next couple of heats put up a time that's going to challenge for that final. It's really important as who are behind the blocks for these athletes to stay calm and focused on themselves. Think about their race as they wait for that referee's whistle to hop up on the blocks.
And looking for those wrapped toes, as you mentioned, around the edge of the block. And they're away. A big shout of go from one of the coaches on the sidelines. That was a good start. Xander over in lane 0, but I'm looking at lane 8 at the moment. Isaac Kelly cracking 25 metres. Watching the middle of the pool as well. I've got Sebastian Wilson in 4. But we're going to have to really see what this turn does at the 50-metre mark. The big push off the wall that's required to get that momentum for that final 50 for them to accelerate. And it is Shangju in lane 5 who is leading at that halfway mark.
Xander's not going away over there in lane 0 though. With a strong turn. Those two are challenging for the lead here with 25 metres to go here in heat 4. Also swimming fantastically in lane 8 is Isaac Kelly. Isaac Kelly has now moved into the lead.
It's going to be that battle for second and third. Sebastian in 4 has come up against Shangju as well. And it is Isaac 107.35.
Just a lazy 3-second PB.
Just, and then Sebastian in second there, 107.94, and then followed by Xander. He stuck with it to the end and got that third placing, 108.23.
As we now move along to heat 5.
It's quick, it's exciting. Now, tell us, Nick, what was something you looked forward always swimming at age champs?
I think the excitement of, one, seeing all your friends from the other clubs that you might not have seen the whole time, but just the atmosphere that was always at the meet. You'd always have people from overseas, people from interstate, just making it more exciting to meet, especially when you get to the final and the crowd support.
And this is heat 5 now in the water. Very even across the pool here in that first 10 metres as they come up from the dive. But I'm back to lane 9. Jaden Lim coming out in front a little bit just there. And then also we have from Nuttawading, Matt Kim in lane 6.
And Matt has been able to maintain that speed through the first 25. But Mark Purcell over in lane 0 does look like he's going to challenge Matt through that first 50 as they go through in a 30.90 with Mark just leading. Strong turn. He's really using those legs nice and well as Mark and Matt battle down this third 25.
Can Mark hold on at the top in lane 0? We'll have to see. It's going to come down to this final 25 metres. Those legs really need to kick into it here. You can see the splash coming from the feet. It is Max versus Matthew at the moment. And don't forget Jaden in lane 9 who's picking up his pace, pushing it to the very end. And it is Matt Kim, 106.69 in lane 6, followed by Mark and then Jaden.
So we're now going to move on to heat 6, which is the first of our seeded heats. So that's a reminder, there's 8 heats in our boys 12 years 100-metre freestyle.
Yeah, and we're speaking about everyone that comes here and the vibe. Our interstate visitors, New South Wales, we've got swimmers down from SA, Tassie, Queensland. They're all here, and it gives that breadth of athletes to compete against.
Again, nice even start across the field here in heat 6. Nice strong legs by all the boys, but it is the centre of the pool with Evan, Peter and Thomas just slightly pulling ahead of the rest.
Yeah, I'm also looking at Rahito in 6 and Zerzan in 7. Very tight across the board. Peter just leading the way in 4, 28.94 at that 50 turn.
It's a nice, strong first 50, setting himself up for a chance to challenge his personal best of a 1:01.1, getting out under 29 seconds. He's now being challenged by Evan as those two are going stroke to stroke with 15 metres left to go. But it does look like Peter's not going to give up that lead easily. As we get underneath the flags, they fight into the wall. And in 1:01.00, Peter takes it out just ahead of Evan with Thomas in third.
And yeah, Peter was in the Evan and Thomas sandwich just there, but he prevailed right to the very end and got that time on the dot. Again, you're trying to focus on swimming your own race. Our coaches, our athletes, they have their race plan. You know, the corner of your eye, you can see who's chasing you.
That opening seeded heat has set the standard quite high with 4 swimmers at 1:02.4 or faster. A nice strong start by Jaden Tran in lane 6. Leads through the first 15 metres here in heat 7. Now swimming strongly in lane 4 is Lincoln Hall and Andrew Wang in lane 3 alongside him.
And so, Nick, looking at technique as we're going through the heats and it's getting faster and faster, what is pushing these boys into these faster race times?
So their ability to maintain their stroke length while keeping their stroke rate up nice and high. Because the more pressure they can put on the water at a faster rate, the faster you'll go.
And doing that really well, Lincoln Hall leading the way, but only just in lane 4 because Andrew Wang is chasing him. He is right beside him, but Lincoln, he is going to hold it. Be looking, though, at lane 6, Jaden Trang. We haven't forgotten about him. He has picked it up. Not enough to get that first placing. It is Lincoln 1:01.10. And then we have Jaden, followed by Andrew, who is right next to Lincoln in that lane 3.
So it does look like you're going to need a swim in the 1:02s to qualify for the final tonight as we move on to the 8th and final heat here for the 12-year-old boys.
Good energy from the crowd here in this final heat. A shout out to Jack Hayes in 2 and Lachlan Bull in 4, part of our junior talent squad as well. And off to a great start is the middle of the pool in lane 4, Lachlan Bull, and 5 we've got Thomas Poppins. It's a nice even split across the lanes at the moment.
Yeah, Lachlan Bull has really accelerated through the swimming portion of this opening 50 and will lead through in 28.52 ahead of Thomas, with Ethan in third. Again, Thomas fantastic on his underwaters, closed the distance back down to Lachlan through that first 15 metres of this second 50. Those two are going stroke through the 75, looking to see who can take this 8th and final heat out.
Lachlan and Thomas in 4 and 5 really in that battle, and it is Thomas who has really elongated the stroke with his arms. Calm and confident coming into the wall as fast as he can. Gets the time in under a minute there, Nick. 59.92. Lachlan has followed with 1 minute, 0.32. And then in that third placing, we have Jack Hayes in 1:01.94. Well done to the guys just there as that closes out our boys' 12-year-old 100-metre freestyle. And we're upping the ante here. We're doubling it up. It's the 13-year-old girls, and it's the 200-metre free.
This is another Victorian age group record held by Gemma Schlitt, set back in 2011 of a 2:02.46. Gemma went on to represent Australia at a World Short Course Championship.
And that's it. You never know where your pathway is going to take you.
And you don't know what stroke you're going to be good at this age as well.
You've got to try them all.
Try them all, and as you get older, you'll find the one that works for you. So as we've moved on to the 200-metre freestyle, now it's really important that we get that pacing right. So we've moved from the 50 this morning for our 17 and 18-year-olds to the 100 for our 12-year-olds. Now we're on to the 200s for our 13-year-olds. That pacing has become more and more important each event we go to. So in this first 50, look for these swimmers to get out nice and strong, but comfortable and relaxed. Easy speed on this first 50.
Well, who's looking relaxed? It's Maggie Fisher in lane 5 and Bessie Pringle in lane 6. So Maggie from South Gippsland Bass Swimming, and it's great to see we have a mix here at age of regional and city clubs who are competing. But you're right, you can see that the splash in the pool has changed. It really is about that pace. You want to be able to be consistent and withstand, and already that calm pickup of that pace, that is happening from Caitlin in 3 and Ada in 4.
So they're all out in 33 to 34 low in this opening 50. Now the challenge is to, for the second, third and fourth 50, try and hold them all about that same speed, as close pace to that first 50 as you can. And there's Ada, who turns first in a 1:10.91, ahead of Maggie and Bessie in third.
Yeah, so they're on that second 100 just here. And so, Nick, what does it change in the mind when you're on the second 100? Take us through a little bit of a 50 times 4 race plan for the 200 metres.
So that first 50 we got out nice and fast, relaxed. Second 50 we want to try and maintain that speed. That third 50 almost needs to feel like a new race. You need to attack it once again, and that's just to maintain your speed. If you feel like you're still going the same speed, you're probably slowing down. So you really have to give it to yourself in that third 50. And then as we move into this final 50 with Pippa taking over the lead, it's everything you've got left. Make sure those legs are still going nice and strong, which Pippa is doing a fantastic job of, keeping that 6-beat kick going the whole way.
Yeah, you see that splash in the pool now as it's coming up. Her legs are really just on the edge of the surface of the water. But looking then down at lane 5, Maggie Fisher, who has kept nice and calm all along the way, has really elongated those arms, and she looks like she's the one that's taking over this lead here, coming into the wall to finish. It's going to be close. And it is Pippa Brown who had a bit more ferociousness. She's pushed into it, 2:24.75, followed by Maggie, 2:24.86.
So nice 5-second PBs there for our first and second place swimmers there, as we now move along to heat 2.
Some great dives off the block there. Are you counting your strokes in this race, Nick?
It is a bit of a personal preference. You probably have as you get more experience, you'll probably have a target stroke count that you want to hit. At the 13-year-old age group, it's more about making sure that you're feeling like you're keeping that stroke nice and long. Because if you can save a couple of strokes each lap, that's going to obviously add up by the end of the 200.
And so Taylor Miller in the lead at that first 50-metre mark, followed by Estella in 4. So they're the middle lanes here at the moment. But Nick, you talk about the length there. Now I'm thinking height, because I'm a shorty. You know, some of these girls here, they're shorties. They haven't, had their growth spurt maybe just yet. Who knows? But then, what does height play into this?
Well, obviously your height is an advantage, but the aim is a good swimmer always looks taller than they are in the pool. So you might not be the tallest person, but you need to make sure you swim as tall as you can, making sure that you're entering almost at full extension and finishing all the way down past your legs, not just at your hip level. So using those arms, maximum length that they can provide, because they're providing your propulsion, that you're trying to swim over the top of that hand. When it enters all the way in front, you're propelling your body all the way past your hand rather than pulling it back down to your leg.
And there was a little bit of synchronisation there for that first 25 metres of the third 50. Miller in 2, Zihan in 3, Estella in 4, and Taylor in 5 are the ones to watch just here. But it is Taylor who has really pushed out in front. And as you said, this final 50, give it all you got, girls. Let's go. Zihan on that turn, leading out in front. They want to be out of breath by the end.
I'm really impressed with the level of kick all these 13-year-old girls are maintaining into this last 50. They're really making sure those legs are working all the way through to the finish. We've got 25 metres to go, and is Zihan just ahead of Taylor? Now 15 metres to go. They're basically alongside each other. Will Zihan be able to hold on? Taylor is coming strong, trying to increase her tempo in this last 10 metres. But Zihan is going to hold on and take heat 2 out in a time. No!
Oh, so close.
It was Taylor who got the touch in 2:23.40. Zihan in second and Estella in third.
Yeah, it's really about that touch of the arm, isn't it? That stroke, you might only be halfway as you're coming into the wall and giving that big push right at the end.
And that's all about experience and making sure you can try and finish on a full stroke, keeping your head down, reaching onto your side. Victorian that everyone knows very well, Mac Warden, was fantastic about ability to get his hand on that wall on that last stroke, really extend himself, head down, make himself tall once again.
Yeah, and streamline, you've just said head down as well, less resistance against the water. And, you know, that takes a while to improve and build on that technique as well. Lots of hours of training from Mac. And so this is heat 3 at the moment for our 13-year-old girls, 200 free. Good start there. Isabella in lane 5, one of our visitors. And in lane 7 too, Leela Lynch. They're leading 1 and 2 at that first 50-metre mark. And Nick, tell us a little bit about the turns in this.
So maintain your speed into the turn. So try and attack those last couple of strokes into every turn. Feel like you're accelerating, leaving the wall in that nice, tight, streamlined position, and then try and maintain. However, you've worked out how many dolphins you're going to do off the wall. Doesn't need to be out to the 15-metre mark, but it needs to make sure those few dolphins you do, nice, strong and powerful, and then coming up with speed out of that turn so you can set yourself up for this next 50.
All right, let's look at the turns here. What did you think?
It's probably across the board. I suspect their coaches will be saying the same thing, that we can all work on getting a little bit further off the wall and try not to breathe on that first stroke to maintain that momentum. If you take that breath on that first stroke, you tend to slow down and lose your momentum you've got from that push off. So we'll see who can do the best job in this final 50.
And who's picked it up here in this third 50 is Beth in lane 4. Be watching though Isabella and Lily in lane 7. Also Lola speeding up and is in the mix there as well in lane 6. Let's have a little surprise for our final 50.
That time, Beth off that last wall really came out of the wall with a strong kick to keep that momentum going, and she's pulled out to almost a 2-body length lead with 25 metres to go.
Yeah, she's blitzing it now out in front, and there's no panic at all. There's no big splash. She looks calm, in control, and she's, broken away from the pack there. It's going to be a challenge for that second position for Isabel, Lola, and Lily. Lily's been out in front from the very beginning as well. Beth taking it out to 20-12. And then in that second position in this heat, it was Lily, followed by Lola.
So we almost had someone under the 220 barrier as we now move along to heat 4, which is our first of our seeded heats. We'll see if we can have some swimmers crack that 220 barrier, which they'll need to do if they want to make their way back for the finals tonight. Currently our top 10s are seated at a 2:18.08. So expect a number of our swimmers to be looking to swim under 2 minutes 20 this morning.
And as we get into our fourth heat, time is important. A shout out to Arabella Johnson in lane 3. She's both in our junior talent long course and short course squads. And she's from Geelong. So again, we love our regional clubs coming down to MSAC. Gorgeous Melbourne morning. Heat 4 underway. Is in lane 5. Imogen, strong start. And also Hei Ching Henrietta.
Yeah, nice strong start from Imogen, turning in 30.29. And that relaxed tempo that she's got going there. So our Bayside athlete is challenging Henrietta through this opening 75, but Henrietta has now moved into the lead. And the length that she's able to generate off her stroke is really impressive, and those strong 6-speed kick being maintained the whole time through this first 100.
But wow, yeah, Imogen Murray not losing a beat just there as she's pulling in very close to Henrietta. Nice long strokes. Behind her then we have Arabella in lane 3, and then the girls on the outer wings in 6 we've got Hope, and then in 2 we've got Tiffany Miette. Again, lane 9, Astrid pulling along just there too. Be watching for that 3rd position in the background of lanes 4 and 5.
Yeah, to give yourself the best chance of qualifying for the final, you probably do want to be in the first 3 athletes. That 4th position is always a little bit questionable. Ideally top 2 as we turn through the 150-metre mark, and there's Imogen who's now taken over the lead with that really strong 3rd 50.
Yeah, it is a little bit of a battle that is going to be happening here, and then Arabella as well has picked up her pace in lane 3. She's on the feet of them though. Imogen just out in front by half a stroke just here. Henrietta really got her head down, changing her breathing up, but it is Imogen into the wall, 200-metre free, 2:12.89. Some great times there by our girls, but only getting faster and faster as we come through the heats. That was our heat 4 of 6.
Yeah, they definitely set the standard there with 4 swimmers under the 2:18 mark in our opening seeded heat for the girls 13-year-old 200 freestyle. So it looks like you're going to have to be faster than that 2:18 to qualify for the final.
I'm not getting tired at all, but is there a point where you would like to...
We're underway here in heat 5 of our girls 13 years 200-metre freestyle. And it is a nice even start on this opening 50. As we turn through the first 50, it is Sienna that leads in a 31.18. So a little bit slower than that previous heat in this first 50. We'll see if they're able to maintain that speed. It's a tighter bunch race, so you're going to need to really race the race here in heat 5.
And yes, Sienna, one of our visitors from Japan. We have a few internationals here. New Zealand, they always come across. Korea, Denmark, Scotland and Thailand throughout our age champs. And in 6, Elsa Wang has really picked it up here as we are at the halfway mark of our 200 free for the girls.
Yeah, Natasha leads just ahead of Elsa. And that battle for 3rd position is very tight, with 5 or 6 of them a chance to sneak into 3rd place in this 5th heat.
Yeah, the efforts from Amelia in 2, Natasha in 3, and then also looking down at Ruby in India down the bottom of our pool. But it is our lane 6. It is our swimmer Elsa who's really putting the pedal to the metal. She's being taken over just by Natasha Linke in lane 3. And a little battle on her hands for this final 50 metres.
Natasha's done a really good job on the pacing on this 200. Wasn't the fastest out of the first 50, but has maintained her pace really well and is coming home nice and strong, maintaining that strong 6-speed kick. She's got 15 metres to swim. Elsa's hanging on to 2nd place, with Maisie over in there in lane 1 trying to challenge Sophie for 3rd, but it is going to be Natasha taking it out in a 2:15.22 ahead of Elsa, with Sophie in 3rd.
And that was very impressive by Natasha.
So we've now moved on to our 6th and final heat of the girls 13 years 200-metre freestyle.
They were looking quite serious on the blocks there, all in different positions. A fantastic start to Lucy Ma in lane 4, and also from Lexan Zhao in lane 9 from Surrey Park. In 6, we've got Abby Mesher as well.
Yeah, Abby's doing a really good job. That nice strong kick. She's probably got the strongest kick going in this opening 50. But it is going to be Lucy Ma who will lead through this first 50 in a swift 29.84. So definitely setting the speed in this 6th and final heat.
We'd be expecting her to be picking up that pace because her qualifying time, her entry time was 2:09.
Yeah, very, very strong entry time there. Not quite challenging Gemma Schlitt's Victorian record of a 2:02.46, but any swim under 2:10 is very impressive for the 13-year-old age group. She's looking really nice and smooth and relaxed here, keeping that stroke nice and long, consistent with her breathing pattern, getting out past the flags off this 100-metre turn.
And then we've got Audriana from Melbourne Swimming Club in lane 3, keeping her up against. We have Jade Lyles in 5. Don't forget Lexan in 9 though for that 3rd position. There might be that little battle on our hands, but Lucy Ma really pacing herself impressively. We'd be keen to see her time and then be looking towards the finals tonight.
Yeah, she turns through the 150-metre mark. She's just continuing to extend her lead here out to 3.5 seconds.
And so, Nick, what do you think is pulling her apart from the rest of the group at the moment?
Yeah, she's got fantastic technique. Her stroke length, her consistent kicking, and she's just been able to use that stroke length, strong kicking, strong pull to just slightly extend every single lap here as she's going to come underneath the flag, still looking pretty comfortable, and take this 6th and final heat out in a time of 2:11.05.
And there was that little battle. The cheers were coming for Audrey. She's got in 2nd position in this heat, 2:16.69, followed by Jade Lyles, 2:17.33.
It is going to be very tight for those final spots in that final. Around that 2:18 mark is what they were going to need. There'll be a number of swimmers who will be nervously refreshing Meet Mobile to see where they have finished. As we now move along to event 10, the boys 13 years 200-metre freestyle. The Victorian record in this event sits at 1:57.94, set in 2011 by Nicholas Grunwald. You'll hear that name quite often when we're looking at the Victorian age group records. Set a number of records across freestyle, individual medley, butterfly and backstroke. About the only thing he didn't set a Victorian record in his breaststroke. He wasn't a bad breaststroker though, that just wasn't his favourite stroke.
He was just, sharing it around, leaving it for someone else. So I've got 3 boys in the pool for this one. A great start off the dive. Jaden Kapoor in lane 4 from Ringwood. And then in the other lanes, in lane 3, we've got Patrick Whitwood from Cardinia. And in 5, we've got Benjamin Collins from Flyers.
Yeah, so when there's only 3 people in the heat, sometimes it's actually easier for the swimmer to focus on their own race strategy. They're not getting distracted by the other swimmers around them. They can just think about themselves, concentrating on what they discuss with their coach beforehand, what they put to practice in training, and seeing if they can execute that today on race day.
Yeah, but I mean, there's so many hours that get put into training. So many laps at the pool, so many discussions with the coach, which is all fantastic development, but really in what terms of what counts for on the board, it's what happens in the race on race day.
Exactly, and that's the frustrating thing if things don't go well, and the rewarding things if things go well. But it's all about that training, preparing you to race well, so that making sure that you're doing the correct training, executing how you would like to in a race, so that when you come to race day, you know what you're doing. Whereas you can't expect on race day to suddenly do something you've never prepared for. So training's all about making sure that you're being able to hit your race speed in training and those kind of sets, working on your endurance when you need to work on your endurance, working on your technique when you're meant to be working on your technique. So by the time you come to the race day, it's almost automatic.
It was going to happen for you. And at that 200-metre mark, it was quite even across the board here between the three boys. Ben Collins in 5 picked it up, and he has still got the lead just as they're coming past us with 25 metres to go. Looks like Ben's gonna be able to hang on here. Patrick is trying to keep that pace in 3, and Jaden still in the mix, keeping it up against Patrick, but it is Ben who is going to be taking out this first heat, and his time 2:17.19.
All three boys swimming under the 2:20 barrier there after entry times of 2:22, so nice big PBs for all three swimmers there as we now move along to heat 2.
Yeah, we were talking about, you know, success in the pool, and success can mean different things. PBs, especially times, even if you place 3rd, 8th, you could still be hitting your mark for your own goal.
There's only one first place, and if we only measured success in first place, we'd all be very disappointed. So you do need to make sure when those swimmers go and review with their coaches, they're not talking about what place they finished. They're talking about how they executed their race based on how they prepared and what their own goal and expectation was.
And whether he expected it or not, it was Sebastian Flowers off to a flying start there in lane 8. First 50 metres down, and he is leading the way, followed by Austin in 3. And then it's Rex in 2, so a bit across the pool just here. And do you think, Nick, that if someone next to you is that little bit faster, does it pull you forward?
Different athletes like different things. It is obviously nice to be racing fast people, but some swimmers like to be out in front, and they'll swim their fastest when they're winning a race, and then they'll go into a race with other fast people not swim as fast. So it's a learning process when you're racing people who aren't as fast as you, and when you're racing people who might be faster than you. It's all about practicing and skilling yourself so that no matter what's happening around you, you can focus on yourself.
And focusing on his self and his race is Austin from Phoenix in lane 3. Sebastian Flowers lost a pace just a little bit there, but he is picking it right back up in lane 8 at the bottom of your screen. Kind of a mixed match of a mixed lolly bag almost of the swimmers across the pool at the moment. It is lane 3. We have Austin leading out the way in the final 50 metres of this race. He's looking nice and strong. There's no one either side of him, just in his direct vision. In lane 5, we have Thomas Saher, who is picking up that pace as well. Him and Troy in lane 4 are going to have a little bit of a battle, as unfortunately Sebastian in 8 has fallen behind. In lane 2 as well, Rex still kicking up in the mix here, but Austin leading in strong. He couldn't be caught by Thomas. He's come in with a time of 2:18.82. Thomas 2:19, just a second behind Austin. And then in that third placing, Troy in the middle in lane 4.
So we're now going to move along to heat 3 of our boys' 13-year-old tournament of freestyle. And we'll look for a good swim in lane 9 from Cooper Scott, who is celebrating his 13th birthday today. So he'll be the youngest athlete in the field, turning 13 on the first day of the 2025 Mattioli Victorian Age Championships.
Woohoo! Go Cooper. And also, Cooper's come all the way down from Albury. So, great efforts there.
Or the better side, the Victorian side, Wodonga. We're not biased here.
And they're away and in the pool. A good start there by Cooper, actually. A good start at the top of the pool as well, but it really is in lane 6, Jax, who has really picked up that pace and set it for himself in lane 6.
So this is the first of our seeded heats for the boys 13 years 200 freestyle. And it is Evan who leads through that first 50. And they're all sort of settling down. This is the challenge in the 200, to make sure you don't settle down too much. You need to still be attacking the race. Yes, it's a little bit longer than the 100, but you need to really make sure you continue to attack the race through these middle 100.
Yeah, Ewan in 4, doing a great job halfway. And this is where the third 50 is the most interesting one, as we've seen so far in our 200s. It's where they changed up a little bit. They're picking up that pace. You mentioned that they try to view it as it's a new race. Applying new strategy. You can see some more splash in the pool, especially from our bottom lanes. But it is Ewan in lane 4, leading nice and comfortably. Next to him, Benjamin Shang. And then in lane 7, we've got Fraser Nagel as well to be looking out for.
Yeah, Ewan's put together a really strong third 50 there in a 32.42. About 2.5 seconds faster than the next closest in that heat. And that's increased his lead. And he's looking nice and comfortable here in this final 50, keeping those legs going nice and strong, trying to pick up his tempo as he passes the false start rope. But a nice tight battle for second place with Fraser Nagel in lane 7 moving into second. But it is Ewan who touches first in a 2:06.64. Fraser in second and Benjamin in third.
From his entry time, that is 4 seconds down. That's good. And even in lane 1, we've got celebrating as well. Hodham Lee is happy from that awarding. And that is heat 3. We have 2 more to go.
Yeah, based on the speed on that opening seeded heats. But these boys in heat 4 will need to be on their game to try and make the final tonight.
They're away. That was a good start by Austin McNaught in lane 1 to kick it off. And in lane 6 as well, we've got Christopher Lee. He's leading out the front here at the moment. Good effort as well by Andrew Spencer in lane 9. But it is Jaden in 7. Or should I say, yes, it is Jaden, I believe. Let's see it exactly on the wall. It is Jaden. For that first 50 metres, he is leading out in front. Austin over on the top of the pool. Second in that 50-metre turn, the first one.
Now, this is where the important part of the 200 starts to happen, through this middle section of the race. Jaden has just backed off his pace slightly and the rest of the field has caught up to him, whereas Ethan has maintained that good speed that he had through that first 50 and has pulled out to a lead and is going to lead through the 100 over Terence.
The race plans now come into play here with our middle lanes, as you've mentioned, pulling out in front. So Ethan in 4, Terence in 5, really neck and neck at the moment. I'm going to say they're going to be battling to the very end. And almost like a little flying V out either side of them. We've got Jaden in 7, still holding on there. Then Noah in 3.
Yeah, so this V shape you see in the pool, that's what you expect from these seeded heats in the longer distances, because obviously the fastest swimmers are in the centre of the pool. And theoretically, this is about the shape you should see in all the heats. But it is Ethan who is just starting to extend his lead over Terence, with Noah not going away in third, but being challenged now for that third position by Angus in lane 2.
And it wasn't as neck and neck as we maybe would have thought. It is Ethan almost a body length out in front of Terence, hitting into the wall nice and strong, 2:09.27, followed by Terence, 2:10.58. And then Noah Coulson coming up in that third position in the heat. And it is a great vibe here at MSAC. We have parents upstairs watching down from the glass. I can see many a phone out as well, filming the experience of their athlete.
Yeah, and definitely these athletes are setting the standard. There's now 8 swimmers have gone 2:12 or under 2:13. So this 4th heat is going to need to be on their game, because currently only 2 swimmers have an entry time faster than that if they're looking to qualify for tonight's final.
And this is our final heat, so this is where it will be happening. And it's already begun from Surrey Park. Ishak Ismail, great start there, as well as Xavier Gray in lane 9. He's from Sale. This is our first 50 metres. A shout out to Kepler Schneiders as well in both our junior long course and short course squads. He's actually spent 7 years living overseas in Singapore and China, so all-rounded experiences. 50 metres is now down.
And looking really strong in lane 4 is Xavier Tay, keeping that stroke nice and long. Nice solid kick. Kepler Schneiders is not letting him sneak away though. He's trying to keep that pressure on through this opening 100.
Yeah, he's doing really well. From Geelong though, Daniel Collins in 2. Should I say 3? Really trying to keep him there as well. Oh, sorry, Daniel is in 2. It's Kepler Schneiders who is hanging on the edge there of Xavier Tay in 4. And then a little bit of a comeback from Ishak here in this third 50. You can see him picking up just there. They want it.
Yeah, these first 4 boys in this heat have definitely seen the time set by the previous heats and know that they have to be really aggressive here if they're going to give themselves a chance of making the final tonight. And through the 150-metre mark, it is Xavier Tan who has continued to extend his lead. But Kepler Schneider isn't going away. And Kepler's now moved into the lead. Xavier has backed off, maybe a little bit too much, in my opinion, because he's now into 4th spot. Maybe he had nothing left, but it is Kepler Schneider who's holding on to a tight lead and will take out this 5th and final heat of the boys' 13 years 200-metre freestyle in a 2:06.18.
Wow, they really did give it all that they had, though. You can see, Xavier there trying to pick it up as best as he could in that final 10 metres. Still a good time.
And he may have known more than me, because he is going to make it into the final. But it's not the way that I would suggest racing and letting yourself drop to 4th in a heat. But if, as a 13-year-old boy, that's very talented if he knew exactly what speed he was going and he'd done enough to make the final.
Well, it is about how he's going to apply himself in the final, especially for all the guys across the board. There is that second chance only if you have that speed to be able to qualify in the first place, which he has. So we'll see more tonight.
We're now moving on to event 11, the girls' 14 years 200-metre freestyle. Our Victorian age group record was set back in 2006 by Elise Lusky at 2:00.51. We have 5 heats in this 14 years 200-metre freestyle.
Great start by Georgie Skinner in 7.
Always love to see a swimmer attack the first 50 of a 200. Give himself the best chance to set himself up for a good swim. She's definitely done that through the first 25. Also swimming well in the centre of the pool is Amelie. And she does turn first in a 30.48.
Yeah, it's that balance of confidence of knowing your race plan and confidence of knowing that you've got a great head start as well.
Emily's continued to keep that nice strong pressure on here through this second 50. And she's pulled out a body length and a half lead over Georgie as we go through the 100-metre turn. The battle for third, though, is very tight between the rest of the field.
Yeah, and Emily really setting off a great third 50 here. She's a body length down in front. Although we did mention Georgie Skinner a little bit earlier when we first began the race, and she is really picking up that pace. I'm keen to see how she finishes in lane 7, because she's not letting go here in this third 50 as well. Lane 5, we've got Hannah, and then Quinn is in 3 on the other side, and 5 we've got Chloe. But it is Emily who is going to be pushing into this fourth 50 to finish off this 200 in a nice strong style.
Yeah, she's been the class of this heat, been consistent throughout the whole race, kicking that stroke long, strong kick, and the battle behind is nice and tight with Isabel over in lane 0 moving into second place. As we approach the final 15 metres, it is all Amelie, and she's going to take heat 1 out in a nice time and a big personal best as she comes underneath the flags and touches in 2:17.34, knocking off 6 seconds from her entry time.
And well done to Isabel in that second placing here in that heat, because that was a tight one across the board. It was Isabel, Hannah, Chloe and Georgie who were really in for that second and third place.
And I'll tell you what, the swimmers in the later heats are going to be paying attention to that time, because based on seed times, 2:15.45, so that's the 2:17 is not that far away. As we now move along to heat 2 of our girls 14 years turn of freestyle. And starting well in lane 5, Joanna Liu leads just ahead of Mika in lane 6. Those two got the best of the starts through the opening 25 as we're all sort of settling down into our rhythm, but also swimming nice and strongly out in lane 0 and 1, Azara and Abby.
Yeah, even though, as we said, that is all spaced out by the times for the lanes. The faster entry or seeded times are in the middle, 4 and then going outwards. But it's great to see the outside lanes give us a surprise, don't we? We love a good underdog. And also, we are playing in the heats. We are playing in these early ages of age champs. These are the girls, 14-year-olds. It's true, any lane is a good lane and anything can happen here.
In lane 5, it is Joanna who's now extended her lead as she approaches the 100-metre turn. The Artemis Aquatic athlete turns in a 1:05.09. And again, while not spending a long time underwater, definitely was nice and ensured that she got a nice strong push and drive off, got a couple of dolphin kicks, and then maintained her speed as she broke through the surface.
And her focus here is really with her arms rather than her feet and her legs. So it'll be interesting once we get to this 50-metre mark for that final 50 to go to see how that changes there in Joanne in lane 5.
It is challenging to bring those legs in more during the race, because as you start to get fatigued, you don't want to bring them in again, but as you come off that final wall, you really need to try and feel as though if you can give your legs just a little bit more work. As we move into this final 50, she's still looking very relaxed, very smooth, and now in this last 25, she's trying to increase that kick just a little bit. With Abby Miller in lane 1, now moved into a clear second place.
Yeah, we've been bouncing across the pool with the leads. It was Zoe at that turn, but now we are looking at Ava Thickens in lane 2. It's going to be a little bit of battle between her and Zoe for that third placing, but it is Joanne. Well done, 2:16.77. Followed in by Abby, 2:21.02.
As we now move along to heat 3, the first of our seeded heats here for the girls 14 years 200-metre freestyle. So for those unfamiliar, when we talking about seeded heats, that means that we've spread the top 30 athletes across these last 3 heats. The third fastest seed time is in lane 4 here with Ava. The second fastest will be in the next heat, lane 4, and the fastest will be in the last heat, lane 4. Then we repeat the process in lane 5, then lane 3, and so on. So as we work from the inside of the pool to the outside of the pool.
And so a shout out to Keisha Lockwood and Madeline Harvey, part of our pathway, our junior girls pathway, our talent pathway, which is good to see.
So that means these swimmers have competed at a previous state championships and been a medalist in the 12-13 age group, and as they move into the 14-year-old age group, they'll be looking to enter into a different part of the Pathways program, which they are based on performances at a national level. As we move through this 100-metre turn, it is Madeline Harvey who leads in a 104.56 from Zoe, and Hannah in third.
And do you know what Maddie's favourite race snack is?
No, please tell me.
It is chocolate muffins, so maybe she's had one this morning.
Chocolate muffins, okay, that's an interesting pre-race snack. I wouldn't be my pick, but whatever works for you. Post-race, definitely.
Well, she's doing well. She's leading out in front. It might be because of that chalky muffin. We'll wait for this 50-metre turn to see what she's up against. In lane 3, Zoe Gant on the chase there. We've got Ava in 4. And then also we've got Mary Steele in 6 just on that other side. So it is going to come down to this final 50 to see what they can produce.
Yeah, so Maddie is coached by Liam Fisk, a former really good swimmer himself who won medals at a national age group level at Cheltenham Swimming Club, and she's maintaining her lead here through this final 50, looking nice and relaxed, keeping that stroke nice and long. She's starting to be challenged by Ava and Zoe and Hannah, but he's going to hold on and take heat 2 out in a 2:12.60.
Yeah, nicely done. And a cheer from the crowd as well. It's good to have a bit of atmosphere. As I said, it's always age champs where there is the real positive community vibe. All the clubs are here, all the parents are here, fam and friends. And thanks for tuning in as well here on Swimming Victoria's YouTube and KO Freebies. It's an exciting end of the year for 2024, but also it kickstarts our long course season for swimming as we move into Heat 3.
And the standard of swimming here on day 1 of our 2025 Mattioli Victorian Age Long Course Championships has been fantastic. That opening seeded heat here in the girls' 14 years 200-metre freestyle has set the standard for these remaining 2 heats to follow, and we're going to need to see some PBs if these girls want to venture into the final tonight.
How did you celebrate a PB when you got one, Nick?
I just think it's a good self-satisfaction that, you know, that the hard work and training has been paying off. Not with a chocolate muffin, but maybe that's the secret.
Yeah, but are you a high five guy?
Oh, definitely a high five, yeah.
Love a good high five. Especially at the end, it's great to see the camaraderie when they come into the wall and they do a little bit of a high five with each other, because you get familiar with each other as you grow through swimming in the different age groups.
Yeah, so there's some of these people you're going to be racing for hopefully 10 to 15 years, and so it's always good fun, and you make great friendships along the way. As through the first 100 metres here in Heat 4, Heat 3, it is Octavia, Heat 4, it was Heat 4, that's right. Octavia leading, keeping that kick going nice and strong, and the length of her stroke. Ahead of Zara.
Yeah, and so Octavia, her coach Josh Beaver from Bayside. And Octavia only actually moved to Australia in 2022. So a couple of years on the scene here in Victoria and at MSAC. And she's leading out in front as we come into our final 50 metres. Let's see what she's got. She's going to be rivaled between Waylon in 6. We've got Zara in 5. And then Peyton in 2 as well.
And Octavia showed the importance of that third 50, put it together really strong 33-second third 50 to pull out her lead from a quarter of a body length to 2.5 body lengths just in that third 50 alone. She's got 15 metres left to swim, looking nice and comfortable here, and is going to take out Heat 4 in a nice time of 2:11.28. with Waylon in second and Zara in third.
So this is where it's going to get a little bit more exciting as we're looking towards times for these finals. As you mentioned, only the top 10 will go through.
We currently have 8 swimmers at 2:15, 7:2 or faster, so there's not many spots in the final available unless you're swimming particularly fast here in this final heat.
Let's see what can happen. We do also have Maddie Brown in 2, Kira Jeffs in 4, and Mia Mifsud as well as part of our talent pathway team here at Swimming Victoria. It's been a great short course season, but now it's long course and off to a cracking start. We've got Kira Jeffs in lane 4.
Kira always is nice and strong on those underwaters on her start, so we'll look to see how she goes through this first turn. Again, popping up at the 7.5 metre mark, a couple of strong dolphins, and then really working those legs as she breaks out through the surface to maintain that speed, and she's continued to extend her lead over Jasmine in lane 3.
Well, yeah, Kira did qualify and enter with the fastest time of the lot, so we'll be expecting to see her up the front at the finish line, and then flanking her either side, we've got Jasmine, Linky in 3, and in 6 we've got Moko. But yeah, looking very comfortable out in front here, Kira. This third 50, giving it all she's got. Also watching at the bottom of the pool, we've got Keela enters in lane 8, who's been picking up that pace to get into that top placing there with the times. Head down, looking really focused there.
So through the 150 metre turn is a very nice time in that third 50, 33.36. And she's looking to swim well under the 2:10 barrier here in the heats, which is expected with an entry time of 2:06.75. She's putting together a nice strong heat swim. Will give herself a centre lane for tonight's final. But the battle for the minor places in this heat and the spots in the final is nice and tight. Momoko and Keely battling it out, but touching first is in a 2:09.75. Garrett Jeffs, really good strong swim there. And another couple of 2:15. So those times going to be just enough to sneak into the final, I believe.
Bit of a mix of those final 2 heats then, which is really good to see. You don't know what's going to be happening, but we will find out very shortly of exactly who will be in that final, and it will be exciting to watch that one tonight.
Now we're moving on to event 12, the boys 14 years 200 metre freestyle. Our Victorians' record was set in 2011 by none other than Matt Horton at 1:54.88. As we move on to our 14-year-old boys, this is their first chance to qualify for age nationals. So the boys here are looking at a time of a 2:07.98 for our 14-year-old boys to qualify for the age nationals for the first time. We have 4 hits for our 14-year-old boys. Underway here in Heat 1. William Morrison is going to be 14 for just one more day, as he's got a birthday tomorrow. So happy birthday tomorrow, Will.
And he's off to a fantastic start there. He might even be the lead here in this first 50 metres as they come up to the turn. Nice strong attack. But it is Campbell Mills at the top of the pool. In lane 2. As they kind of shift a little bit now after that first turn. Titus Tang in 4. Facing himself quite nicely as well. Just above him we've got Cade Faulkner. But Campbell now has gained the lead only by half an arm length. We'll see what he can do to maintain as they come up to the halfway mark as they're ticking off 100 metres with this turn.
Campbell does maintain that lead, turning in a 1:01.78, and it does look like that side of the pool is where the action is at to start with. Titus is making his move in lane 4 to come up alongside Cade and Campbell. And those three are going to go stroke to stroke, but Michael Fan in lane 1 is not being counted out either. So it's those 4 boys across the pool. Also swimming well down in lane 7 is Ashton. So Ashton is trying to challenge the boys on the other side of the pool through the 150 metre mark. It is Campbell who's maintained his lead, but Ashton had that fastest third 50 there to move into contention. We've got 30 metres left to swim here in heat 1, and it's still anyone's game.
Yeah, we'll see what Ashton can produce here. He's really picked it up. As he's coming just past us here in commentary, and he is up there in it. It is going to be a close finish between Campbell, Cade and Ashton, as Ashton has really come home and finished strong in this last 10 metres in particular. He has got it. 2:09.92. Fantastic swim.
Yeah, really strong second 100. Kept that speed going and has taken this opening heat out.
Now I've got Anya in commentary with me. A great morning so far.
It has been, definitely.
As we're up to
everyone.
heat 2. And we're underway now. Great start by lane 4 down, very even across the pool. In Oliver Dyer all the way down in lane 9. A really good start. And that's what we've seen. We've seen some great first 50 metres of our 200s in the last couple of events.
Turning in first, we have William Howe in lane 4. Time 28.82. Now they'll want to be easing into their race.
Yeah, I'm sure they've got a race plan with their coaches. How would you plan out your races with your coach?
I just swim at this age. I just swim it as it goes.
And Anya, and for everyone out there, Anya is a master swimmer. A little bit more chill maybe than our 14-year-old boys here, as
absolutely.
William comes into this halfway mark turn, leading the way, and maybe a bit more attack than in his plan in this third 50.
It's always that, third quarter. It's the premiership quarter, right? So,
or even you could compare it to athletics racing and the 4x100 metre relay as well. It's always that third.
It's that
100.
Third one, yeah. That's where you can win it.
And here he is as well in that final turn. He's leading out in front, chased only just a second behind. We've got Leo Nolan in 5. And then in 3, we've got 6. We've got Coe in that third position. The crowd is picking up here. It is William who's leading the way home.
And it certainly is. That last 50, it's pretty much just a sprint home. But I guess these boys are just wanting to qualify for that final tonight, so they would definitely be conserving some of energy for tonight. So coming in first, we have William in a time of 2:05.72. Second, Leo Nolan, and in third, Ko Imara, our visitor from Japan.
Yeah, it's great to have a good diversity of athletes in our pool.
Yeah, definitely. It shows them our competitions, so it's good for them.
And who knows, around this Christmas time, people have family in Melbourne. Come on earlier, come swim in our age champs.
Definitely. And we have Heat 3 in the water now. And we had Isis Maika, our other visitor, also from Japan, having a good start.
It was Jacob Ritchie's, really smooth in that water. You can see him in lane 4. A few splashes in the pool around him, but he's not bothered. He's leading the way in that first 50 metres. I've been watching also at the top. I've got Jordan Silva in lane 1, sticking with him at the moment, and Isis in lane 5 from Emmanuel, one of our other visitors as well. But yeah, Jacob looking nice and calm and collected. What can you tell us, Anya, about the freestyle stroke? Anything that he's doing really well leading out in front?
He's definitely putting those arms in gently into that water and that catch underwater, so it's probably why he's out in front. So his stroke is just very smooth, so it's like he's gliding through the water rather than fighting with the water. So that's what you want to achieve.
No fighting with the water.
No.
We like it. Yeah, his kick is quite low and shallow in the water. We'll see what happens after this final 50 metres. But yeah, he is being chased there by Isis in 5, Yokan in 6, and then be watching Yixin as well in lane 3. It's going to be that little battle. I reckon they're going to put the pedal to the metal and see what they can push up against him.
Yeah, they want to qualify for that final, so they'll definitely want to be pushing it.
And this
especially
is
these later heats. So.
Yeah, this is heat 3 of 4, so this is the time where it can happen. Look at that calm, cool collectiveness by Jacob there in 4.
Definitely qualify for that final, so, and he comes in a time, well, that was very close actually. They both came in a time of 2:07 and just 0.9 separate them, so.
Yeah, Isis must have just really picked that long arm up to push him to the wall, because he did catch him in that time, and then it didn't look like it.
No, it did not in the last 10 metres, so well done, boys. And off to our final heat for event 12.
And so we want to give a shout out to Gabriel Wong in 1 and Liam Paulson in 4. Part of our pathways for Swimming Victoria. Part of the team there, which is good. That extra support and guidance to get them performing their best here in the pool. Now, Anya, what are you looking out for in the fastest heat of a 200?
It's probably the kick. You want to get that going, so moving through that water. But it's more, as I said before, that underwater hand movement. You definitely want to be pushing yourself through that water.
Pushing through the water is Liam Paulson, as we would have thought, in lane 4. In that first 50, 28-28. It is close. A few 28s just there. We'll see how it differentiates the turn.
Yeah, definitely the turns are very important in the 200s.
How do you...
your underwaters and your kicking and your butterfly motion, so that can also be an advantage.
How do you coach that?
You just practice. Practice and practice and practice and practice. Until it becomes just the norm.
The norm.
So, and it's so important in training. I myself don't do it. So
you
don't
just
listen to me.
You just said practice, practice, practice.
Yes, that's what we get told.
Well, Liam Paulson still leading out the way here. Harry McCaw is going to be challenging him, especially in this upcoming final 50 metres. And looking down the other ends of the pool in 3, we've also got Louis. And yeah, he's going to be picking up that pace here. Can they catch Liam though?
They might. You never know.
Yeah, exactly. Well, it could go one or two ways, right? The lead can slow down. They've given all they've got too early. Or we could get that increased speed. But I think it's going to be Liam. He is almost a body length out in front over Harry. Harry has definitely done his best Liam with that time of 2:02.05, and he has taken off a second on his entry time, so a great PB there. Same with Harry, taken off a second at 2:03.57. And then in that third position, it was actually Archer in 6th, catching up there, 2:07.51. So fantastic, making their way into the final. A couple, though, those boys, Jacob and Isis from Heat 3 will also be getting in there at that 2:07 mark. So a bit of a mix of Heat 3 and Heat 4. And then now we move into a different stroke here with event 13. We've got the girls, it's the 15-year-olds, and it's the 100-metre breaststroke.
So we got 3 heats in this event.
So Heat 1, so to mix it up. So Anya, this is your stroke. Tell us a little bit about what it is like to be racing breaststroke.
It's hard.
It's hard. Oh, I am sure there's so much technique, isn't there?
There's a lot of technique in breaststroke, and the thing is, it's like people think that it's just nice and gentle. People that don't race breaststroke, it's an easy stroke. Like when I talk to my friends and stuff, it's like, oh yeah, that's easy. It's like
the chill stroke.
Yeah, no, it definitely is not.
Just chilling out, gliding through the pool.
But there's so much technique involved. Your hands, the positions of your feet. So there's a lot to it. And when you're doing 200 of it, you come out and your legs are shaking.
Well, we've got Claudia in 4, and then we've got Jan in 3. How much technique are you looking at right here? Because, you're on the surface on the top of the pool. What can you see?
You want to be on top of that water. You don't want that water dragging you. So you want to push through that water.
And push through that water. Claudia has...
in a nice time of 1:17.38. And in second we have Wei Lu in a time of 1:20.38. And in third we have Angelina Nguyen in a time of 1:21.20.
Well done, girls. Yeah. Doing very well. To Heat 2 out of 3. So this is where any of our swimmers, our 10 for the final tonight, can come from. You can already see here in the second heat a little bit more pace on this one.
Yes, I was saying, like, you want to push through that water. So the slower heats, you see them more gliding through that water, but you want to push. You want to get rid of that water in front of you with your hand movement, and then push with your legs.
So a little bit more assertive, and Ella at the halfway mark, the 50 metres is down 36.28, is leading the way, followed by Grace in 4, Caitlin in 3. But even then, like Isabel in 2 is still in the mix there, and Ella Matters in 5, hanging on the edge of the feet of Grace. And Grace very strong, only half a body length out in front of Ella though. Chloe trying to fight her way in. Caitlin on the other side. Isabel chasing her too. But a good finish by Grace. Nice and strong. Let's check out that time. A great time, 1:16.75. And that's looking good because the next one there we had was Ella, 1:18.03.
Looks like that's just a bit better than her entry time, 0.07.
And it was Claudia in the previous heat who was first placed in the first one, 1:17.38. So definitely still in the mix there. You can win that first heat and still be making that final. But here's where it counts. Our fastest heat, number 3.
And looks like our visitor, Leah Yang, had a good entry from Howick Pakuranga. I'm not too sure where that's from, but welcome.
And Memphis Johnson from Geelong also having a brilliant start there. There's some determination in her stroke, actually. So this is in Memphis. Yeah, blue cap from Geelong in 5 as she's just passed over halfway.
And you definitely want a fast turn in breaststroke to get you going for that next lap. So
all about that momentum, isn't it?
Yes.
So we've got Amy and Lisa in 3 and 4 that are going to be off to that battle. I'm not sure if they're going to be able to catch Memphis here in lane 5. They're trying to, because once someone is out in front of breaststroke, it's difficult to catch them, isn't it?
Absolutely. That's why you need a very good start for breaststroke. That's where your momentum starts. And Memphis looks like she's coming in a time of 1:16.66. So that looks like it'll be our fastest qualifying time for tonight's final. And out in a second, we had Amy Pruis in a time of 1:18.53. And in third, Lisa Shine, 1:19.06.
Yeah, so quite those even times across those 3 heats. We're going to have a mix of all 3 in tonight's final. Definitely with that fastest time from Memphis, and then Claudia in heat 1. And then don't be forgetting Grace, also got a 1:16 in heat 2, adding in the others around that as well. So it's going to be exciting.
Definitely. And now on to event 14, our 15-year-old boys 100-metre breaststroke. We have 4 heats in this one. In our first one, we have 3 swimmers, 2 being our visitors.
And they're off on away. It can be, yeah, as we said, a little bit easier just having a smaller pool with only 3 swimmers in there across the middle ones and really attacking it. We've got Ari Narayan, who's one of our visitors from Hamilton Aquatics in 5. And then we've got Cody in 4, also one of our visitors from Starplex, and then Harrison Baxter in 3 from Surrey Park. But yeah, Ari really attacked that first 25 metres. He's just out in front here, but they're sticking with him. It's good, as I said, they're all in the middle of the pool. They can all be, you know, across what each other's doing.
They're probably definitely feeling each other next to, you know, eyesight. But yeah, it's hard in breaststroke because you're not meant to be looking, so across the pools.
It has to be that peripheral vision. I mean, like goggles go all the way wrapped around the side of the faces now, so there's that.
You can possibly just see water being splashed, so both Harrison and Ari most likely won't be seeing each other, but Ari looks like we'll be taking out this heat. Our visitor in a time of 1:15.15.
And so we've got 4 heats in this event here for the boys.
Nice starts there with Daniel Nguyen having the best reaction time.
Tell us a little bit more about reaction times.
It's definitely important in swimming. You want to be out there first, but you don't want to go too quick because then you get a DQ for false starting. But yeah, you definitely want that reaction.
Well, it's pretty good we haven't had any DQs so far and no infraction reports.
I think there's been one.
Oh, you think there's been one?
Earlier on in the morning.
Oh, that didn't circle back here, but, well, that's the way it goes. Sometimes you learn that's what it is. Great if it doesn't happen, but you know, you take it away and you learn from it for next time.
Absolutely. And the thing is, we also have quite a few, I think, cameras around for this meet, so it's becoming more fair. So it's not just for our technical officials to see above water. There's also below water.
We've got our Hawkeye technology, so there's a camera that's directly over the pool that would have spotted Daniel Nguyen's win there, 1:10.73, followed by Nathan Nye. Oh, apologies, it was Oscar Dingwall in form, followed by Nathan Nye and then Daniel Nguyen in third. Yeah, so there's cameras, our Hawkeye technology, Swimming Victoria working with the best technology, to be able to monitor our swimming, improve performance.
And we're so lucky to have it in Victoria where it all started.
As we move on to our third heat for the boys. We're looking at those times, but they're going to be hitting under that 1:10 mark. And that was a brilliant start by Billy Fisher in lane 7 from South Gippsland. Could throw a blanket across the middle of the pool now, going down from lanes 3 to lane 6. Really getting those shoulders up and out of the water as we come into that 50-metre mark. How high do you want to go?
It really depends. Some coaches are very much, not so much, stay, water level. Others are more whatever feels natural to you. So it really depends on one, your coach, and how you feel in the water. But you definitely want that hand movement, squeeze those shoulders to power through the water.
And powering through the water, we've got a bit of a battle on our hands from Ben Huang in 3 from Nuttawading, and from Phoenix, Jethro Yung, one of our visitors. Dax in lane 5, Jacob in lane 6.
It's anyone's.
And it is Dax, 1:08.77.
Followed by Jethro Yoon, our visitor, in 1:08.87, so that's only 0.1. Big difference. And on to our final heat, our fastest heat.
So yeah, we're definitely going to be wanting to hit around that 1:08 mark to make sure that we get into that final tonight, because that was a good fast heat, that one. Up to our final heat 4 of 4.
First, we're in our middle lanes, and that was Ashley Lansbury from DVE.
Yeah, I'd say there's some decent underwaters there. The length there, I want to highlight Liam Walker in lane 9. You can see compared to that previous heat that, their bodies aren't up as high. As you said, it is about time, but it's about coaching.
And the thing is, it might work for one athlete, but it won't work for the other athletes. So coaches have to be very adaptable.
And so Milo Dressel-DeBron leading out in front there at the 50-metre mark, and he's just out in front. He is being chased by Hamish right next to him in 3. And then we've got Ashley in 5 as well, but he is just that one stroke in front.
Must have had a really good turn, and that underwater pull out, pushing him in front.
Well, I'm interested to check out these times as they come into the wall here. Milo, Ashley, Hamish right in the middle. 1:08.77 was Milo, which was exactly what Dax got coming in that first place in that heat 3.
So they'll be qualifying for that final tonight.
Yeah, he definitely will, but it'll be interesting. There'll be a little bit of a mix from those first top heats. Well done to Hamish and Ashley as well. And now we're back to the girls. It's the 200-metre butterfly. And the if you're looking at the Victorian time that was made, it was 1978. Linda Hannell at 2:12.80 is the record.
That's crazy. That's a very long record. I wonder where Linda is now. Shout out to Linda if you're listening.
Well, you never forget swimming, do you? You end up staying in the community. The love of swimming doesn't go away.
No, it does not. It follows you for 20 years before you get back into the pool again. Which is what happened to me.
Speaking from experience.
Absolutely. So out in front we had Rihanna Chen.
And speaking of a fun fact from Rihanna Chen that we've got, she has been to 20 countries.
Wow, at such a young age.
That's incredible. Hopefully she's been swimming in all of those 20 countries. We'd love to see the pools from all around the world. And doing well they are. It is Annabelle Jorgensen who is in that first position at the moment as they've ticked off 50 metres and made that turn.
This is definitely a gruesome event, 200 fly.
Oh, I have absolute admiration for the girls in the water here with 200-metre fly. You really have to keep that energy up.
It's that kick that keeps you going. Like, it's so easy for that kick to drop off, but you need it to be able to push through, because it's also a mental game with butterfly. Your body's screaming at you, your lungs are screaming at you. And you're like, nope, I got to do this.
For everyone at home, that sounds like torture, but it really is quite satisfying as well. It's such a flow of a stroke, a flow of an event.
Like, I love that. I love butterflies, so if only I was good at it.
And we've got Judy coming up here in lane 3. It really is Judy, Rihanna, Annabelle, and Kira in 6 as well. Watching as they come into that final 50 metres. A few more cheers from the crowd as well. It's going to be that battle between Judy and Rihanna.
Yeah, they want to be pushing this last 25. Try not breathe as much.
And they're matching with their strokes, but Judy is just a hand behind as they've come out of sync just now. Pushing it to the wall is going to be Annabelle.
And you want that long stroke towards the end, because that's when you can push it slow. So finishing first, we had Judy in a time of 2:23.53.
She got it with that stroke.
It's that stroke. It is. You practice that long stroke at the end, because that's when you can cut off your stroke. And then you're making more strokes rather than
just really pip in front of your opponent. So a mix of times just there. Judy, with that 2:23. Rihanna just at that 24. And then a few more seconds behind then in those 2:30s. So there's only 2 heats of this, so we'll see what this next group can produce.
Yeah, not many people enter this event.
Well, we were talking about how you decide
which stroke you...
Yeah, and so how did you decide?
I think the stroke decides you.
Ooh.
Because it's more like what your body can handle. So, like these butterflies, their bodies are able to, handle the gruesome 200 events. So, and then like say with breaststroke, it's more flexibility. So those that are more flexible with their feet, and they're just more, they're better at it. So
yeah. No, I like that angle, perspective of it. And leading the way here, we've got Ariella Riley, who's one of our visitors from Hamilton Aquatics. She's just half a body length out in front from Michaela Larkin, who is from Cheltenham. And then behind is then in 7, we've got Grace Cox. And just on the other side is Ava Candy as well. So halfway down. Gosh, 200 metres is such a long way. The 16-year-old girls doing so well. Ariella just creeping out in front bit by bit in this third 50. And so we're looking at that arm over and breathing every second arm.
Yes, you don't want to be breathing every stroke because it can slow you down. And also you don't want those hips sinking into the water because then it's also a lot harder. It's that resistance, and so you want high hips, feet up and head down.
That's exactly what Ariella and Michaela are doing in this final 25 metres to come. We will be interested to see what their times are. So it was Judy 2:23.53 who was that first place in that first heat. And then it will then be that battle tonight in the final. Coming into the wall.
We have Ariella, our visitor, in 2:23.04, and close behind in second was Michaela Larkin in 2:23.14, and Ava Candid in Ballarat in 2:28.35. So they should all qualify for tonight's final.
Yeah, they will. And it will be a mix between, that Heat 1 and Heat 2. That is then meaning that Annabella Jorgensen gets in from Heat 1. Should be exciting.
It definitely should. Most of the girls would have conserved some energy for tonight, so they wouldn't have gone their quickest times. So now on to our boys. Event 16. 16-year-old boys trying to fly.
Yeah, I'm sure there's some rivalry between the boys and the girls as well.
I'm sure there is. At this age, you start,
I mean, we love participation. It's inclusive, all is welcome, but there is that friendly competition as well. We can't help ourselves, can we?
No, we cannot. And like these kids would have, grown up together over the years. So by 16 years of age, they know each other. They've been racing the same swimmers, so which is healthy. You need healthy competition. So and out in front from Warragul. Westbourne Swim Club. Owen had a very good start.
Yeah, beautiful underwaters.
Underwaters, yeah.
And really popped up at that final mark there. And again, at the 16 years of age mark as well, maturation happens with these boys, and so they're going to have those wider shoulders, that wider torso, therefore more power in the water to come up and over.
Yeah, the thing is, 16 is such a hard age for guys, because some of them are still got that late maturation, so some of them don't have those muscles like other boys do, so it's a very hard age. And for
those out there, maturation, aka the growth spurt.
Yes.
The height can change.
The muscles start changing, so...
Yeah, and so we're looking at the moment in 6, we have Blake Hughes. And Blake is from Western Melbourne Propulsion, and he's really propelling himself forward. He's almost looking like he's in a race of his own there, particularly for himself. And then in lane 4, we've got Riley Hodgins, I should say. And then Owen is chasing in 3. But, yeah, Blake pushing forward. Let's see what he can do in this final 50.
Definitely. Well, what's his entry time?
Let's find out. All right.
From DVE's coming in fast. He was quite ahead in the 150 mark.
So, yeah, that is Riley. He is only half a body length now behind Blake. This was the time to pick up the pace. You can hear maybe in the background the crowd go, go, which is timing with every time the swimmer is up and out of the water. 2:15.84 Blake has got.
And in second we had Riley Hodgins in 2:16.83, and in third Owen Kruger in 2:23.09.
And now we only have 2 heats in this 200 free for the 16-year-old boys. So it will be interesting to compare those times, because it was very much a mix of the girls that will be getting into the final tonight. We'll see what happens here in this fastest second heat.
And into the water we have heat 2 out first. We had from lane 7, Edward O'Connor, but out in front from Surrey Park, George Huang.
Yeah, George really off to a good start there, but yeah, you have to be looking at those outside lanes as well. But sometimes what happens is you go too hard, too soon,
Too fast,
and
yeah.
you just burn yourself out as well. So really it is about that plan. But yeah, 200 metres is a long way though, as you said. It's grueling. It's a lot of energy.
Absolutely, and you want to conserve that energy with your underwaters. So the further you can go, you're conserving that energy to be able to then use it in your race.
And so yeah, George really pushing out in front now. We've got Harry in 3 and the white cap behind him on one side at the top. And then we've got Peter in 5, but Keon in 6 as well. Keon Power from Lilydale as well in the mix. But how do you learn the dolphin kick, Anya?
As I said before, you just got to practice. It's just that whole body movement. It's not just in your legs. It starts from just below, I guess, your rib cage, and you want to just, it's the core working very hard.
Because you can hardly see their legs. They're completely underwater, except a couple. There's this little kick.
Yeah, you definitely want that
splash
kick happening,
underneath,
because you want to have that kick up and that kick down. So, but George is having a beautiful race, and his stroke is just beautiful and efficient, and he just seems to be just on that surface, which is what you want.
Yeah, he looks focused as well. Breathing every second stroke. Oh, as I just said that, he's put another extra one in.
I was going to say he's hurting.
You can see the finish line though. The wall is coming.
Oh, it sometimes just doesn't feel like the wall's coming.
Not soon enough. But I'm interested to see his time, and it's going to be that battle for the minor places here, as times are the most important at this point. 2:12.74.
And in second we had Harry Coomer in at 2:16.42. In third, Peter Behrens in at 2:16.99. So they should both qualify.
Yeah.
All 3 of them should qualify.
All 3 will, and a couple of the others, but then it will also be, Riley from Heat 1 will have got in, as well as Blake. A bit of a mix. So, yeah, some seconds knocked off it. We'll see what can happen in the final. So as we move to the girls, event 19, 17 to 18 years of age, it's the breaststroke, 100 metres this time. And so Anya, how would you be recovering, or how would you be recommending to recover from the heat session in the morning to turn around and
make sure you do a really good
get
cool
finals
down, get that lactate out. And
how many meters would that be for the for people at home?
It's very much also personal dependent, coach dependent, but I would probably aim around 600 to a K of recovery, especially if you're only doing that one race for the day, and then good hydration, good food, and if you're able to, have a good snooze.
Yeah, we love a good nap.
Definitely a nap. That's the best recovery if you're able to fall asleep, because I know I can't. I just lie there restless in bed.
Well, it could be all the nerves as well. It's buzzing here at Age Champs, and so halfway through we've got Jasmine Lyles in 4, 35.02, and then she's followed by Amity, and then Lucy either side of her in lanes 5 and 3. And we're getting a bit rowdy, I feel, in the crowd here, Anya. What do you think? You can hear the people
Absolutely, and it's going to just get more electric as the week goes on, especially night time. So, and we've been blessed with very good weather for this.
It's gorgeous
5 days,
today,
so
but wowee, it's looking at, what is it, 39 degrees on Monday?
I think it's 41 now.
Oh,
so
dear.
Good luck.
I
won't be here, but
I want to be in the pool.
you might be able to at the end of the day.
1:14.35 it is for Jasmine. And then coming in that second placing, 1:17.64. We'll see as the heats get a little bit faster. Yeah, you want to be placing that, top 1, 2, even though it's all about that time. But yeah, it'll be a great place to be in the pool for the next few days. I have jumped in the pool after a session. So
Well, you might need to bring
that's
your...
probably going to be my plan again.
especially on Monday.
And so, so it is a long championship, especially if you're doing multiple events.
It's a long championships. I know that I recently went up to the Gold Coast for Masters Pan Packs, and by the last day 4, I was wrecked. I had 14 events all up, but
You know what? Lucky these guys are now on school holidays. They can just chill
Absolutely.
from Thursday to Christmas and enjoy themselves.
Parents, let them rest.
Definitely. Be kind. Let them rest. All right. So looking at our halfway mark here, 100 metres down, Farida Taha in the time of 34.87. Riley following, Skylar following 5 and 6. So 4, 5 and 6. Our lanes to be watching at the moment. Doing a good job. Kate in lane 3, Annabelle in lane 2, but it is that 4, 5 and 6. Farida leading the way from Surrey Park. And Surrey Park,
I think it's a Surrey Park thing, so I think they are quite good breaststrokers there. So it's funny, sometimes you see clubs being good at certain strokes. So whether it's the coach just preferential stroke or just happen to have all talented swimmers in the one stroke, but we have Farida Taha coming in first in time of 1:14.03. In second, we had Riley in 1:16.66, and in third, Skylar in 1:18.12.
well done, girls.
And now on to our last heat of our breaststroke. 17, 18-year-olds.
Just getting organised here up on pool deck. We want to thank all our technical officials, actually. We wouldn't be able to run the champs without them. But our swimming Vic crew as well. And all our volunteers just from all our clubs.
Absolutely. So, includes parents as well. So, thank you to them all. Good luck for the next 5 days. Not just the swimmers, but
the supporters.
We might all be going to that pool on Monday.
That'd be fun. A bit of a jump in could create a world record, that kind of thing.
Could be.
Different kind of style. But out in front, we have Alana Torrance in lane 4. Really speedy right here. She qualified and without an entry time of 1:12, so we'll be looking to see what she can do around that. But you want to at least be hitting 1:14 to be able to get into that final tonight.
She's apparently a black belt in Taekwondo.
I love that.
So she's multi-talented.
Love that. And so we have so many talented athletes. Jessica Wilson in lane 3 chasing her at the moment. Jess also in our Swimming Vic 2024 pathways. And then we've got Anita, and if I could say her name correctly, Alita in lane 2 as well. Watching on the other side of the pool in lane 7, Stella is also up there, and she has got that second placing. So Alana 1:12.24, and that was around that 1:12 mark. 1:12.25. And so she will definitely be making the final. That is the fastest qualifying time. Stella in second, 1:15.85, which means that the girls from our previous 2 heats will be making that final tonight. Farida, Riley, Jasmine from Heat 1 as well will be in that.
Now on to event 20, well, our 100-metre breaststroke for 17, 18-year-old boys. 3 heats. Best for reaction speed, we had Edward Meddings from Ballarat Gold. So comfortably out in front, we have Lachlan Chan.
Yeah, Lachlan Chan. And look, we will confess that we have soft spot for Ballarat because we're Ballarat girlies. So
yes,
go regional Victoria.
Definitely.
But we support swimming in general, and it is, Lachlan Chan who is out in front. Lachlan from Nuttawading, a great big club here in Melbourne. And then in 2, Edward Meddings at the moment. It's going to be that battle for those minor places for those times because Lachlan is definitely comfortable out in front. We've got Hugh Cran, we've got also Luca in 6 as well. And don't be forgetting Tom.
Tom, coming strong. So might finish 3rd. Yep, Tom finished 3rd in 109.17. 2nd we had Edward Meddings. 108.21, so both Ballarat boys. And in 1st, Lachlan Chan in 104.05.
Yeah, nicely done. All right, so that's what we're looking for. We've got a mix of entry times across our 3 heats. So I'm going to say, around that 104 to 106 mark is what you're going to want to be hitting to be making that lane in the final.
That's actually quite fast.
We're only just getting better and better.
Oh, absolutely. First day, they're all full of energy, so.
Well, even looking at technology, we're here along a bunch of coaches and the teams here, and they've got iPads, they've got tablets filming the races, and they're going through post-race with their swimmer and pointing out different pieces of feedback to improve for the next one, and that's instant. You don't have to wait.
No, not these days anymore. I guess even with our broadcast, you can also go back to, I know when I was swimming States when I was younger, there was no such technology available, so it was only, if you parents were,
had the video cam,
well
the
to have the camcord, but out in front here, comfortably we have Jacob, Nemo, but next to him, Felix is also having a good end to the race, but it's Jacob that finishes in 106.99 and Felix 106.99, so very, very close.
Very close, and it is, we thought maybe that 106 time might be what they're needing to make, because a few people will be looking to push that in this next heat. Our final one, 3 of 3, our boys 17 to 18 breaststroke, 100 metres it is. We were talking about a lot of these boys might have done a VCE subject.
True, yes, so they would have just finished, got their results on Thursday.
Yeah, so hopefully that pressure is, lowered in one space and, it's put positively, hopefully, in the pool in another space. Because swimming can be fantastic for balancing life.
Yes, absolutely. You need that outlet, especially a stressful year of year 12, year 11, so.
Yeah, and so looking at the pool out in front here in lanes 5 and 6, we've got Thomas and Ryan. Don't forgetting 4 though, Nicholas to pass as well. Let's see, and they're the top 3 at that 50-metre turn here. 50 metres to go, some beautiful underwaters. Everyone was underwater for a second for that point in time. And it's going to be that battle between, 4 and 5.
Even lane 6, so the 3 of them.
Yeah. They're looking up, they're looking forward, there's focus. Big kick at the back. And it's about pairing it all together, but just that body length in front. He picked up that pace,
Yes.
Nick, in lane 4. So let's check out his time. So Nick and Thomas, but both from Caulfield Aquatics, would have also had that battle in training. 105.42, 106. Great. So that time tonight is probably then pushed out into that 108 mark, with a few of them making that in. And so we can see what they come up with later.
It's going to be very tight, that's for sure, to make that final. There was quite a few 108s, so I think it'll be up to those tenths of a second.
So we're now moving along to our first of our backstroke events for today. Our event 21, girls 12 years, 200 metre backstroke. We have 3 heats. Our backstroke ledges have all just been finally set up by our parent volunteers and Swimming Victoria officials. These allow all our athletes to get a nice, fair and even start. Our Victorian age group record sits at a 2:25.52, set back in 2008 by Hayley Baker, who went on to represent Australia in this exact event at both World Championships and Commonwealth Games. We've had a fantastic morning so far of swimming, with, I would say, it's probably in excess of 100 PBs swum so far this morning.
It's that first day. Kids have energy. They're excited. No fatigue has set in just yet, so...
Yeah, definitely started off nice and strong. So these 12-year-olds, some of them did swim earlier in the 100-metre freestyle, and some of them will be up for their first event of the program in this 200-metre backstroke. Some of them being first time at state championships. Those swimmers who have already qualified for finals tonight will be making sure they've completed their swim downs in a timely fashion and starting their recovery process, which includes eating, and if they don't have any other swims, getting out of here before too long to ensure that they can maybe get home for a rest between heats and finals.
Definitely that post-race recovery is so important, especially those that qualified for tonight.
Yeah, with a 5-day meet, if you don't start your recovery well on day 1, by the end of day 5, it does affect your performance. So it's really important, even from this younger age, these athletes learn what works for them, both through fueling and rest.
And the girls are ready. So we've got event 21, 200 metre backstroke.
So 3 heats here. So all of our heats are seeded. So our athletes will be spread evenly across the 3 heats. And Aria in lane 4, off to a nice strong start. They're using good underwaters and popping up in the lead through this first 25 metres. So in backstroke, it's really important that these swimmers try and keep their tempo of their arms up throughout this 200. As we approach the first turn, it is Aria in the lead, turning through in a 35.98, followed by Anna and Miley sitting in third.
Like we were saying before, butterfly can be gruesome, but backstroke can be just as gruesome for the legs. Kicking for 200 can burn those legs.
Yeah, especially when they come to that third 50, trying to work the wall, and then keeping those kicks going nice and strong kicking, but also making sure its feet are up nice and high to reduce that resistance. Aria's doing a fantastic job as she turns through the 100 in a 1:15.38, followed by Anna, with Bridie Steele now moving into third place.
Yeah, Ari looks like she's got a really nice stroke going. She's not fighting that water.
Yeah, definitely keeping that smooth tempo going, looking nice and relaxed on her recovery. Anna sitting a little bit close to the lane rope in lane 5. That is the challenge, although it's sort of an inside pull, it is sort of an outside pull. This roof is not the easiest to follow along with. There's not so many lines on it, so it is a little bit harder than a normal indoor pool to follow along in that straight line. So the trick is to try and keep that lane rope in the corner of your eye to help you make sure you're in a straight line.
Yeah, I think it's the middle lanes that have got a bit of an advantage with this roof, but
yes, there's the walkway right down the middle of the pool that you can sort of follow nicely. It sits pretty much right above lane 4, and Ari is definitely doing a great job here in this opening heat of the girls' 12 years 200 metre backstroke. She's going to come into the wall and take it out in a time of 2:36.53.
in second we have Anna Kane, and in third Bridie Steele.
Yeah, strong swims from those opening heat. With only 3 seeded heats, our 10th place qualifier based on times heading into the meet was a 2:45.74. But based on that opening heat, it might be a little bit faster than that. So we had 5 swimmers at a 2:46.05 or faster in that opening heat. So nice strong start for our 12-year-old girls 200 metre backstroke in our opening heat as we now move along to heat 2. So some of these swimmers have been up earlier today in the 100 freestyle and putting up some good performances there. Strong start. That was good underwaters, held a good streamline, popped up with good speed.
They'll be wanting to ease into their stroke for this second 50. Returning in first is Kira.
So he used that good start, kept the momentum going all the way through that first 50 and is maintaining a slight lead here.
Coming up behind her is Jemana Barmy from Nunawading next to her. So it looks like she's taken that lead on this 50. And in third, We had Yuan Zhu from Laverton Wyndham.
So we go through the 100-metre turn in a 1:15.43. Kira pops up first, but Jemana really worked those underwaters and extended a lead out to almost half a body length. Kira's now trying to respond in the swimming portion of this third 50 by increasing her stroke rate just a little bit.
She's definitely pushing that 50, so hopefully she has those legs for the last 50.
Yeah, now's a really important time to try and make sure that you're using your legs, but making sure they're nice and high up in the water, so they're not creating any extra drag. And she kept that 50 under the 40-second mark in that third 50, so it'll look here to come home nice and strong, increase that stroke rate with 25 metres left to swim to position themselves well for tonight's final. You'd expect both Kira and Jemana to progress through to tonight's final with this strong swim where they've got 15 metres to go, swimming side by side. And currently sitting in third in lane 2 is Rihanna.
And coming out in first in the war, it is Jemana in a time of 2:33.95, followed by Kira, and then in third, Raina Snyders from Geelong in 2:39.60. And on to our final heat. And the ledges are just being put back into the water before the swimmers get the all clear to enter the water.
Yeah, so those backstroke ledges have made a big difference to the backstroke. It means that everyone's able to get a nice even start and set the height that they want that ledge individually. Just like the kicker on the block, you can set it to sit just above the waterline, so 4 centimetres above the waterline, 2 centimetres above the waterline, at the waterline, 2 centimetres below the waterline, or 4 centimetres below the waterline. So you've got 5 different choices, just like on the blocks, for what your personal preference is, and it gives you just a little bit more security. Your toe does have to be sitting on the touchpad, not on the ledge. So you need to make sure toes on the touchpad, but then sort of your foot can be sitting on that ledge. Just gives a little bit extra push and security off that wall.
Now in front we had lane 2, Zoe Clemenson from Melbourne Swimming Club.
Yeah, really nice strong swim from Zoe Clemenson. Our other Zoe in this field is another member of our junior talent squad at Swimming Victoria. And as well as being a swimmer, she's represented her school team at a national level at volleyball. So definitely a multi-talented athlete there.
You do see quite a few of our swimmers also participate in different sports. And I think that's important, not just, at a young age, not just be in one sport.
It definitely helps you become a more rounded athlete and person by doing lots of different things at a young age.
So it looks like we have a nice battle between lanes 2, 3, 4 and 5 going into this first 100.
Yeah, Zoe, Ada, Zoe and Amelia all going stroke for stroke through this first 100 as we approach this turn. There's Ada, who leads through in a 1:17.10. Yeah, during day 1 of our 2024 Mattioli Victorian Age Long Course Championships. Our major sponsor is Mattioli. Mattioli has 50 years of experience of building and upgrading pools. This partnership with Swimming Victoria will collaborate with Swimming Victoria as a leader for fostering better swimming facilities and opportunities across the entire region of Victoria. So we thank Mattioli for their partnership of Swimming Victoria and the 2025 Victorian Age Long Course Championships.
So turning in for that last 15 first was Amelia Wu in a lane 5.
She's keeping that tempo nice and smooth, but coming through in lane 4 is Zoe, and Zoe does look like she's moved into the lead here with 25 metres left to swim. Zoe was the fastest seed, coming into this at a 2:35, and is really accelerated in this last 50 to pull out to almost a body length lead as she comes underneath the flags and will take heat 3 out in a time of 2:36.97. Ahead of Zoe Clemenson and Amelia Lowe in third. Welcome Chelsea back into the commentary box as we are now going to move on to event 22, the boys 12 years 200 metre backstroke.
Yeah, backstroke, man. Moved on. Now, Nick, remind me of your strokes.
Backstroke was my favourite stroke.
I knew it.
You know, as a little kid, you didn't have to put your face in the water, so that was a bonus. But then when I grew to like swimming, definitely it was my preferred stroke. Our Victorian record for this sits at 2:12.20, set back in 2010 by Nicholas Grunwald. Another one of those age group records that Nick Grunwald set. We have 4 heats of our 200 metre backstroke for the boys, with heat 1 behind the blocks.
I know. I mean, there is just so much growth between, 12 years of age. I'm looking at our crew on the blocks at the moment, and, the young'uns, new experiences. As we said, this might be their first age. This could be their first event if they've only entered in backstroke. It's a super exciting time up until, we've got our 17, 18-year-old boys, and, the journey they've been on. They all have to start somewhere, and they started under 12s, and as you said, backstroke can absolutely be your favourite when you're that age, when you're figuring out what strokes you like best.
And I think this is also a good time to speak about one of the activations that are at the event here, which is the H2O Grow program that is being put together by Swimming Australia and Swim Victoria in partnership with a university. And that studies the growth and maturity of our athletes over time. Because, especially in age group swimming, we all grow and develop at different stages, and it is important to remember that. Obviously, if you are a little bit behind your others in terms of your growth and maturity levels, you are going to be at a disadvantage. But in the long run, it does all even out, so you do have to persevere. And part of that H2O Grow program is they take some measurements from you and over time and against your parents, and they can sort of predict when you're going to have your growth and as you develop. So if you're the smallest at 12, doesn't mean you're going to be the smallest at 22, or it doesn't mean you're going to be, if you're the tallest at 13, doesn't mean you are going to be the tallest by the time you finish growing. So we all grow and develop at different stages, and it is important, although we compete in the age groups, that some of our physical maturity levels are different from our age levels.
Yeah, absolutely, and it's cool. That is so cool to be able to find out, and it is that combo of nature, which is what we've been talking about, but also nurture. We have fantastic coaches. It's about approach. It's about commitment. Yeah, the commitment to the training in the week. These boys are doing so well. We've got Zihan out in front here at this halfway mark. It's still very close. They're neck and neck at the moment between Owen and Bryce as well. But they've put in a lot of hours in the pool to be able to, get to here at ages to be in this heat.
Yeah, so these 12-year-old boys, some of them might be sort of on to their last week of primary school next week. So they'll be excited to be finishing primary school, some of them, but they've had to work hard to be here to be able to swim at the age state championships. So they've put in the effort and they deserve to be rewarded.
Absolutely. Even if there is different types of reward as well, even if that reward is a massive hug from, one of their parents at the end of the day, just to be like, you did it, mate. You did it.
Exactly.
It's an exciting time as they come into this final 50 metres now. They're watching the big sail that we have here over the outdoor pool at MSAC. I'm sure they're finding their line, because one of the things that you do learn in backstroke as well is to not zigzag through that lane. You don't want to be bumping into that lane rope, so they've done really well here as well in the final 25 metres.
Yeah, Zihan's really accelerating his stroke rate in this last 50 and has put together a fantastic swim. All three boys look on track to be swimming under their entry time as we come underneath the flags, and Zihan takes this heat out in a 2:49.64 ahead of Bryce and Owen in third. 3 PBs from the 3 swimmers.
And Bryce is stoked. Oh, he's so happy. He was looking up into the crowd. I'm pretty sure I heard a "Go Bryce," which was, from someone that he's known, and we were just talking about that. Even like that is pure joy. What a heartwarming reward.
So he's a Ballarat boy, so he's obviously had to travel down for these championships, and it's good reward to see a nice PB after putting that effort in.
Exactly, and when you travel from the countries for age, we appreciate everyone doing so because it's accommodation, or you're staying with one of your relatives. You up early, you're in a different place that's not your own bedroom at home, and that's part of competition, right? You travel.
And it does set you up for future success, learning to sleep in a different bed and, experience maybe slightly different cooking or whatever it is, and how you can manage all that for a good performance. So in heat 2 here, Rain Lee in lane 4 off to a nice strong start. So Rain is our 3rd fastest athlete based on our seed times, the 2:37.00 from Oasis Otters, and he's really attacked this opening 50 as he goes through and turns in a 35.91 ahead of Danielle and Evan.
Really even across the middle of the pool here at the moment, and you can see all their arms coming nice and strongly across the water, turning their hands, putting that pinky in first. It's good to see. But we were talking about, food and, what you do with your time and your travel. We're so lucky that MSAC, the Melbourne Sports and Aquatic Centre, is so central, being here in Albert Park, home of the Grand Prix, many other events as well. But word on the pool deck and up in the stands is, the South Melbourne market is only like a couple of 100 metres away. They say after, the morning's heat sesh, they go and get a barack.
Well, you've definitely been talking to the people who think with their stomach, which is I think the majority of the people in the swimming community. We do like to have a little bit of a snack every 5 minutes or so.
Well, so speaking of snacks, what would they be doing to recover? So at the moment we've got, Danielle and Rain in 3 and 4 and Evan in 5. We've kind of got a bit of a diagonal line across the pool from lanes 4 to lanes 8. What would they be doing to recover for tonight? What would they be eating?
So post-swim, whether it's just, I always love to eat a banana straight after I swam, before I even got to the cool-down pool. So it was almost like out of the pool, grab a banana, eat that while I'm talking to the coach and walk into the cool-down pool. Then I've got at least some fuel in before I get my cool-down in. And then I need to start thinking about, if that's the last swim of the session, a proper meal, because I probably won't have time for dinner before I swim again tonight. So I need to make sure I have my big meal sort of at lunch, and then maybe another lighter meal and snack if you wake up from a snooze or a rest or whatever you do. And it is Rain who is going to take this heat 2 out in a nice strong swim of 2:37.46 ahead of Evan in second and Danielle Elijah battling for third. So we're now moving along to heat 3 of our boys 12 years 200 metre backstroke.
And even for these, young swimmers, to get into their proper race bathers, their gear.
That is and there is an art and a science behind getting to your bathers.
Explain more, yep.
Then they're not what I would call everyday wear. You don't put them on like they're your favourite trackies when you're lounging around at home. They're the special occasion, and they're very tight, not comfortable to be worn for a long period of time. So you need to make sure you know how long it takes to get them on. So most of the swimmers will warm up in their normal training bathers, and then probably from funky trunks. And then once they've done their warm-up, they'll dry off, put their racing bathers on, and then head to self-marshalling to get themselves ready. And then post their swim, if that's their only swim to the day, a lot of the swimmers should take their racing bathers off before they even do their cool-down to get out of them, help those racing bathers last longer, make sure you're not feeling so uncomfortable, and then get ready for your next event and get those bathers dry, ready for the finals tonight.
Yeah, it's a process.
And especially the first couple of times you have a pair of racing bathers, you do need to work out how long it takes. It's always good to do sort of a trial run at home to how to get them on, make sure they're on properly, so you're not in your first event panicking, I can't get my bathers on, because the more you panic, the harder it is to get them up.
Well, we do talk about, preparation is key, and also learnings, like, race days, if it's the first one, under 12s, here. There's so many learnings and takeaways that you do, and you apply things for the next time. And so we have Archie Smith in lane 4 doing a fantastic job here. He is really blitzing it out in front. We do have on the chase, though, Thomas Poppins in lane 5. We'll see how much he can close that gap in between him in this final 50. And then on the other side of him, we've got Jaden Zhang in lane 3. They're our top 3 leaders at the moment as they come into the final 50.
Yeah, Archie Smith, our South Gippsland Bass swimmer, has done a really good job about maintaining that tempo all the way through this race, managed to keep that third 50 under the 40-second mark. And he's got 15 metres left to swim. He's got nice long arms here, which you see a lot of backstrokers have, using that length and leverage. With 5 metres left to swim, he's opened up about a 10-metre lead on Thomas Poppins, and it will be Archie Smith who takes it out in a 2:24.66. Nice strong swim for a PB. Thomas coming in second, also swimming a nice PB. And the tight battle for third is going to go to Lucas Wang, our visitor in lane 6.
Yeah, nicely done for our heat 3. We still have one more heat to go in the boys 12 backstroke. And so we'll see what times, we're coming up against. But great to see these PBs. The boys should be really happy with all of their efforts. It's definitely not easy. We are admiring everyone that jumps in the pool today.
Yeah, and 200 backstroke is, I would argue, one of the tougher events on the program. Everyone will have their personal favourite for toughest event, but 200 backstroke is definitely up there as one of the tougher events on the program.
See, we were talking 200 butterfly was.
200 butterfly definitely is, but 200 backstroke's a different kind of tough.
Okay, okay.
200 butterfly is just tough to get through, whereas 200 backstroke hurts.
But in the good kind of hurt.
Yeah, good kind of hurt. They all hurt, but yeah, it's and the better you get at them, I'm just going to let you in on a secret, the more they hurt.
There needs to be a little asterisk, so yep, in the good kind of way.
Yep.
Wow, look at that. Start off there to Oscar Zhu in lane 4. How important is the start in backstroke?
It's really important to make sure that you're getting that position right on the block. And it is a bit of personal preference. For our dives in our other strokes, the technique is a little bit closer, whereas you see with the position a lot of the swimmers getting in the backstroke start is unique to them. And it's really important to get a nice clean entry on that pushback. It is like a reverse dive. You want your fingertips to enter the water first, and then your whole body slicing through that one hole in the water so you can carry as much speed in as possible.
And yeah, he's really speeding away just here, Oscar.
So it is Harry out in lane 4 here in heat 4, and he is leading through the first 100 and is putting together a great swim here, keeping that tempo nice and high, with Fraser Blair from MLC maintaining a strong hold of second place as we move through this third 50. So Harry was our fastest seed by a fair amount here in this fourth and final heat of the boys' 12 years 200-metre backstroke, and he's putting together a great heat swim as he turns through the 150-metre mark, gets a couple of dolphin kicks in as he pops up, and is underway with 30 metres left to swim as Fraser Blair turns through with 50 to go himself. But Harry's put together an absolutely fantastic swim, continuing to extend his lead. He's keeping that tempo up nice and high with a nice strong kick. Those toes are up nice and high in the water, so his legs are up high, his hips are up high, so less resistance, so he can work on all about the self-propelling himself forward. And he touches first in a 2:24.79, which is a nice small little PB, with Fraser coming in second, also swimming a PB, and a nice tight battle for third, with Leon just getting a touch ahead of Xander. We're now going to move along to event 23, the girls' 14 years 100-metre backstroke. Our Victorian age record sits at a 1:02.40, set in 2010 by Hayley Baker. And this is another event that athletes are able to qualify for age nationals. So the age national qualifying time is a 1:11.20. So if you're someone who's watching at home who has a friend here, that's the time that they will be chasing. If they've told you that they're chasing their age national qualifying time. And with the strength in this field, you're going to have to be pretty close to that age national qualifying time, maybe even faster, to make it into the final.
Yeah, it is quite fiercely competitive. And it's just fantastic to even just see all the numbers of everyone involved in swimming, especially, post-pandemic. Today, for this week, we have over 1,400 athletes involved in age here.
That's incredible. And the qualifying times have been made tougher to try and reduce the number, and we still end up with over 1,400 athletes.
That's amazing. And so those over 1,400 athletes are entering in over 5,000 events.
So underway here in heat 1 of 5. A really strong start from Phoebe Balcombe of Traralgon in lane 3, and she leads through the opening 25 of this opening heat.
Yeah, and I want to point out a great start as well to lane 9, Ava Bloomfield as well. Down the bottom there.
So Phoebe is maintaining her lead after that first 25 as she looks to turn first. Also in a battle out in lane 0 is Mika. So it is Phoebe from Mika, with Pippa sitting in third through the first 50.
Yeah, Mika really swimming a race on her own here at the top in lane 0. Going past all of our beautiful event signage as well. And it's neck and neck as they're coming past us here in commentary. I couldn't even tell them apart just now in the lead.
And they won't be able to see each other that far apart in backstroke, so it's all about making sure you put in a good effort, disregard anyone else, and it is Phoebe who holds on to that early lead and touches first in a 1:12.86. Nearly a 3.5 second PB there.
That's awesome. Throwing out PBs everywhere. You get a PB, you get a PB, but it's all them.
Yes, I wish it was that easy to get a PB. As we now move along to Heat 2.
We do. It was. It's been great watching the short course world champs on 9, because even just world records are being smashed out. Like everyone, everywhere, from grassroots to where we are, all the way to the top. Everyone is just improving. They're excelling. It's great to see.
There have been some swims at World Championships that have just been out of this world fast, just unbelievably quick. And it's all been down to good skills. Pretty much every single person who set a world record at World Short Course, they've just had the best skills in the race. So that shows how important it is to listen to your coach through your development years, to focus on those underwaters, to focus on those streamlines, to focus on those turns, to focus on those finishes, because they make a difference.
Yeah, and to turn up ready to training, you know, like keeping that good attitude, because it's so early in the morning. These guys would be getting up to train early, or even just, you know, having talent identified in yourself and being like, you know what, I'm going to step up into that space and commit.
And Zoe Benson here from Warrnambool done a fantastic job off that turn to maintain her lead. Got out to about the 8 metre mark underwater, keeping her stroke rate nice and high as Chloe in lane 1 starts to challenge her with 15 metres to go. So Zoe, from that strong underwater work off both the start and turn, looks like she's going to take this second hit out, but Chloe just gets her on the wall in a 1:13.64 with Zoe in second and Hannah in third. Again, lots of PBs happening there in Heat 2. As we now move on to our first of our seeded heats, Heat 3. So this is where we're going to start to have some of these swimmers eyeing off that national qualifying time. Some of them have already got it and probably feeling relaxed. There'll be a few swimmers who will have those nerves building about can I hit that time of a 1:11.20 this morning and qualify for nationals for the first time.
Yeah, that's what I love about swimming as well, that, you know, you are racing the person next to you in the pool, but you're really racing a time. It's both.
Yeah, whether it's your personal best, your goal time, a national qualifying time, whatever it is you against the clock, which is essentially you against yourself. Really strong start in the middle of the pool from Madeline Harvey. Also swimming strongly out in lane 0 is Phoebe Scarf.
Yeah, doing incredibly well there. Very close in lanes 4 and 5 between Maddie and Hannah. Let's see at this turn. Now 100 metres, it's quicker. We've been, you know, doing some 200s this morning. So it is a quick turnaround. Maddie out in front, and Phoebe, as you mentioned, at the top of the pool in lane 0. Be watching out for her, the slightly yellow cap. Maddie can't see her, as you mentioned.
No, so Maddie's
out in the wing.
Maddie's cleared out in the lead, keeping that tempo going nice and strong, but that battle for second is really tight between Phoebe, Octavia and Hannah. But it will be Madeline who takes this Heat 3 out in a fast time of 1:07.75, followed by Octavia with Hannah in third and Phoebe Scarf in fourth in a 1:11.37. So just outside that national qualifying time for Phoebe. The other girls had already swum under that time, so Phoebe's gone very close, but she's also given herself another chance, most likely by finishing fourth in that heat. Will potentially get another chance tonight, depending on what happens in the next 2 heats. But as I said, it's going to be a tough final to make here.
Yeah, so many girls interested in this stroke as well at this age group. Now, Nick, can you tell us a little bit about that start on the backstroke ledges, but then how high do you want to aim to be out of the water? Are you planning to clear it with your body so that then you can clear it in a better arch as you dive back?
Yeah, so that ledge that will give you that security that if you do a nice strong push back, you will clear the water. And so the aim is to make sure you get those hips out of the water, clear the water, fingertips in first, like a reverse dive, then everything following through that same hole in the water, nice clean entry into a good streamline and through into your dolphin kicks. And Zara Olawani did a fantastic start and leads through this opening 50.
Yeah, looking very nice and strong. Clean, straight line as she heads back, under 25 metres to go. Just at the bottom of her body, we've got Asia and Jasmine either side of her. Jasmine picking up that pace just here. Is she going to be able to catch her? No, she's not going to be able to do that. With Zara with a 107.69. Jasmine in that second placing, 108.56, followed by Asia, 109.56 as well. So just that second behind. So in the mix of those times, they're being noted down.
Yeah, it does look like you're going to have to swim a very fast time to qualify for that final. Looks like a 110 might be required, maybe possibly even a 109. So our 14-year-old girls are not mucking around this morning.
Absolutely not. They mean business.
As we now move along to our fifth and final heat. There's a So the fifth heat is in the water now. Each going to do whatever their unique thing is to get themselves set on the blocks. And a lot of those swimmers in that heat were pulling themselves a long way out of the water. So it requires a lot of strength to then propel yourself backwards from that position.
And out comfortably in front we have Yara Jeffs from Yara Plenty Waves.
Yeah, so Kiara is talented across a number of events. We'll be seeing a lot of her at these championships. As she leads through this opening 50 in a 32.02, with Matilda in second and Vera in third. Kiara's doing a fantastic job of keeping that tempo up nice and high through this third 25. And then this is where this last 25 in this backstroke, your legs start to hurt. And it's really important that you try and keep that tempo up, keep your hips up, keep those legs going nice and strong. Kara's doing just that through the last 15 metres and extended her lead out to a body length and a half over Matilda Clark, with Vera just holding on to third position. But it is Kiara taking it out in a 107.42 ahead of Matilda and Vera in third. So another three swimmers under 110 mark, with Georgia Skinner in fourth place in a 110.64.
Now we move on to event 24, our boys 14-year-old 100-metre backstroke. We will have 4 heats in this event. Girls are just clearing the water.
Yeah, in between each event, the official you'll hear those 2 short whistles, and that will allow the athletes to clear the water. Between each heat, we do over the top starting, so that between each event it gives a chance for athletes to clear the water for the next event to get ready. This is another Victorian age group record that is held by Nicholas Gromwald at a 57.56 set in 2012.
Fastest reaction time was from Sebastian Mansfield, 0.66.
And he did use that reaction time to maintain his lead through the 15-metre mark. Reaction time, while important, is not everything. You'll often see the person who doesn't have the fastest reaction time pop up at the 15-metre mark in the lead. But Sebastian did maintain that early speed off the block into some good underwaters through that first 15-metre mark and has continued to lead through the first 50 in a 33.44. Again, strong underwaters, keeping that stroke rate nice and high. He's started to extend his lead here in this second 50 and is pulling out to almost a body length lead over Aiden in lane 2. Also swimming strongly in lane 7 is Joel Murdoch. And Joel's having a really strong second 50 and has come up alongside Sebastian in this last 25.
They can take it out. Right.
And it is just going to be Sebastian holding on ahead of Joel with Aiden in third. That underway here in heat 2. Our first of our seeded heats for our 14-year-old boys 100-metre backstroke.
Lane 5, Luca Lim had a really good start and then was the last one to come out underwater. So see how his race progresses.
So our 14-year-old boys are the youngest age group for our males that can qualify for age nationals, and they're chasing an age national time of a 107.00. So we're a number of boys here trying to hit that mark to give themselves a chance to swim at age national championships this year, as Luca Lim continues to lead through the first 50 metres from Jack and Angus.
Out in lane 1, Watkins having a good race as well.
Yeah, Watkins moved into third place ahead of Angus now. And Jack has taken over the lead and will take this heat out in a 1:04.52, followed by Luca, Wackham in third, and Angus in fourth. So our first two swimmers there are under that age national qualifying time, with Wackham and Angus very close to it as well. So they'll be hopefully looking to get another swim tonight based on their finishing position, to have another crack at it as we move along to heat 3. Our athletes by the age of 14 are well trained and know that in backstroke they need to move down the lane right so that the race behind them can get a fair start. It's all about looking after each other so they're not in the way at the wall. Move down the lane rope away from the next heat of athletes that will start. Then once the race starts, they'll clear the pool. Our fastest athlete based on seed times here is Liam Paulson from Camberwell Grammar Aquatic, the 1:03.00. So in this 100 backstroke, Daniel, what are you looking for some of these swimmers to do?
Keeping up their body, up surface level of the water, also their stroke rate, being high, especially considering it's just 100 metres. It's not just, but yeah, you want to...
It's definitely a sprint.
Yes, these days. And then fast into the wall and fast out of the wall and having good underwaters, because that can determine a winner.
Makes the difference. And Liam did a great job there, using that underwater work to extend his lead over Oliver out of that turn, and has maintained that half body length lead that he gained just through those underwaters. With 15 metres left to swim, he's still half the body clear of Oliver as they come underneath the flags, and it will be Liam who takes this heat out in a nice time of 1:02.60 ahead of Oliver.
It's a very close one at the end.
Yeah, nice strong swim there from our top two athletes, both in that 1:02 range.
Yeah, going back to underwater work, like you watch, Kaylee McEwen and Reagan Smith, like their underwaters are incredible, and it shows by their results that they get at championships. So I'd say work on your underwaters.
And that transition from the underwater to the swimming part, what's a key sort of focus that swimmers should be putting in?
It would be, the kick needs to, then progress from that dolphin kick into that, two-beat kick. So I guess higher, when you're doing a 100 sprint, obviously. But, you want to transition well. You don't want that stop between the two.
It's underway here in Heat 4. And Harry McCraw in lane 4 does lead through that first 15 metres, just ahead of Campbell alongside him. So all these boys here maintaining a nice strong tempo as we approach the 50-metre turn, and it will be Harry leading in 30.90 ahead of Campbell.
Pretty close in the middle, that's for sure.
And showing that all-important third 25 again. Harry has extended his lead through the 75-metre mark and is now out to almost a body length lead over Campbell. Probably saw the time from the heat before and thought he needed to post a pretty quick time to sort of grab a centre lane for tonight, and he's done that with a 1:02.96. Campbell in second and is us in third.
And that concludes our 100-metre backstrokes. And now we're going on to our 13-year-old girls 100-metre breaststroke. We've got 6 heats in this event, with a national time of 1:13.68. The girls will be aiming for.
First heat is on the blocks in this girls 100-metre breaststroke for our 13-year-olds. Our Victorian record sits at 1:11.66, set by Hayley McKinder in 2021. Chloe Hume is getting off to a nice strong start in lane 5 from Western Aquatic Academy Swimming Club, and she leads through the first 25. Chloe's got a nice low stroke, staying nice and low to the water, whereas Sasha and Estella are a little bit higher in the water, going more, trying to drive forward as they move between each stroke. So Estella's moving into the lead in a 41.60 through that first 50, but all three girls are in with a chance here in this opening heat of our 13-year-old 100-metre breaststroke. It does look like we are going to have a country winner with Estelle from Ballarat GCO, leading with 15 metres to go, just ahead of Chloe, and Sasha not far behind in third.
This would be their first race at state age, so well done, girls. So Estelle comes in first in a time of 1:28.30. It's a nice 2-second PB.
As we now move along to Heat 2.
Now, first was Zane.
Yeah, but nice even start across the field really through this first 25 here of Heat 2 of the girls 13 years 100-metre breaststroke. Looks like now Ava and Joni starting to move through, and over the far side Lexi and Amelie. So with 25 metres to swim here. In lane 6, it is Ava Smith who is leading. But moving past her over the far side, both Lexi and Amelie.
Having a good finish in lane 7 as well, Maggie. So in first was Emily Prince, time 1:27.91. In second we had Lexi 1:28.57, and in third Ava Smith 1:29.11. On to Heat 3.
So this is the last of the non-seeded heat. So again, we expect a pretty close across the field with all their entry times within about a second and a half of each other. And they'll be looking to post a time that sort of moves them up the rankings. They might not necessarily be thinking about a final, but if they can swim a nice PB, move into the top 30 on the final rankings.
Seems to be pretty even still. Maybe lane 4. Adriana having a good swim.
She turned first at the 50 and has just slowly extended her lead through this second 50 and getting nice support from the coaches and teammates at Melbourne Swimming Club. So she is going to take out this third heat of our girls' 100-metre breaststroke in a nice strong time of 1:24.46.
Followed by second Eve Weddle in 1:26.54, and in third we had Lexon Zhao in 1:27.07.
So we're now going to move on to our seeded heats. And this is where we might see some of those athletes who are chasing their age national qualifying time of 1:23.30. Some of our athletes sort of in lane 3, 4 and 5 have already achieved this. Those ones slightly outside those centre lanes will be looking to see how close they can get to that 1:23.30. Elsa Wang in lane 6 off to a good start, but Lucy Ma last at surface, but she surfaced in the lead. Really worked that strong split stroke in the underwater part of the breaststroke off the wall to capitalise on what you're allowed to do underwater in breaststroke, and she's continued to lead through this opening 50 with Tess sitting on her shoulder as they turn first and second in 36.03. Again, once again, really nice strong split stroke from Lucy Ma, and she's extended out to now a body length and a half lead over Tess, with Renee sitting in third in lane 2. Lucy's doing a fantastic job of just driving forward on those legs, stretching out nice and tall, making sure she's finishing her kick off before starting the next stroke. And she's going to take heat 4 out in a time of 1:16.54, ahead of Tess and Renee in third. So well done to Renee there from Yarra Plenty Waves, who swam under her national qualifying time for the first time there. As we move along to heat 5. Again, the last to come up there in lane 7 was Matilda Young from Ringwood, but she did come up in first through that first 15 metres. But Beth in lane 4 has now moved into the lead through 25. A visitor from Cradle Coast Aquatic. And it will be Beth who leads through the first 50 in a 36.11, followed by Sophia in lane 0. So Sophia's another one that might be chasing that national qualifying time, has given herself the best opportunity by getting out nice and fast.
Yeah, you definitely see the changes in the stroke between the slower heats to the faster heats. They seem to be more aggressive in their stroke.
Yeah, breaststroke is a really powerful and aggressive stroke, and it's probably a relaxing stroke when you're doing it slowly, but at speed, it's all about that power and aggression.
Yeah, it can be quite taxing as well. So in first we had Beth, our visitor, 1:17.21. In second we had Lucy Reid, and in third we had Amelia Grover. So on to our final heat.
A top 7 swimmers there. Top 7 swimmers swam under the national age qualifying time in that heat.
It's quite big.
That's not in the whole event, that's just in one heat.
Yeah. Well done, girls. See what this heat can do.
So Xu Tong in lane 4 does lead through the first 15 metres, closely followed by Charlotte Kelly in lane 3 and Maisie Graves in lane 2. And Xu Tong continues to lead as she approaches the 50-metre turn and will lead through in a time of 35.92, followed by Charlotte Kelly and Maisie in third. They saw the times of the heat before and know that they have to put in a good, strong swim here if they're to progress to tonight's final.
It'll be hotly contested, that's for sure. Got quite good times.
So Shutong continues to lead, but now moving through is this side of the pool with Arabella Johnson moving into second ahead of Maisie, and in fourth place Charlotte Kelly. So Shutong takes out a 1:16.38 from Arabella, Maisie in third. And Chelsea's back in the commentary seat with me as we move along to event 28, the boys 13 years 100-metre breaststroke.
Hello, everyone. And a big hello as well to Norelle Holding, listening, watching in all the way from Canada. She used to work for Swimming Victoria, was a big part of building up this broadcast channel. So a big thanks and hi to Norelle, and hi to everyone as well listening from wherever you are, all over the world, all over Australia, Victoria. We know that we have lots of family, friends, people interested in swimming, even other coaches from other states are probably watching in to see what talent we have here in the pool at MSAC today. It's a very exciting first morning here for our heats at MSAC.
And we've definitely shown that Victoria has plenty of talent this morning, as now heat 1 is on the blocks. Our Victorian record for our 13-year-old boys 100 breaststroke stands at a 1:08.05, set in 2021 by Nicholas Stupas, who we saw earlier in the more advanced stages now in his 100 breaststroke. So as well as heat 1 of our boys 13 years 100 breaststroke, we do have Alice Smith swimming in lane 9 from the girls 100-metre breaststroke. Doesn't seem to be intimidated by the boys. In fact, she's taking up against them quite nicely.
Go Alice.
That is Titus, who is leading through the opening 25.
Yeah, doing really well, Titus. Titus from Nuttawading. He also has his other club mate, Christian, right next to him in 6. So I'm sure they're quite familiar with each other. And so at the halfway mark, Titus with a time 37.16 on that turn, followed by Rory just in lane 4.
And Rory had a really strong turn and split stroke off the wall and has now moved just ahead of Titus. And Titus will have to respond in swimming speed to catch him, as we've got 25 metres to go. And it is Rory who's used that strong turn to maintain his lead with 15 minutes to go. It's almost a half a body length, but Titus is not letting him get away as they're starting to go stroke for stroke with 5 metres to go. It's all about getting your timing right to get your hands on the wall, and it does look like that Rory's just going to hold on in a 1:19.25 ahead of Titus, with the third place swimmer being Alice.
Good on Alice. It's great that they've been able to let her in that extra lane here in the first heat of the boys. Participation's key, and lots of learnings from marshalling to timings, and also good experience to be in a boys race as well up against them, and has got that third position. So well done to all of our swimmers in the pool for that race, as we move on to our second heat of 4 for the boys 13-year-old breaststroke. And it really came down to the line there on that one. And that was some good speed that got picked up. Heat 2. Here we are. Nick, the underwaters.
So it's different to all the other strokes. With your breaststroke, you're allowed to do, well, in Victoria we call it a split stroke. I think the rest of the world might call it a pull-out, but I'm calling it a split stroke because I'm a Victorian. And so it's essentially one breaststroke stroke you're allowed to do. One dolphin kick and then one breaststroke stroke. A little bit of a modification on the style of it, but it's all about being really powerful through each phase and making sure that you're being very streamlined while you're doing that.
Yes, you've just reminded me of, what do they say, potato cake, and then other people say potato scallop, and us Victorians are like, what are you talking about? We like doing it like that. And in lane 3, it's Quinn Richards with that split, at the halfway mark, 50, 32.64, and he's blitzing it out in front here in the blue cap. Following him is Johan or Jaden in the purple cap, and I believe he also had purple shorts to match. With his swim gear, but let's see the time that Quinn is going to get as he comes into the wall. He was not going to stop. 1:09.43, followed by Jaden, 1:12.64, and then in that third placing, 1:16.37 by Hang Tang in lane 6.
Yeah, really impressive swim there by Quinn. He's just absolutely destroyed his PB and just kept that stroke really long and smooth and efficient. And was driving forward on each stroke, keeping those hips up, getting good length in his stroke, while also maintaining that speed and power. So that 109, that's going to be tough to beat.
All right, Heat 3 underway. Again, that tactical stroke completed by them. The top 3 are looking in those 4, 3 and 5 lanes, really going at it ferociously, is Fraser Nagel in lane 6. Oh, sorry, I should say Ethan Werzer in lane 5. Getting muddled up here. There's so many swimmers in our pool really going for it, but leading the way 4 is Michael, one of our visitors, with that halfway mark time of 33.61.
Yeah, really strong opening 50. He's obviously saw the time of 109 and said, well, I'm going to try and match that here. And he's, again, the distance he's getting out of each stroke is extraordinary. He's really driving forward, making sure he finishes his kick off before he starts his next stroke, keeping himself in that streamlined position as long as he can maintain that good speed before he moves on to his next stroke. And he's got 5 metres to go. Will he also break that 110 barrier? Yes, he will. 109.76. Great swim there by Michael.
Nicely done. Yeah, Michael's one of our visitors, as I mentioned, but he is from Hobart, so he's just come across the waterways. He didn't swim, I'm sure. But, yeah, he's done well to get that first placing in the heat there, followed by Andrew Spencer and then Ethan Werzer either side of him in lanes 3 and 5.
So strong swimming has continued in that second of our seeded heats in Heat 3 as we now move along to our 4th and final heat of our boys' 13 years 100-metre breaststroke.
Underwater and underway. The first to pop up was from Nuttawading. It was in lane 5. It was Xavier, but it's Ishak in lane 3. And Xavier, or should I say, Xavier's in the yellow cap in lane 4 that has popped up. Peter Trin was the one who had just completed that underwater first. But yes, it is Xavier in the yellow cap in lane 4 from Aquatech, one of our visitors, leading the way here, 50 metres down, 33.61. Similar time than in our other heat, the halfway mark. Let's see what can happen in the second half.
Probably a bit more up-tempo, these boys in this heat, driving forward a little bit quicker, not holding that glide quite as long as the previous 2 heats. But Xavier is holding on to a slight lead with 15 metres to go and continuing that really high tempo.
Yeah, Shark from Surrey Park really trying to attack him here, but no, Xavier has lengthened himself ahead and he's gotten there by a second. So Xavier 1:11.43, Shark 1:12.16, and then that third placing it was Peter Trin 1:15.27.
So from our 13-year-olds, we're now going to move to our more experienced athletes again to event 29, the girls 17-18 200-metre backstroke.
Yeah, so only 2 heats for the girls here. As we just mentioned, you know, they've probably just had all their exams and projects handed in. They're now clocked off from school. They are on summer holidays, but the work doesn't finish there. They are going to execute some extraordinary racing in the pool here this morning.
Most definitely. Our Victorian age group record stands at 2:09.27, set in 2016 by Sian Whittaker.
Shout out to Sian. She's also on our commentary team. And we love celebrating. That's what we're all about as a swimming community as well. As you know, we pull through together in the harder times and then we celebrate in the good times. And it's great to highlight records, PBs, all of the above. Some great swims out there today. Let's see what the girls can do here. Heat 1.
So Alana Torrance is up for her 3rd swim of the session. We saw her swim well in both the 50 freestyle and 100 breaststroke. Probably 200 backstroke is not her favoured event, but she's still going to put in a good performance and off with a good start there, taking the lead through the first 15 metres.
Look, I am sure that a lot of people listening in would even just be fearful of the tumble turn as you're coming to the end of the pool. No one ever wants to smash their head against the wall. So these guys spend so many hours in the pool practicing. They've got coaches looking out for them as they come into the first turn here. They're turning around, flipping, and then big push off, returning the body, and then back to it for the second 50.
And it was all about that practice in training, knowing your stroke count from the flag and then using those last 2 strokes into the wall to carry that speed, nice momentum into that wall. And so you can hit the wall with speed, because the faster you go into the wall, the faster you'll come out of the wall.
Definitely, and it counts, particularly in short course. I know we're in long course at the moment, but short course, when you're doing twice as the amount of tumble turns, you also got to practice because you don't want to get dizzy and lose yourself in the lane that you're in.
So Alana Torrance leads through the 100 from Alinta and Amelia Kennedy in 3rd. So Alana is looking nice and relaxed here through this opening 100 and just slowly extending her lead over Alinta in this third 50.
Yeah, and looking at that third placing here at the moment, we've got Amelia Kennedy in lane 2. We've also got Stella Simon in lane 5 and Charlotte Ristig in 6 as they do that final tumble turn off the blocks, using that momentum. The battle between the first and the second placing at the moment, though, in this heat. Alinta in 3 and Alana in 4. And as you said, Alana has had a few events already this morning. It's about managing that energy, which is easier said than done.
And she obviously did a really good job there. She pulled out about an extra second lead over Alinta in that third 50 and has continued it in this fourth and final 50 and taking out this heat in a 2:23.69. Alinta in second and Charlotte in 3rd. All of those swimmers under that 2:30 barrier.
Yeah, so as we go into our fastest heat next, it will be interesting to see what the girls produce there, to see if Alana and Alinta, with those times of 2:23, 2:26, can still be popped into that final for tonight.
Yeah, so we'll be looking, as we've only got 2 heats here, we're sort of looking somewhere between that 5th place was a 2:33, 6th place 2:38. So the swimmers in this second heat will have sort of glanced up at that board and know that if they want to be in the final, top 5, 2:33, that's kind of where they need to be.
Yeah, and as you said, these are experienced swimmers at the age of 17, 18. They're absolutely are looking at the board at the times and, you know, using it as motivation as well.
Motivation,
what do I need to do?
Or energy conservation.
Yes. Or I'm thinking more Hamilton the musical. You've got to rise up.
So we've seen Jessica Wilson in those same events this morning, but this is probably her preferred event of the morning. But swimming strongly off the start is Indian Lane 8. Off to a great start. Got out almost all the way to the 15-metre mark and did lead through that opening 25.
She did. She is quite close to the lane rope at the bottom of the screen. But leading out in front in lane 5, we've got Sion Kizet. Jessica Wilson going really well. She's been in a number of events this morning as well. And then Alice Evans is following on that first turn in lane 6.
So they're sort of settling back into the rhythm. And the faster of these athletes, with only 2 heats, will know what they need to do. They'll know what they need to do this morning, especially those of who may have just come off some period of exams where they might not have been putting swimming as their number 1 priority. We're just trying to be conserving a little bit of energy, make sure they're doing enough to progress to tonight's final.
And then bring it then, because, yeah, Jessica Wilson with that entry time, so 2:14.70. So it's possible, but, yeah, you do have to balance it between the morning heat and tonight's final, especially when you know your abilities and what time you can get. But great conditions this morning. I'm looking up at the new Swimming Victoria banners that are here under the big shade at the outdoor pool at MSAC. Minimal wind. You can't really see much waves in the water besides what our swimmers are creating themselves.
And all those shade cloths that are being provided by Mountain Shade. Heavy-duty shade protection at quality prices. So make sure you contact Mountain Shade today for exclusive discounts for Swimming Victoria clubs and districts.
Definitely. Tell them what you need and they will sort you out. And who is sorting out this race? It is Sion Kisnet. She's leading out very strong in this final 25 metres. She is from MLC. She's got Jessica Wilson, but it is about the time, as we said. It's not about the exact placing. The placing matters tonight, the medals and the podium.
So these top 3 swimmers are going to comfortably be into the final. And a strong swim there, 2:21.02. But top 3 have done more than enough. And so has Mia, finishing in 4th. And Ashley in 5th. So 5 from each heat will progress through to tonight's final of the girls' 17-18 200-metre backstroke.
Looking at the rest of the program, up next here is event 30. It's the boys 17 to 18-year-old 200-metre backstroke. 1 of 2 heats.
Our Victorian record was set in 2012 by Joshua Beaver at a 1:59.17. Joshua is currently the coach of Bayside.
He is, and he's had plenty of swimmers in this morning, which is really good to see. And yeah, good to see in lane 4 it is Noah Pronk. He's one of our visitors from Emmanuel, 18 years of age. He's leading out the front here in this first 50. And yeah, damn, it's quick because there is so much speed that you have to get in for 200-metre backstroke. It hurts, right? Like you're pulling the arms in, you're pulling the legs in, and it goes for a long time.
Yeah, and so it's really important that, you know, we've only got 2 heats, but you need to make sure you're practicing the race as you would like to swim it later tonight. For those who are hopefully going to be in tonight's final. And then obviously from like 3rd through 7th, they're all battling for that spot in tonight's final. But Noah is looking really nice and smooth through the 100 in a 1:00.76, ahead of Ross.
And again, in this third 50, this is the interesting third 50 to watch, to be like, all right, well, you know, who's pulling out in front? When are they pulling in those legs? Is it starting? And the legs are still quite calm from what we can see. They're probably going to pull in that final 50. But, yeah, there's no stopping Noah. Ross is chasing his feet there, and it's going to be an interesting one for third. There's a couple across the board.
But again, nice strong 50 there from Noah. 32.7 third 50. Again, gaining almost a second over Ross in that third 50, just like he did on that second 50. But with 25 metres to go, Noah has pulled out to a commanding lead. Ross comfortably in second, with Ethan Ravensdale holding down third place. So Ethan's making sure that he puts himself in with the best chance to get another swim tonight, because the battle for fourth is nice and tight. But it is Noah who takes this heat out in a 2:05.81, ahead of Ross. Ethan in third, and winning that nice tight battle for fourth is Jack Lanyon from Ballarat Gold.
Well done to the guys. So, yeah, we will be watching these times then, because those entry times in our second heat is around that. It is around that 2:10 to 2:15 to 2:20 mark even. So we could be surprised, and there could be a few of the boys from the first heat that could be securing that position for the final tonight.
So in heat 2 behind the blocks, we do have Campbell Wilson-Ram, who's obviously pretty confident that he's going to be back tonight. He's in his training bathers.
It's okay. We like confidence, and you only build confidence with, you know, executing and performing. Which he had. Yeah, he had a great swim earlier this morning as well.
This is probably one of Campbell's strongest events. So yeah, he goes in with due confidence.
But, you know, you could step into then the mind game area, right? Is the other guys around that could be thinking the exact same of what, you know, we've just explained. And being like, all right, well, he's the one to beat. Okay, they are underwater and underway. That was a great start by Brandon Holder, who popped out of the water furthest and first from Phoenix Aquatic, one of our visitors. And yeah, keen to watch Campbell and look at his race plan for this morning.
I just get the feeling his race plan this morning is to get the job done and come back tonight. But we will see.
You never know. And in lane 5, Riley Cunningham doing well as well. Brandon still leading that way at the first 50. And then be watching Joshua Wachowski as well in lane 1 at the top. He's got a beautiful, nice long stroke. He's looking cool, calm and collected over there at the top of the pool.
Yeah, very, very relaxed stroke rate. We'll be interested to see if he picks it up a little bit, that stroke rate, in this second 100, but he's sitting comfortably in third place.
And yeah, and so Campbell right up against that same space where Brandon is. Just a few points of a second behind. But now he has moved out in front, I believe, just slightly with the tips of his fingers in this third 50, the exciting 50.
Yeah, so Campbell, he's just increased that tempo, his stroke rate just a little bit to try and keep that pressure on. Moved into the lead here, but the battle for second is really tightening up between Brandon, Riley, Tom, Josh.
All right, well, let's get this turn over and done with to get that momentum pushing off. So very important coming up from underneath the water, and it is Campbell that is leading out in this final 50 as expected, as he expected as well. Still watching Josh at the top of your screen in lane 1, just behind there. We'll be checking out these times.
I would say all 5 of these boys will be pretty confidently through to the final tonight. And Campbell's done just enough to make sure he takes this heat out. 2:11, 5:7, ahead of Riley. Joshua getting the touch for third. Yeah, those 5 boys are going to be comfortably through to tonight's final.
Nicely done. So it was then Noah Pronk in the first heat that did have that fastest time when at it. So again, like balancing it out between the morning and the evening to see what happens in the pool then and how Noah does. Versing Campbell, really, in those inner lanes.
Yeah, it does look like probably that they will definitely go in as the favourites for tonight. They were at our fastest seeds going into the meet, and looks like tonight's final will be a nice strong battle between those two for who can take out the Victorian title.
Yeah, there'll be lots of cheers in the crowd. It's good to see the crowd here at MSAC up in the stadium. Lots of things to do around the poolside and activations as well. I can see over there the clubs, they do love a slushy machine. There's a slushy machine here. It's going to get hot over the next few days. We're going to need that slushy machine. But plenty of work done by the Swimming Victoria team as well. We've got our fantastic digital signage up as well, and just was up there was we are partners with the Cancer Council as well, so sun protection. We are all over it here at the pool, outside pool, and a lot of people training over the summer in those outside pools. We're talking about shade, we're talking about sun and skin protection. It's good to see and have that support. Now we're just getting the boys out of the pool as we move to our next event, event 31, our girls 16-year-olds. It's their turn, the 100-metre breaststroke.
Key, they just asked me to stand down, so you have to make sure you can stay calm, stay relaxed, stay focused on what you need to do. Listen for the referee's whistle, and then get yourself ready to go again.
Yeah, we can see the jiggle of the legs as we wait to keep moving. Have that focused start.
Yeah, we'll see those pre-race superstitions, things you do, or often people hold those throughout their entire career.
There's one swimmer who told me, she's like, yep, I crack my knuckles every time right on top of the block, and it's just what calms her down to be like, crack, I'm done, I'm ready.
Starting off strongly here in Heat 1 of the girls 1600 breaststroke is Rani Matheson from South Gippsland Bass. She was going to lead through this opening 50.
She is, and we were talking about the last 2 events we had only 2 heats. This one's got 3, so a few more numbers, a bit more competition to get that spot, to get that lane tonight. But yeah, Rani looking very strong in her second 50. Right in her tail is Salia from Not a Wanting in 3, and then on the other side of her, Ava Candy. All of these girls have swum in other events this morning as well. So balancing it out. And coming up is Frances Boudville in lane 6 from Vic Centre.
Rani is holding on to her lead. Her stroke's just getting a little bit short in this last 25, but she will do enough to take out this opening heat. Followed by Ava with Frances in third.
Heat 2 is up next. As we said, it's interesting to watch our swimmers just on the block, shaking out anything or completely still. Where you're looking up at the board, you're looking up at those times.
Well, if you look, all 10 swimmers are facing the board, so I think they've paid attention to those times.
Great dive-ins by the girls there as they come up under the water. It is, I think, going to be that battle between 4 and 5. We have Claire and we have Yuxi.
And Claire looks like she's just started to extend here, just getting a little bit more distance out of every stroke. And that margin's gone from 5 centimetres to 10 centimetres, and now it's out to almost a body length through this first 50-metre turn.
Yeah, we talk about those 1%ers in technique, in practice, even just like gliding that little bit longer or pushing a little bit harder. Like, it all counts the position of your head, how high you're lifting your shoulders up. But actually, what Anya said before is, it depends on the swimmer, it depends on the coach. It depends on the features of the body and what can be used in the best way. But she's really powering forward here. She's going to take it home. She is now over a body length out in front. It's going to be about that time for the girls who are coming in either side of her. So Amelia is in 3, Yuxi in 5, and Claire into the wall here in lane 4. 1:13.34 is her time. Amelia, 1:15.72.
So strong swims there from heat 2, doing enough to those ones in the centre of the pool to make sure they're feeling pretty comfortable and confident heading into tonight's final.
And so we have had our swimmer. I want to just highlight Sarah Pravilli from Geelong in lane 1. She just had leant over and splashed all that water on herself as part of her race preparation on the blocks.
So far we've had 6 swimmers under 118 and a couple more in that 118 range. So it's going to be a 118 low, you would think, or maybe a 117 high to make tonight's final. And Lily Koch is starting off nice and strongly here in our third and final heat.
Yeah, she is on a mission. She is blitzing away here in this first 50. Let's see the turn that she gathers up. A little bit more speed to press off. We're seeing how important that is. And yeah, then chasing her is Kate Hurley in lane 3. And then Maddie Hayward in lane 5, either side of her. So it's going to be a little bit of battle between them. But yeah, Kate moving out in front a little bit further.
So it might not be this morning, but this is definitely an event that we are on Victorian record watch. It stands from Drina Straunch at a 108.90, but Lily Koch definitely is going to be close to that tonight. She's putting in a really strong heat swim this morning, clearing out by almost 10 metres and down to touch in a 109.24. Small little PB, so it's halfway between the record and her PB, so we'll see if she can make up that difference tonight with Kate in second and Madison in third.
So yeah, do be watching tonight. Does start at 5:30. Back on Swimming Victoria's YouTube and KO Freebies. Don't miss us.
That's definitely one of the events to note down. So this girl's 16 years 100-metre breaststroke, and seeing how fast Lily might be able to go tonight. And the battle for the minor medals will be nice and tight in that event as well. We're now moving on to event 32, the boys 16 years 100-metre breaststroke. Our Victorian age record sits at a 102.76, set in 2001 by William Petrick, who recently competed at the Paris Olympics in the 400 and 200-metre IM for Australia.
He did.
He's also going to be around later this week to do a bit of signing of autographs for those who might be at MSAC later in the week. We've got a number of our Victorian athletes who have represented Australia doing some signing sessions.
That was a great start by the bottom of the pool, which they're still holding that space there. Tharwin Prom in 6, Blake Hughes, Lucas Chan. But yeah, Nuttawading strong breaststrokers have come out of that club as we come up to the halfway mark. It's Jared Wakefield at the top from Melton leading the way. Let's see if he can hold on. The crowd is already cheering out seeing if they're all ears when they're coming out of the top of the water. Do you think they can hear?
Well, he was swimming very close to his support crew over on the far side of the pool, Jacob, so he definitely would have been able to hear that. As we've got 15 metres left to swim, Tharwin is now just slightly in the lead. But it's a really close race, and coming strong is Sean Lamb in lane 2. But it is Tharwin who's going to take it out. No, Jared just.
And he is pumped. His support crew's cheering him on from the top of the pool. They're jumping about. Love that for him. So that was a time of 1:09.64. And huge, yeah, that's 4 seconds taken off his time. Good PB for him, one to watch. There are 3 heats in this, so let's keep a mind in for that time.
Yeah, so winning heat 1 in that time's definitely put himself in the final for tonight. So he's put together a really good swim there, Jared, as we move along to heat 2.
And they surface, the top of the pool surface first. It is Oliver Kingston leading out the way, but be watching in lane 6. We've got Harry Lou, who is really making a splash in the pool. And the bodies are quite high. They're quite high, they're quite over the water to be ducking down their heads to move forward. But number 3, lane 3, Oliver Kingston, first to get that 50-metre turn. 31.59.
Yeah, so that driving high over the water, but making sure you're then driving forward. So you don't want to be up and down. We want to be coming up but forward, so we can drive forward into the next stroke.
Yeah, so many angles to do with the body. And it's Oliver, but be watching in lane 4, Nikolai, who's really picked up that pace, and he is looking to potentially overtake. It is neck and neck. I reckon he's going to do it, Nick.
On the touch, he's timed it perfectly with a 1:08.54, just ahead of Oliver, with Hugh in third.
Nicely done.
Really strong second 50 there from Nikolai. I think he's got a little bit more in him for tonight. Probably quite a controlled first 50 there. We'll see tonight if he can sort of attack that first 50 a little bit harder and see what time he can end up with.
And so now the boys looking at the board know that even though they're in the fastest heat here, they've got some times that they're going to be challenged by. Let's see.
And I am sneaking a look to see what the action is coming up next, and we are going to be having a swim-off after the completion of event 32 in the boys 16 years 100 breaststroke. We will be having a swim-off in the girls 14 years 100 metre breaststroke event.
And it is so even across the middle of the pool here. In lane 4, just out in front, it's Harry Heath from Nuttawading. It's going to be that battle between him and the 2 Surrey Parkers. Max in 5 and Darcy in 6.
Yeah, Harry Heath doing a really good job. He probably doesn't come up as high as some of the other breaststrokers, but he's really good on driving forward and keeping that momentum going.
Yeah, and also looking at Alfie Graves as well, also from Nuttawading in lane 1. He is also in there. Harry Kuma, though, stepping up in lane 2. We know that Harry's got this one in the bag now. Let's check the time. Max not too far behind, 1:06.62. And Max 1:07.71. And then in third, 1:10.03. So the guys have done really well. So yeah, Jared from the first heat, he is in. He knew it. Nikolai in, and the boys here are in as well.
So yes, there will be a swim off here for event 27, the girls 13 years 100 metre breaststroke. Not sure if this is for a spot in the final or a spot as a reserve, but we do have Charlotte Kelly in lane 5. Not sure who the athlete in lane 4 is. As we are up on the blocks now for this swim off. It's all about racing head to head. Times don't matter now.
Standing down. Talk about hyping the nerves up.
Just need to stay in the moment. Stay relaxed. Stay calm.
I mean, swimmers can swim, you know, their entire career and not actually have to do a swim off. Just depends. It's all the circumstances. So it's a little bit of fun as well. And the crowd gets behind them too.
So the key thing is to stay nice and relaxed. Just worry about what you can control, which is the race that you're about to execute. You can't control what the person next to you is doing.
And so the pool looking nice and calm and still.
So it is a swim off for first reserve, we believe. So they tied for 11th. This is Miller and Charlotte. So Miller will be swimming in lane 4 and Charlotte in lane 5. Miller swam a big PB this morning. Charlotte was about right on her entry time. Both under that age national qualifying time already.
The swim off is underway now, and they've both popped up out of the pool at the exact same spot. And then Charlotte has put a little bit of speed into it and is gaining some space out of Miller.
Yes, obviously Charlotte's got a little bit higher tempo in this first 50. And this in the heats this morning, Charlotte was out a little bit faster at the 50-metre mark. So now they're neck and neck. So we'll see what happens on this second 50. Charlotte does lead in a 37.55, 0.3 of a second ahead of Miller. So Miller came home stronger this morning. Will the same thing happen in the second go-around?
Well, look at Miller just here as she's made the turn and come out. She is now back neck and neck with Charlotte. We're going to get exactly what it looks like as they're going to come past us on the side of the pool. I'm going to say Miller is just a little bit in front at the moment.
And now it's all about trying to match up that stroke so you can finish on the wall on a full stroke. Charlotte is holding on, not letting Miller come back on her. And it's all about, got 5 metres to go. Who's going to finish on a full stroke to get their hands on the wall? And it does look like Charlotte's going to get there in a 1:20.72, faster than she swam this morning. And Miller also knocked off some more time. So fantastic effort from both of those girls to swim faster than they did about half an hour ago. As we're now going to move back to regular scheduled programming of our event 33, which is our mixed 14-15 800-metre freestyle.
And I love how many of our guys and girls are getting involved in 800. We have 6 heats in total. So stick with us. It's going to take some time, but we're going to have a bit of fun and chat to a few people along the way. But yeah, huge effort, an 800-metre race.
And there's lots of races within a race here because it's a mixed event. We're swimming it as, but there's medals for the 14-year-olds and the 15-year-olds in both the male and female categories. So there's 4 races within one. We'll try and keep you updated on all 4 of them as we're going along. So there are time finals. You only have to swim this once. And for these time finals, we're going fastest heat first. So this is the fastest heat of the morning based on seed times. So it's likely a number of our medalists will be coming from this heat.
our first 800 has begun. Oscar Dingwall had a great start, one of our visitors from Emmanuel. We have a couple of visitors in the pool at the moment. Lucas Thornton from Hobart's in 7. And then we've got Seoa Yoen Lee from Korea, who's also in 4.
Yeah, so the benefit of these mixed events is it means that these athletes are going to have a chance to race someone of a similar speed to them, whereas if they would split them up into individual age groups and individual sexes, there'd be less people right up on your shoulder. So it's obviously in an 800, it's nice to have someone alongside you to sort of keep you on your speed, keep you honest, and keep you pushing along nice and strongly.
And that's a great start there by Luca Brown in lane 5, leading at the moment. Gianluca Paradiso pushing out now to gain that fraction out in front. Luca sticking with him. Cody said looking good as well, but as we talked about race planning, this is only the beginning.
Yes, so now we've had through the first 100, we need to settle down into our rhythm. So now it's about trying to maintain the same speed 50 after 50 after 50 after 50. We don't want to be up and down and speeding up and slowing down. We're going to try and maintain a good speed throughout the next 1450s.
Is that what they're thinking of, do you think? How many different ways do you think these swimmers will be dividing up the 800?
So a lot of them will probably thinking of it as 200-metre components and sort of dividing the race up into quarters, that getting out nice and strong in the first 200, setting themselves up with a good rhythm, as Cody does with a 2:04.86 through the 200-metre mark. And then after the 200-metre mark, setting into a rhythm that they feel like they're going to be able to hold for the next 600 metres. They're going to have to then reset probably at somewhere around the 400, 500, feel like they're re-accelerating to maintain that rhythm. And then in the last 150 to 200 metres, pick it up again, everything you've got left.
Oh my gosh, I'm tired just hearing you say that.
But Cody has decided that he's getting out after this. So he's in our boys 15-year-old age group, which we have majority of this heat. We have one 14-year-old girl who's Arika in lane 0, a couple of 15-year-old girls with Lucy and Seong, then the rest are all our 15-year-old boys. So the 15-year-old boys have got more of a race inside this race because they know where their competitors are for the medals here.
Yes, very true. And so also the 800, if we're using that, the balance of, you know, those two systems of anaerobic, which is more muscular, and aerobic, which is more cardio-based. Because, yeah, you've got to have that endurance. You've got to last that long time. You've got to be able to breathe and really get the lungs into it to get that oxygen all around your body. But then also you've got to have some power and strength in your legs and your arms to be able to get you to the very end.
Yeah, there's an 800 is now becoming more and more of a speed event. So there's you can't just sort of swim through the first 600 cruisy and then it's a 200-metre race. No, you have to actually attack the race like Cody is in lane 6 from the start. So Cody had an entry time of 9:01. And he's currently setting about a nice pace. He's opened up a good lead over his competitors. He's starting to sort of just have a look and see what's going on as he turns through the 400 in 4:18. So based on that, he's on track to potentially swim a little bit under 9 minutes if he can maintain that speed that he's set through this first 400. Gianluca is right beside Matthew, so those two are lucky that they're sitting in the lane next to each other, because every time they come in and out of the wall, you sort of get that measure. Okay, I gained half a metre on that lap. I lost half a metre, and you sort of helps you stay on pace, keeps yourself on your target, on your speed that you're aiming for.
Absolutely, and you got to keep track of those laps. You just said, you know, we're halfway, we're over halfway. They've just done 450 metres. They're coming into that 500 metre mark now at the next wall. They've got to know. There was the American athlete last night on our short course was doing the heats, and she almost went to do another turn and stopped herself.
Yeah, so like you do need to know. Luckily, they do have lap counters, and they will get a whistle with 100 metres to go in the 800. But so that you can be pacing it properly, you do need to know where you're up to. And so if you do lose count, you can glance up, but obviously that's going to slow you down a little bit. So hopefully these swimmers are able to keep track of their own sort of in the back of their head to make sure they're on that tempo. And it is a lot easier in the long course swimming than short course swimming because there's less laps to have to worry about, as the officials have got the bells out ready for that last 100, as Cody's doing a fantastic job. Another 33 point there through 550 metres. He's extended his lead out to a little bit over 4 seconds over Gianluca and Matthew.
Yeah, he's doing really well because, again, he wouldn't be able to see them. He's not meant to be able to see them. He's meant to just be sticking to his own race plan, and I don't know, you never know what they're doing. Some of these swimmers out here that we've got are really creative. I mean, I'm thinking Cyndi Lauper is playing in the background here. You know, they could be chanting a saying over in their head. They could be singing a song over in their head. It's a long time to stay motivated and keep a beat or a pace. They could be bringing a song in.
Yeah, and if you notice, Cody is breathing away from the camera in both on the way down and on the way back. And that's allowing him to keep a little bit of an eye on his competition because he's breathing towards his competition every lap. So that's a good skill that he's obviously developed, to be able to be comfortable breathing to both sides, be able to keep an eye on his competition with 150 metres to go.
That is pretty good if he is able to see across 3 lanes to see his closest competitor, because also, as you can see right now that he's coming back, there are people going the other way because, you know, they're almost that 50 metres behind him. So it's busy. The pool can be really busy.
And I tend to find the distance swimmers are pretty aware of where their competitors are. So he might not be noticing them as he's swimming along, but as he makes the turn here, and when he takes that first breath, you'll see some splashes over the other side of the pool and go, okay, I've got about 10 metres lead on my competition. Got 100 metres to go. Probably know that I'm going to hold on, but I really need to work on bringing those legs in this last 100.
Absolutely. So, you know what? He's sticking with his guns. He's going to be able to hold that. Interesting is going to be Gianluca and Matthew in 3 and 2. Gianluca, he's picking it up right now.
Yeah, and you can see that Matthew's trying to go with him, but Gianluca's really putting some energy into this so that the gap's too big for that last 50.
Yeah, and Sion and Lee as well, also in 4. Look, I reckon he's trying to catch Matt in that lane 2 now. They are tired. They are worn out. They are bringing their legs in, as you can see. They're pumping that water in the air, particularly Matthew and Gianluca in 3 and 2. But, yeah, confident, a nice finish to the end. We said this is the time final, so fastest heat, this is the one. Most likely this is the gold medal here for Cody, but we will have to wait to confirm. 8:47.05.
Yeah, really strong swim, really strong swim.
And then Gianluca getting that one by those couple of seconds. 8:54.29 is his time, and Matthew 8:56.36. Well done to everyone here, the guys and the girls, as Lucy Doyle in lane 8 is coming to close this race out. Nicely done. Again, looking at the times for the girls as well.
Yeah, so Seong is under 9 minutes, so she's going to be the fastest of our 15-year-old girls, with Erika at 9:11. The fastest of our 14-year-old girls, as we now move along to heat 2.
second timed final. Boys and girls, it is the mixed 800 for the 14 to 15-year-olds.
Again, predominantly, we've got 15-year-old athletes in this heat, except our two centre lanes with Liam and Ava are both our 14-year-old athletes. So they'll obviously be comparing times to the other 14-year-olds in both the male and female categories.
Absolutely, and we've got a few visitors, as we said, in lane 1, Aidan Taylor, Howick Pogranga, and then Ava Mingalelli, if I'm pronouncing that correctly, in lane 5. She's from Hobart. We've got a couple of crew from Hobart. Jake Potter as well in 6 from Emmanuel, and Riley O'Connor in 9, also from Hobart. And so it's also good to see that our visitors are coming in and stepping up and taking out, a spot and a chance to challenge themselves against our talented Victorian swimmers in these big races.
Yeah, and it just builds the competition, which is fantastic. So this heat's going to be very interesting. So across this first 100, 5 athletes turn together. Now it's who's going to be able to maintain that tempo the best. Over this next 200, expect it sort of to start to separate with the person who's able to maintain their rhythm the best out of these leading 5 athletes.
Again, I'm thinking of the flow that athletes have when you have your breathing, your stroke, and your energy all aligned. You are in flow. There is no stopping you.
And that's the key. It's to be comfortably uncomfortable, sort of, in these distance races. Get into a position where you're not forcing any stroke, but you're going at a speed that, sort of, by the halfway mark is going to start to really hurt. But you've just got in that rhythm through your training and technique that you're so used to it that you can maintain it under that pressure of fatigue.
And so a quarter down, that is 200 metres. Jake Potter leading out in front on that mark. Aidan Taylor coming in next. Liam Paulson, Noah Chappell. We're doing a great job. But yeah, it is quite across the pool at the moment. So again, Aidan Taylor in 1 would not be able to see all the way down to Scott Robinson in lane 8. And they're all within that 5-second mark of each other.
And just we'll start to see the difference about who's swimming faster, which way of the pool, based on their breathing, their race strategy, everything like that. Because Jake is breathing towards his competition on this way back down the pool, and does seem to has picked it up the last 2 times back towards the finish end of the pool when he's breathing towards his competitors and going, I want to get to be the first to the wall each time. And he does turn through the 300 in the lead, but now he's returning to breathing away from his competitors. We'll see if they can sneak up on him again.
We will have to wait and see, won't we? It's the long-term game here. And who I can see on the other side of the pool as well is our Sports in Focus photographer, who's been doing an endless, amazing job this morning. We've actually got a couple of them on the team here for age, because they're taking all the amazing pictures, and you're able to purchase them online, whether you're listening in and you've got a family member who's swimming here. You can get these really cool action-packed shots, way better than your phone.
Definitely. So as we're approaching the halfway mark here, it was 5 at the 100-metre mark. It's dropped down to 4 that are still stroke for stroke.
And yeah, Aidan Taylor leading the way, but only just. We've got Jake Potter in 6, not letting go here, and he's going to be the one that gets into this wall first. And that is the halfway mark, 400 metres down.
So it's good to see all the athletes are keeping a nice strong kick going. Might not be the 6-8 beat kick that you see in the 100 or the 200, but those legs are working a lot more. So, traditionally in these distance events, people used to sort of do a 2-beat kick, not much kicking going on, but more and more now the athletes are understanding and the coaches are working on them and being able to maintain a strong kick throughout these longer events.
well, sports science and, new technology, and technology doesn't mean actual physical technologies, it's a way of doing things. It's ultimately changing. Traditions are getting smashed.
And obviously, the more you can use your legs, the faster you are going to swim. So that ability to keep that kicking going nice and strong and consistent throughout an 800 plays a big part in your overall performance.
Yeah, and speaking of overall performance as well, you're saying, different focuses on different parts of the body, and particularly highlighting the legs. From this, age and upwards, there will be a focus on, what you do outside of the pool as well. There are gym and strength training components would come into it, and definitely from the very beginning, recovery has, previously been so underrated, and it's essential.
Yeah, definitely. What you do inside the water is important, but also what you're doing outside the water is just as important. So whether that's your strength, your mobility, your recovery, there's so many other factors apart from swimming in the pool. And there's now Noah Chappell has taken over the lead. He's just been creeping just a little bit ahead of these other boys through this middle part of this race. As we're approaching the 600 metre turn, he's starting to pull out just a little bit of a lead over Liam Paulson.
He has a big arching right-hand arm as he comes across. It was that windmill style, and the other one a bit more straight and flatter. Keeping him at bay, though, is in lane 4, Liam Paulson as well. Again, maybe they've been a little bit sneaky or just popping up because they do have the white caps on, they're not the bright yellow, reds, blacks, they're not as in your face, but they're in the pool.
So Liam is one of our 14-year-old athletes and Noah is one of our 15-year-old athletes, so this is a fantastic opportunity for Liam to be racing the 15-year-old who's going to help push him along, even though they're not competing for the same prize at the end of the day. They're helping each other to push towards a good performance. And they've both picked it up a little bit there, a little bit faster 50 than the previous one. And they're trying to respond to each other, bring those legs in a little bit more, keep that tempo up as we start heading towards the bell.
Yes, the bell, our technical officials, again, shout out to them doing such a fantastic job in this first heat sesh of our age championships. And this is the fun job, the bell. But you got to get it right. So there is a bit of pressure on that as well. And they're ringing, they've alarmed them to notify this is the final 100 metres of their 800 metre race.
And Noah has just continued to extend his lead through the previous 100, really bringing his legs in, upping the tempo, and has got almost a 2 body length lead over Liam now.
And this final turn, so important. The more effort you put into pushing off the wall, the more you can take with you. And yeah, really putting his foot down. Noah Chappell in lane 2. There is no stopping him. Big arms up and over. He's breathing. It looks like either side.
He had an entry time of 9:19.40, so he's going to be miles under that. Going to get very close to the 9-minute mark, which was sort of, you needed to go under that if you were going to chance for medals in the 15-year-old boy mark. But 9:01.62, what a great swim, with Liam coming in second, and Liam is now going into the lead for our 14-year-old males with his time of 9:05.62.
And well done to our girl in the pack, Ava. She is up there, 9:19.77, 14 years of age.
So she's now sitting in second place behind Erika from the first heat for our 14-year-old girls.
That is heat 2 down. We have 6. This is our third one up and coming.
heat 3, we have Kalamotto, who's a 14-year-old from Caulfield. Ben Hyman in lane 1, 14-year-old from Geelong Sharks. Emerson Huggard in the women's 15-year-old from Ivanhoe. Max Broxley from South Gippsland Bass, 15. William from MLC, he's a 14-year-old. Ben Merilis, 15-year-old from the Tiger Sharks. Madison Brand, he's a 15-year-old from Cheltenham. Archer is a 14-year-old from Traralgon. Chloe is a 15-year-old from Melton. And Alexa, a 15-year-old from Tiger Sharks. So we've got swimmers across all 4 categories here.
And as we think, it's good to mix them up. Good to have different ages, boys and girls in the same race. Yeah, they're off to a sprightly start.
So Archer leading through this first 100. Archer's from Traralgon, so he saw his teammate Cody said put up the fastest time of the morning so far. Archer's a 14-year-old, so he's competing in a different age group from his teammates. But we'll see if he can also challenge to look at that gold medal that Cody looks to have locked up based on a fantastic swim in that opening heat.
What's your favourite medal that you won, Nick?
I think everyone remembers their first state medal. I think that's a special achievement. I can remember that was a 17, 18 years, 200 short course backstroke. So I think it was the first year we went to the dual pool format inside. I can remember who was... Actually, I can remember who was the top 5 in that race.
Real? No, spout them out. There might be people out there that know.
Ikey Saxon won it. Mark O'Donnell finished 2nd. And then I was 3rd. In 4th place was Brad York. And in 5th place was Shane Asbury. Don't ask me why I can remember that. I can remember a lot of things.
There you go. It was a core memory. If anyone's seen Inside Out, the movie, the Disney one, it's a core memory that's stuck with you.
Some people would say I was paying too much attention to what other people were doing in the race if I remember that, but...
No, I'm sure it was after, post-race.
No, it was during it. I'm not going to deny it.
Oh, no, that's exciting. Absolutely.
So Ben Merilis from Tiger Sharks is leading here in lane 5. So Ben is in the 15-year-old male category.
And so Ben isn't lifting his arms that high, is he? He's sort of almost catching his tips of his hands in the water from what I can see.
And so everyone's going to have... We're all different. We're all built differently and we function differently. But probably for Ben it's a little bit maybe shoulder mobility on that recovery. He just prefers a lower sort of arms coming a bit more to the side rather than underneath, which is sort of that traditional high elbow recovery. He's not doing a high elbow recovery, but it's just not as high as some of the other athletes. When you look at Archer in lane 7, Archer has more of that high elbow traditional style with one arm, and but he slings his other arm around a little bit.
Did you ever do an 800 race?
Yes, I did. There wasn't a race that I didn't do. I think as part of your development as an athlete, I do think it is important that you give them all a go. Some of us are built for 50s, and that's fine. But you don't know if you're going to be good at something unless you give it a go. So I think it is important to give all the events a go, and you'll develop as you develop and changes, and as your body, as you grow, different things might come to you. So it is important that you've had practice and experience across the board as a younger athlete.
And so William comes up to the halfway mark. He has just ticked over 400 metres, 4:31.52 at this stage of the race, followed by Archer Marsland.
And again, they've set a pace here. All these swimmers had entry time somewhere between 9:24 and 9:45. So we're on for quite solid swims from the front of the field here. They're going to sort of see if they can keep it under 9:10 if they can maintain that speed that they've set through this first 400. So Ben does continue to lead, as he has for majority of this, with Archer in second, and Madison in third. So Madison and Archer next to each other and been going stroke for stroke for almost the entire race here.
And Madison's been doing excellent to keep up with the guys.
I think a lot of coaches will often say that it's often the female athletes who are outstanding at training, at maintaining these kind of sets that are good for the 800-metre athletes, and maintaining that speed, hitting their tempo time after time after time.
So you're saying girls are better?
Yes.
Woohoo!
I think that's a well-established fact.
Yeah. Well, you got to tell us at least that. That's right. It's been recorded. It's on broadcast. We are here. But no, it's fantastic to see. She's doing really great, keeping it up in lane 6. Because also, it could be our mindset as well, you know. Even be like, okay, well, I'm racing boys the same age as me. Their maturation is different than mine. They're at different points. Great if they're in your club, because then you swim with them all the time. But then, you know, here's a race day. And sometimes you know these other swimmers, sometimes you don't. So it's good to be able to not think about it too much. It's your race. It's your plan. Swim your race.
So now William in lane 4 has put together a good last couple of 100 metres to move into second place and start to close down on Ben, who has been leading since the 100-metre mark.
Okay, Nick, I'm going to dive into that a little bit more. With that gap in between, how do you close that? Like, because it's such over a long period of time and you can't speed up with the energy. What's some of the approaches that you would try? So
if you really make sure you nail your skills in and out of that wall, that can gain just 0.2 to 0.5 a second every single turn in and out, and that can add up over 300-400 metres. And if you can just start to bring your legs in a little bit earlier than your opponent, you might gain another little half a second there, half a second here. But it will be a big move if William is able to catch up to Ben, because we've only got 125 metres to go. He's starting to use those legs now, William, and he has definitely pulled away from Archer and Madison in that battle for second in this heat, and he's reduced the gap to Ben, but it's going to be a long, hard 100 if he's going to catch Ben out in front.
And there's the bell. It goes for Ben, it goes for William, it goes for Archer and for Madison. Following also is Maximilian in 3. But yeah, the focus is all on Ben.
And look at the legs that Archer's now brought in, and he's going to try and come back at Will, who's gone past him. And that might spur Will on to try and chase down Ben a little bit more in this last 100. But Archer's definitely brought those legs in this last 100. He's pulled out about a body length and a half over Madison, who is right alongside him, leading into that 700-metre turn.
Yeah, he's gained some pace, that's for sure, and he's closing in on that gap. Can he even overtake? If he keeps that same pace, that's the question. Can he come up and meet Ben? Oh, looking at where we are now in the distance, no, it's not going to happen. He really made a go for it in that 50 just then.
But it definitely made Will respond, and Will's closed down to about a body length on Ben. But Ben is going to hold on and be able to take this heat out. Oh, no, Will's coming strong in the last 5 metres. Who's going to take it out? And Ben just holds on. So well done, Ben. Good finish from Will.
Wow. Because Ben, in that final 10 metres, breathed the other way towards the bottom of the pool, the bottom of the screen, and Will was on the other side, and only in his final breath did he see that he was right up against him.
I would say, though, in the review of the performance from Will with his coach, they might you know, it's good to see them racing out to the wall, but maybe had a little bit more energy that he could have used a bit earlier in the race, which may have led to a faster overall time. So, but Will is now sitting in second place amongst the 14-year-old boys behind Liam with that swim that he put in there. So he's in with a chance for a medal as we now move along to Heat 4 of Event 33, our mixed 14-15 800-metre freestyle.
And it is all happening now. A great start, Arabella Tomlinson from Caulfield Aquatics, 15 years of age. And we've got a couple of girls in this. We have Tessa Scott from St. Paul's. She's in lane 2. And also Sienna Santolin in lane 8. And then we've got the boys who are all 15, 14-year-olds who are going to be up for the challenge. They're actually all 14 now that I've finalised the list here.
So it's nice and easy, this race. We've got 2 races inside 1 race. So just it's girls against girls and boys against boys. There's no different age groups. The girls are all 15. The boys are all 14.
It's a verse-off.
And it does look like Arabella Tomlinson is taking off strongly in this opening 100. And she does turn through in a nice sharp 104.97.
Yeah, nice, cool, calm and collected. So her time, 9:46 was her entry time. So this is at the beginning of the race. She's started off very well. We'll see what happens. As you said, we did start with the fastest times first in all these heats, being time finals. So really we're hoping that they're going to push themselves into their own PBs.
Yeah, so they definitely have to go out aggressively because they have to set the standard. They don't know what the heats after them are going to do, so they can't be like, oh, just cruise and see what happens. No, you have to be nice and positive, nice and aggressive, attack your heat, because you want to make sure you set a time that the heats behind can't reach. And Arabella's definitely doing that through this first 200.
Yeah, they're going to be chasing, whereas all of our other heats for this morning, it's been the opposite, where the time has been set by the slower heats. And if it's been a fast time, the faster heat swimmers can look up at the board and be like, all right, motivation for me, that can't happen.
Yeah, it's a nice strong first 200 with a 2:14.61 from Arabella. If she can maintain that tempo, she's on for a big PB here. So the 15-year-olds, for the girls, the fastest time was set in the opening heat at Seong of 8:59. Probably not going quite fast enough to match that, but some of the other times are definitely within reach. We obviously had Madison in the previous heat of a 9:25, and if Arabella can go faster than a 9:25, she's going to give herself a good chance to end up on the medal podium.
Yeah, definitely. And so I want to highlight, actually, because Jason Helwig, our Swimming Victoria CEO, has just come past and given us both a fist bump on the commentary just here. He's a great leader for our team, and Swimming Victoria are doing some great work, and they're really proud to announce a new partnership with Beyond Bank. And you go, well, what is this partnership, Beyond Bank? Well, it actually is to partner to work with all our swimmers, coaches, athletes, everyone to see financial well-being, and it's particularly about scam awareness. Everyone knows the phishing emails that we get. I just got one the other day at my work that said, buy something from Amazon, not Amazon, so they're around, and so we want to make sure that everyone has that awareness piece. So there's going to be some webinars that are coming up that are going to be delivered for the swimming community to increase the financial awareness of scams and financial education with all our young members. Super important for the longevity and success. You know, swimming needs partnerships, needs money to be able to participate in it and have the best facilities. So it's great that we have been partnered with Beyond Bank. so that we can really communicate with the community about financial matters and, yeah, what matters to help our community going forward.
Yeah, it's an excellent partnership to have, as now we approach the 400-metre mark here in Heat 4, and Arabella is well and truly in control of this heat. It's turning through in that 4:37.30, another 35-second lap. The challenge for her is now going to be maintaining those 35-second laps. If she can, keep them under the 36 or as close to 36.0 as she can to really set herself up for a nice time. Michael Fan and Hamish are having that battle for second place in lane 4 and lane 6 in that head-to-head race amongst the 14-year-old boys that are in this heat.
Yeah, halfway mark. A good place to be, leading out in front. Means you've done some of the hard work, and it compounds. All the work that you do compounds to build that gap in distance in front. Same as what you were talking about just in the previous heat, that you know, when you want to attack to make a comeback, you need to do it in that final 200 metres, not that final 50 metres, because all those 1%ers need to compound. And so in lane 3 here, Arabella really making a statement, 500 metres down, looking nice and strong.
So 36.0 on that 50, another strong 50. The challenge is see in this final 300, how many of those 50s can she get back into that 35-second range if possible? She's doing a good job of keeping that tempo up nice and high. A little bit of a softer kick, but it's still there, keeping that balance, keeping those hips up nice and high. I'm going to hazard a guess that her lap counter might be related to her, because definitely some encouragement coming from our volunteer lap counter.
Oh, that's so good, though, because, well, we're talking about volunteers. We need them in our sport. Parents and any kind of supporters in swimming, we're so appreciative. So all our lap counters at one end of the pool are all normally volunteer parents. And then our bell ringers at the final lap, that's all our technical officials. But yeah, that's really cute that Arabella has, looks like one of her parents and or connections at the end of our lane, encouraging her on every lap counter flip.
So another 36.1, so being able to maintain a good tempo here through the 600. We'll look to see when she tries to bring those legs in just a little bit more, as Michael and Hamish continue to have that nice tight battle for second and third.
Yeah, I'm going to be interested to see if Hamish is going to be able to pick it up, because he is only half a body length. Not even, I reckon he's closing that a little bit just now with Michael Fan in 4. And then it's for 4th. It's a little bit of a battle it's going to be. We've got Tessa Scott in 2. And in 1, we've got Keelan McGee. And then in 5, we've got Ashton Clements. So, again, they can have their own little race to the finish when we come to it.
Which is exactly what you want. You just want that someone to push you, someone to keep driving you forward as you start to fatigue at this stage of the race.
Well, for everyone, at home, if you've ever done a fun run where you're just watching someone in front of you, you're like, yep, the person with the green shorts, and you're coming into the finish line, you've got 100 metres to go and you want to pip them running over it, it's that kind of thing. You're watching them as a marker. And Arabella, no marker out in front for her. She is pushing away, and she has from the very start. She has just 75 metres to go. And she's going to get some encouragement. Watch lane 3, the lap counter. She's going to be cheering her on. It's all about that time.
So we saw in the heat before, Madison Brand set a time of 9:25.19. It's going to be close. If she can get close to that, she's a chance for a medal in the girls' 15-year category here.
All right, let's see what happens, and let's be watching this final turn.
She's really brought those legs in. She's kicking nice and strongly. We've got 25 metres to go. She's got about 20 seconds to get to the wall, so it is going to be nice and tight if she's going to take down Madison from the previous heat. So Arabella's got 15 metres to swim, Keeping that kick going nice and strong. Driving nice and hard to the wall. Getting that head down from the flags to the wall and touches in a 9:23.57.
Check out the battle we've got on our hands between Michael in 4 and Hamish in 6. Michael was 1 second in front of that final 50-metre turn, and he has done it with just over 1 second in front as well. So that is Michael 9:36.21 and Hamish 9:36.45. A great effort by both of the guys there.
We did say at the start that they were setting off a really nice pace to set out some PBs, and yeah, there's been a number of swimmers that have gone well and truly under their entry time there in Heat 4. So that shows the importance of getting out nice and fast to give yourself that chance. So we're now about to move along to Heat 5.
We are, and it is all girls in this heat here, 15 and 14-year-olds. There's a mix.
So Alice in lane 0 from Tiger Sharks is in the 14-year-old category. Mia from Caulfield in 1 is the 14-year-old category. Summer from Geelong is in the 14-year-old category. In lane 2, in lane 3, Madison from Nuttawading is in the 14-year-old category. In lane 4, Luca is in the 15-year-old category. Ada in lane 5 from Western Aquatic Academy is in the 15-year-old category. Maeve from New Zealand is in the 14-year-old category. From Warragul in lane 7 is Havana in the 15-year-old category. From HC Swim Club, Ruby in lane 8 is in the 15-year-old category. And that are our competitors here in Heat 5.
It is a great start to Luca Asenzo in lane 4. Madison Brown following in lane 3. In lane 7 we have Ava Dennis. So that is the first 100 metres.
So all these swimmers have an entry time. Luke is the only one who has the entry time under that 10 minutes. So the 10 minute means 1:15 per 100. So that means once we sort of settle down, if we can see the swimmers sort of holding from now onwards around that 37.5 to 38, because we've got a little bit of free speed in that first 100, then we're probably looking for a PB, because there's sort of entry times, apart from Luca, somewhere between 10.05 and 10.21. So if you can hold that 1:15 per 100 from here on in, you'd be looking for a nice PB and challenging that 10-minute mark.
Yeah, and I'm sure they would celebrate. I'm sure that would be a goal for a lot of these guys out there in the pool, breaking that 10-minute mark.
Well, we've been doing a lot of race pace training for these events. So repeat 50s, repeat 100s, maybe even some 200s, trying to hold that speed that they want to maintain for this race. And Luca is setting off to a good start through the first 200 and 2:20.4. And we're seeing all these athletes 37 points to 38 low to start off with. So they're right on the speed that they need to be. It's all about maintaining it from here on in.
Yes, maintenance, maintenance, maintenance. And so, speaking of maintenance, Swimming Victoria's new major sponsor. It's been really exciting recently. An aquatic facility maintenance partner is Mattioli, who have the naming rights for our Mattioli 2024 State Age Championships that are on right now. And Mattioli, they're really good people. Did you meet them? I've met them. You haven't yet?
No,
had the
not
opportunity?
yet.
Yeah, they're good. They're really good people. It's started off as a family-run business as well, and the family's still in it. But yeah, they've got over 50 years' experience, and they're expert in building pools and upgrading pools. And so this partnership, it's connected here with MSAC, but for anyone out there in Swimming Victoria that needs pool maintenance, they are your people. So yeah, they're going to play a pivotal role in shaping pools and what we can do with pools, which is swimming. That's exactly what we're for in the coming years. So a great collaboration, and they're also across regional Victoria too.
So we thank them for their support.
Absolutely.
At the 2025 Mattioli Victorian Age Long Course Championships. And Luca, as the fastest C coming in, has definitely set herself up through this first 300, starting nice and strongly. Very high tempo she has, and is keeping herself going at that rhythm that she established in that first 100. So again, she's probably got a little bit more of that traditional 2-beat kick that sort of changes into a 4-beat kick, then back to a 2-beat, then into a 4-beat, and all about an up-tempo with her arms.
Well, yeah, does it matter the approach? It's the output, right?
No, and it's all, and you have to match your technique to how you've prepared and what is best for you. And if you look at Lani Pallister, who won the World Championships at the short course 2 nights ago in the 800, she still has a 2-beat kick, and I would argue it's probably not even a 2-beat kick, it's sort of a 1-beat kick almost. and for most of her swim, she'll just have those legs trailing, just keeping her balance, just a little bit of support. So over in lane 2, now moving into the lead from Geelong, is it Summer Morgan. She's in our 14-year-old category. So this strong sort of middle 200 and a nice strong 50 there, a 36.21. She's definitely picked up the speed. Has moved her from sitting back in second and third to now in the lead as we're into the second half of this 800 in heat 5.
She's doing really well over there from Geelong. She's going to be challenged. Lane 6, we have Maeve McDonald. So Maeve's from Alwick, one of our visitors.
Yeah, and definitely Summer and Maeve, they've really increased their tempo in this last 200. They've increased their stroke rate. They're trying to keep those legs going nice and strong, and they pulled out a little bit of a distance over Luca through this sort of middle 250 metre mark of the race, as we're now starting to get ready for the final part of this race. We'll see who can maintain that speed into this final 200. And that tempo from Summer has not slowed down. She's stroking nice and fast, keeping that tempo going, and sitting up nice and high in the water. Whereas Maeve is a little bit longer with her stroke and trying to work more on her legs. So thinking about trying to keep that kick nice and high in the water. And as you can see, it's working for both of them. As we approach the 600 metre turn, it will be Summer with another 36-point lap, and Maeve at 37.0.
And there's a lot of goes coming from the crowd as well, and a lot of papers we've seen, and arms waved in the air.
So Summer had an entry time of 10:11.26 and Maeve 10:09.09. So they're both putting themselves in a good position to swim a nice PB here, as Summer just had a quick glance up at the board just to see how many laps she had to go. So we saw the number 3, that means 150 to go. When she gets to the finish end, she'll hear the bell.
They're getting ready for the bells. Now, she's looking very strong. She still has a gap. It's half a body length almost out in front. She's got the stamina. She's going to be able to hold it. This is completely endurance, and like they're trained for endurance.
A really strong 50 there. 36.44 from Summer. Maeve's also into the 36s. So they've kept it under that 37 mark into this last 100, and they're going to absolutely smash their entry times. Mia Misford has now moved into third place in lane 1 with Luca in fourth.
Yeah, Mia's gone really well. She's picked up her speed here to go, the girls. They're going to get it done. We're going to be looking at those times as we mentioned. There's going to be a big turn here. And Summer has pushed off and she's accelerating in this final 50 metres.
Yeah, that was a 35.8 on that 50, so she's under 36 now. So she's really, this second 400 has been really well swum by Summer. She's kept the pressure on. She's had probably a little bit in the tank and has been able to pick up that speed in this second 400 and is finishing off super strongly and is coming into take out heat number 5 in a huge PB and touches the wall in 9:42.22 with Maeve in 9. And well and truly under the 10-minute mark as well. Mia coming in at 9:54, cracking that 10-minute barrier for the first time.
Yeah, really nice to see. The Geelong crews here on the side of the pool, particularly in that final lap, they were up and about for Summer as well. So it is, coming towards, we've got a few more 800s, but it is the final events for our first heat session here on day 1 of our Mattioli Age Championships. And it's good to see people still hanging around to support our athletes still in the pool.
So to complete here, Heat 5, we've got Ruby Biggins from HC Swim Club coming down towards the wall to finish her 800.
Go Ruby, 800 metres. It's a long way. So nice. She hasn't lost her speed there. She's kept it consistent. She's coming into the wall.
So we're now going to move along to Heat 6, our final heat of event 33, the mixed 14-15 800-metre freestyle. We have our full complement of 4 athletes in this heat.
We get a thumbs up from Lucy Sadler in 6 to her team, which are on pool deck next to us.
So we have Madison Barker in 3 from Lavin and Wyndham in the 15-year-olds. Holly in lane 4 from MLC in the 14-year-olds. Olivia from Nuttawading in the 15-year-old category. And Lucy in the 14-year-old category. So we've got 2 races, 2 and 2. Not next to each other. So you always have to look one person across from you to who you're racing, but they're all racing each other.
They're just trying to keep us on our toes. But yeah, as you can see, the lap counts, 15 metres is what we start. 15 metres. 15, the number 15 is what starts in the lap counters. And it's odd because they've already done 1 lap at the start.
Yeah, so it's the number of laps you have to go when you reach that wall. So if you glance up and look ahead, it's the number from when you touch that wall. And they'll change it over each time once you've left the wall as we count down in our odd numbers. So through this first 100, they're all sort of eyeing each other off, settling into their rhythm. And it will be Madison who does lead in a 1:11.96. So these girls all had entry times in the 2:22 to 2:25 range. So nice close entry times. So we know that 10-minute mark is a 1:15 per 100. So if any of them get close to that 10-minute mark, that is a huge PB. So we're looking sort of if they can maintain these 38, 39 second 50s and then they're on for a personal best swim. They've given themselves that little bit of a margin through this opening 100 as they now settle into that rhythm that they want to maintain through the next 700 metres.
What do you think is their most favourite point in the race?
The end.
I knew you were going to say that. But I was thinking, like, you know, sometimes it's nice when you're like, okay, I'm 100 metres, like, this is my go time.
Yeah.
Or is it the halfway mark where you're like, cool, and halfway down, half to go, and, like, I'm ready.
Yeah, and obviously in every race, the end is the best because you're done. But during the race, all these athletes are going to have different cue points, different things that they like. So Olivia's done a really good job there on that second 100. So maybe that was her focus, just let the speed happen in that first 100 and then settle into a rhythm in what the speed that I want to maintain in that second 100. Maybe that was her cue. Madison's may have been, okay, I want to get out nice and strong in that first 100. They will discuss this with their coach based on their training, and each race will be different. Different distances, they'll have different strategies. Different strokes, you might have different strategies. What works for you doesn't necessarily work for the person next to you. So they'll have different moments during this 800 that they're going, okay, this is what I want to do now. I want to accelerate here, or I want to think about being a little bit better off each turn, or I want to make sure that I'm not breathing first stroke out of my turn. I want to make sure that at the 400 metre mark I bring my legs in a little bit more. And I've discussed this and worked on their tactics with their coach during their training sessions.
Yeah, let's talk a little bit more about breathing. So we're watching the girls just here. So they've just breathed in sync for just that one breath. So just hitting the wall, Madison in front, and then Olivia. And as you said, they're the ones competing directly against each other.
Yes, it's quite nice that the girls have decided that they're going to race their age group competitor and just sit head to head, eye them down. Yeah, with their breathing. So you're going to your breathing pattern that you feel most comfortable with. So for most of these athletes, it's going to be every second stroke or every third stroke. Maybe it might be 2-2-3, 2-2-3, or twos the whole way. Maybe they'll breathe left side on the way down, right side on the way back. They're going to mix it up depending on what they've practiced in training, what's comfortable for them. Some people find they can breathe to one side the whole time for an 800. Other people might find if they breathe to one side through the whole 800, that fatigues them quicker. So you need to work out what works for you. But then it's the breathing position that's super important, and making sure that they're keeping that ear down, almost on their shoulder, and you only need to turn your head far enough to get your mouth out of the water.
Yep, turning the head and not the body.
Yeah, so it's rotating that head. Your body will rotate because that's what it will do normally, but we do not need to be looking up at the roof, the sky. We want to make sure it's just a quick breath to the side and then getting those eyes back down.
And so how deep do you want to breathe?
It needs to be, you want to try and feel like it's a relaxing breath, because if you're gasping for breath the whole time, then you're going to start to feel short of breath. So you need to make sure, one of the things that a lot of people forget to do is actually to blow out their air when their head's in the water. So make sure you're expelling your air when your head's in the water. So all you need to do when you breathe in, turn, quick breath, just what feels like a normal breath, normal relaxed breath, get it in, then head back down, blow out again.
That's a good reminder, and puts a good visual of underneath the water there should be bubbles coming out because they're expelling that breath, so that they're making the most of their time, which is when their head is turned. So it's as short as possible that they're in that position. So it's only a breath in before coming back. And
that's a skill that these swimmers will have learned. It's one of the first things that you're taught from a learn to swim perspective. When your head's under the water, blow your bubbles. But it's really important, even at a high performance level of swimming, that heads in the water is bubbles and then turning is breathing time.
No, I like it. And so Lucy in lane 6 is just making a bit more of a move here as we're hitting that 500 metre mark against her direct competitor, which is Holly in lane 4. And so she's gaining that distance in between. And Madison in 3 and Olivia in 5. Liv is just out in front as well, but definitely not the same distance between the other two girls. She's just almost that body length.
Yeah, she's just been getting just a little bit further every single 50. It's only been 0.1 of a second or 0.2 of a second, but gradually extending it. And she turns through that 50 in a 37.8 with Madison a 39.1. So that was probably the biggest difference they've had between the two of them on a single 50 as we start to move towards that 600 metre mark. And you can definitely tell that Olivia's started to bring those legs in nice and strongly over the last 100 to try and capitalise and extend her lead over Madison.
Still a way to go, because they're going to be hitting that 600 metre mark just here. 200 metres to still complete in the race. And so, again, as you said, if it's their race plan is divided into quarters, this is where it can change up again.
And this will be, it's almost you have to give everything you've got left from this point.
But when do you give it?
And
because they've been going a very long time.
And that's the challenge. Obviously, as you're fatigued, as you're tired, it's very easy to save it up to that last 50, just going, okay, you know, I'm trying, and then just go in the last 50. But you want to make sure that you try and feel like you're just gradually increasing that pressure from that 600 metre mark so that you can maximise any energy that you do have left. Again, another 37.7 from Olivia. That time Madison back into a 38.3. So both of them continued to put the pressure on a little bit, picked it up slightly from their previous 50. Lucy's also managed to maintain under 40 seconds on that 50, so is looking to put together a good swim.
You know what, Nick? There is so much maths in this.
There is.
Do we just give that to the coaches? Is that what our swimmers do? No, they've got to be counting their laps still. They've got to know what's going on as well.
Yeah, when you're executing the race, you should be forgetting about the numbers. But in training, they'll have known what speed they're trying to maintain, what speed they're trying to hit on each 50. That's important for them to know now. That when they hit in the race, they just want to go. You don't want to be too analytical during a race. You just want to let it happen, and then you can talk about it afterwards.
All right, here we go. The final bell. All the girls are in their final 100 metres, and it's going to be 50 for Madison and Olivia. Olivia just out in front still. Let's see how much distance, if she can push any further between, or if Madison's going to catch.
And definitely Madison has tried to bring those legs in over this last 100 and is really putting the pressure on Olivia. Olivia, though, through that previous 150 metres, managed to build that lead, and it looks like it's going to be just enough to hold on Madison as she charges, and it's down to half a body length, but that's as close as it's going to get. Olivia is going to take this sixth and final heat out in the mixed 14-15 800 freestyle in a nice PB of 10:09.06 with Madison in second. That was the 15-year-old category in this race, and then in our 14-year-old category, Lucy with a PB on an entry time of 10:25.32, just right on that time. So fantastic swim there from Lucy, right on her personal best, as Holly is now coming into the wall. And to complete our mixed 14-15 800 freestyle. So we have one more event remaining for this morning's session. That is event 34, the mixed 16 to 18 800 metre freestyle. So we have 4 heats of our 16 to 18 800 metre freestyle. It's our time finals again, so it's our fastest heats going first. And we have a bit of a combination here, and Carly Marsh has now joined me in the commentary box.
Hey Nick, how you going?
Thanks.
Good to be here. I've been enjoying watching some of our endurance races this morning and some really exciting heat swims as well. throughout. I checked out some of the results, got to watch some back on the live stream. It's all going well here on day one.
Yeah, there have been some impressive performances so far on day one, and I'm expecting some good swims here in this mixed 16 to 18 800 freestyle. This first heat has predominantly our males, with Mackenzie Hunter being our only female. She's in the 18-year-old category for MLC. So there's 4 different categories here. There's the 16-year-old for male and female, and then the 17-18 for male and female. So there are 4 different races for our medals. So Mackenzie's in the 17-18 female category. All the other boys are in this race except for George. Huang is in the 16-year-old category, whereas the others are in the 17-18-year-old race. So we've got 3 different races in the one for this opening heat.
Also got a couple of visiting athletes in here. Nice to have some visitors to push our Victorian guys along. They've taken it out fairly quickly there too. Toby Sutton from Emmanuel led us through 59.01.
Yeah, sub-minute on that first 100. Really setting that tempo nicely, and as they now start to settle down into the rhythm, 32 points. Hopefully they'll be able to maintain that speed for the remaining 650 metres.
Always an interesting age category, that 17, 18 years. I know a lot of the athletes in this field have just completed their VCE. ATARs came out on Thursday. Saw a few smiling faces around the full deck this morning when we spoke about it, so good news. But balancing that year 11, year 12 timetable with a endurance program isn't the easiest task.
No, especially balancing it, doing an 800, and then if you, as rightly so, should have enjoyed some celebrations post-school, that might not have been ideal preparation for an 800 freestyle, but it's good to see they're all in the water and giving it a go.
Just clearing the system out for the rest of the week.
Yeah. Because it's probably not the favourite event of everyone, so we can all jump in and do our 50 freestyle no matter how we're feeling, but the 800 freestyle does require a bit more dedication and positivity to put in a good swim.
Yeah, the 17, 18, 50 frees were this morning, so I'm not seeing a lot of crossover in athletes here.
I'm not sure if anyone's in both of them, but, you know. But now we're settling down through this 300-metre turn we're approaching. Josh from MLC is looking nice and smooth and has moved into the lead and turns through in a 3:09.1. Again, they're all sort of swimming those 32, 33 low second mark for each 50.
Josh is one of those swimmers, and he just always makes it look easy. There doesn't look like there's a lot of effort going in, and he'll just sit like that for most of the race, and then all of a sudden you'll be watching and he's 5 metres, 10 metres ahead. Really efficient swimmer, really relaxed. And then out in lane 6, you've got Rowan Wine of Yarra Plenty Waves. I was having a chat to him prior to this race. He's one that's just come back from schoolies, wasn't sure how he'd be going, but was feeling really good in warm-up, and he just said he wanted to roll with it. So his normal pace that he tries to hit in warm-up is around 101s, 102s, and he was going 57s, that's short course, so we got to convert that a little bit, but he was feeling good, so he just wanted to see what happens, and they're our 2 leaders early on.
And that's the right approach to have. Just get in there and see how it goes, and hopefully it pays off for you, and if it doesn't really matter. You get another chance in a couple of months' time at Open State Championships. But no, Josh is looking really smooth, and it's often those smooth swimmers that people say, oh, they're not trying, which is a great...
I would love for someone to tell me I looked like I wasn't trying when I was swimming an 800.
Yeah, it's a great compliment to get, but I can guarantee you he's putting in a lot of effort. He's just nice and smooth and nice and efficient. Really, all our athletes in those first 4 there are keeping their stroke nice and long, relaxed and smooth.
So that lap, they've just picked up the pace a little bit there. Obviously coming around the halfway mark, everyone's starting to put the foot down a little bit, shift gears. That's how I prefer to swim an 800. set it up in the first two, start to build into the second 200, and then that third 200 is where you really want to cement your positioning and set yourself up for that final 200 metres.
When you were racing that 800, were you someone who, if you were side by side with someone, just wanted to be always first into the wall each time? And
I think I had to be first into the wall because I was the last one off it. I wouldn't say my skills are really well renowned in these distance races. It's probably why I switched to open water, but there is definitely a benefit of just getting your feet on that little bit faster. You have that bit more momentum coming onto the wall, and you can maintain it off the wall that little bit better. Those sneaky little milliseconds, they do add up, and especially when you're coming down to a race that's 16 laps long, you don't want to be pipped on the post by 1/100th.
no, and I always found that if you could get into that wall a little bit quicker than the person next to you, you just get that little positive momentum, and the other person will go, oh no, I have to catch them again. Oh no, I have to catch them again. If you do that 5, 6, 7, 8 times, eventually you're going to break their spirit.
Wear them down. Those things do come into play in these longer distance races as well, especially if you're going into it knowing that not everyone's had the perfect preparation. It's not necessarily going to be a personal best time that wins in these older age categories. So you've got to have a race plan and you've got to stick to it, and you can go out hard and break a few, or you can play a bit of cat and mouse. If you know you've got that speed in your back pocket, you might be better off just sitting on someone's hip, letting them do the hard work, and you get that easy ride along, and then just pick it up in that last bit and win the sprint.
They are putting together a really good swim though. So Josh's entry time is 8:37 and Rowan's 8:45. They're definitely on track to challenge that, especially Rowan. I'm looking forward to this. He might be putting together a good PB as we've got 150 metres left to go.
He's a really good racer too, so I think if it comes down to it, you're definitely going to see a lot of heart on the line from Rowe.
And they're just both starting to try to bring those legs in just a little bit more than they had the previous 100.
Toby Sutton, the visitor in between them, he's still having a little bit of a crack here. I've just seen him lift his rating through this first 25 as they come down. They will receive the bell here, and we've got a bit of a race on our hands.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be a who can attack the race the strongest for this last 100. Don't just wait for the last 25. Can Rowan go right from the start of this 100? He's putting a big effort in, but Josh has responded and really upped it to now a 6-8 beat kick.
I like that Josh still, you can see he's increased his kick, but the rating still looks smooth. It still looks relaxed. It has upped a little bit, but he's gone more that power approach.
Yeah, he's kept his length of stroke nice, and he hasn't shortened his stroke in the effort to increase his tempo. He's kept the distance per stroke in, which is really important. Save 2 or 3 strokes each lap in an 800 is huge.
He's also got a bit of an advantage here, breathing towards Rowan as they come down. Got almost 15 metres left to swim. Gosh, that's a sweet feeling at the end of this race.
And Rowan's definitely closed the distance in this last 100. He's not going to quite get there, but he's going to put in a good effort.
Absolutely nothing in it really on the wall. And you think he was 1.3 seconds behind into that final 100 and made up a lot of ground. But Joshua Wachowski there, 8:34.92. He'll take out heat 1. Rowan Wine in second, 8:35.16. And Toby Sutton finishes third, 8:43.57.
A reminder that George is swimming in a different category, George Huang. So his 8:55 will be our fastest for our 16-year-old boys. And Mackenzie Hunter's 9:05 will lead the way for our 17, 18-year-old girls.
Pretty good time there from Mackie, considering she's just come back from a 10-day distance training camp at the AIS where they clocked around, I think it was 95 kilometres. So not quite the taper, freshen up you want leading into a state championships.
No, you'd be feeling a little bit fatigued at the end of that. So we're now going to move along to heat 2 of our mixed 16-18 800-metre freestyle.
So starting to see a few more of those 16-year-olds in this heat 2. Good start there from Zachary Gordon. He's off flying, long underwater for an 800.
If you've got the skill, use it. Probably don't use it off every single one at 800. Otherwise it will be challenging. But off that start, you sort of got that little bit of free speed.
Yes, it would be very impressive lung capacity. 14 metres off every wall in an 800.
But if you are strong on underwater, it's not necessarily the distance you go off the wall each turn in an 800. It might be making sure that you're getting out nice and powerfully, getting a couple of dolphin kicks in and using that speed to pop up and set yourself up for the next lap.
Yeah, one of the things I like to talk about, particularly off the walls, is that little bit of a boost and an increasing kick just as you break out. So that breakout point where you're coming from underwater, transitioning into the stroke. I love to see those athletes who just a little bit of extra flutter to speed up through that point, because it can be quite a dead zone. Lots of easy speed to gain there. That's not too much extra effort and energy.
And almost becomes automatic. If you train it every time you're coming up through the surface, you just accelerate as you pop up and on through that first stroke, it becomes automatic, and then you just back into your rhythm for the next 50.
Yeah, that tends to be a bit of a goal throughout all the training habits we make for every race. I guess you could look at it that way, that every time you're executing skills and sets at training, you want to repeat those things over and over and over. So when you dive in on race day, it is a habit.
Yeah. Because we're only as good as our bad habits. It tends to be when we race, we do our worst habits. And so if our worst habits are good, then we're all good to go. Callum Rosetta is out nice and strongly through the 200 at 2:08.51. So Callum's in the 17, 18-year-old age group. So we'll be competing against those times in the first heat. An entry time of 9:07.44. So he'll be looking to see how close he can get to that 9-minute mark if he's putting together a good swim. And he keeps maintaining sort of those 33.1s. He's a good chance there. So again, that's sort of 33.1s and 106s per 100.
Consistency is key. Consistency is absolute key in anything like an 800, 1500, even the 400. It's the people who can hold the best. You don't need to necessarily be getting faster to make everyone else look like they're getting slower.
Exactly. Like if you can keep holding, again, 33.0 there Callum goes. So he hasn't changed his speed, but he's increased his gap over the rest of the field because he was just able to maintain that 33 low speed and just sneak just a little bit extra. An extra half a second here, extra half a second there. So we'll see how long he can maintain these 33 low 50s for.
Still fairly close between a lot of the other guys in the field here. You can see them starting to almost pair up, and that's something that's a really nice strategy. You don't want to end up racing by yourself. It's really hard to maintain speed, to keep your focus if you're out on your own. Those little songs that get stuck in your head creep in and throw you off, and if you've got that one person that you can just stick with, you're more likely to stay with them for the whole race, and it'll help you settle a lot easier.
So as we approach the 400-metre turn, Callum is doing a fantastic job out in front. Just a little bit of a quick look at the scoreboard there. Another 33.0. That is very tempting in those distance races. That scoreboard, I know from personal experience, is perfectly positioned to check out your splits as you're going through.
I think you definitely start to notice it a lot when there's around 200 metres to go and people are starting to hurt.
Yeah. Where is the finish line?
Is it the bell yet?
Back into the 32s from Callum. He's really setting a fantastic speed here in this second heat. His tempo staying nice and high, just keeping that tempo all the way through.
What I'm really liking is I've kind of been having a look at him, and he's got this very high stroke rate, which we are tending to see a lot from our distance swimmers these days. They're maintaining these high stroke rates, still softer on the legs, but his shoulders aren't that red yet. Like, I think he's still got a bit left in the tank here.
Yeah, he looks relatively comfortable, and through the 500, normally you're starting to hurt at this stage, and he looks quite relaxed, quite comfortable. Yes, it's an up-tempo style, but he still looks relaxed.
Gets a little bit of a wave on from coach on this lap. It's time to start making your move, Cal.
And so as he sort of goes past his opposition, as he's swimming past them, the key for him would be, okay, am I further ahead than I was the last 50? Have I gained another half a metre? Have I gained another metre? And you can tell as you go past someone every time, have they gained on me? Have I gained on them that 50?
Always like setting that little goal of, can I catch up to the person in last place? Can we overtake someone here?
Yeah, and whether it's like, oh, I want to pass them at the 15-metre mark, or I want to pass them at the 25-metre mark, or wherever it is, give yourself a little extra goal, a little extra motivation as he goes through the 600 turn. A 33.8, so that's the speed's dropped just ever so slightly in that 50. We'll see if he can pick it up again into this final 200.
So Archer Lark there, turning in second. He's just ahead of Marley Sutherland, who split a little bit faster on that lap, so he might be starting to pick up the pace here too. And then it's James Gargano in 5, sitting in 4th there. Those three not too far apart. Callum Rossetto, though, your leader from start to finish at this point. It's going to take a lot of work to catch up to this man.
He was rewarded for going out nice and strongly. They're all out fast in that first 100, but Callum was just able to maintain that tempo. Archer's now starting to pull away in that battle for second. Pulling off some 33 points, and that just giving him a little bit of distance. So back to a 33.6 for Callum with 100 to go. 33.4 for Archer, so he is gaining, but it's a little bit too much to catch up in this last 100.
Little too late there, and Carl's going to do a massive personal best here by the looks. Entered with a 9.07, turned in 7.41, holding around those 1.07s at this point.
Yeah, absolutely smashing the 9-minute barrier. Back to a 33.1, so he's saved a little bit. Let's see what he can come home in this last 50. Definitely trying to increase his stroke rate. It is getting a little bit short in this last 100 as he tries to increase that rate.
Under the flags he goes here. One final stroke, 8:47.18. That is huge from Callum Rossetto this afternoon. Archer Lark there, lane 7. He'll take out second, 8:53.89. And third in heat 2 goes to Marley Sutherland, 8:58.33.
Hi, Carly. How you going?
I'm good.
I'm back.
Welcome. How was your little break, Chelsea? You've done a great job this morning. So many exciting races.
It was nice. It was nice to look back at the program and just actually look at the swimming without some talking. Even though we love talking. But no, it's great. Like, I just think, wow, 800 metres, hey? Big effort.
Big effort, especially from those 14, 15-year-olds earlier. And on day one as well, you've got to think this is a 5-day competition. They've still got 4 more days of racing. Some of these guys are back again this afternoon for finals. It's a heavy program.
It is. It's an exciting program, though, and especially a lot of these guys would have finished school. up last week or so as well. So, one thing finishes, the next thing happens, and they're, in the pool.
Then it's 2025.
It's Christmas, then it's 2025. But yeah, lots of exciting things happening, and even our open water champs next weekend as well. So a few crossovers there. If some brave it.
Yeah, I was speaking to Josh Barilla, the event organizer, and he was saying we already, about a week out from the closing of the entries for our open water, had substantially higher numbers than last year. So it's a good time of year off the back of states. You've had a week of success, hopefully, and get a cheeky little day off, and then we all head down to Geelong for what is always a super fun day at open water.
It's and not too far, I suppose, as well, like with Eastern Beach at Geelong, you're right. So yeah, it's exciting, and then it's Christmas, and then it's the New Year, and then we've got
so much on the calendar.
Countries, we've got everything happening. January, February, March. Long course is an exciting season. And,
it is a stacked season as well.
It is, and so we're currently in Heat 3 at the moment for our final event. This is the Mattioli Victorian Age Long Course Champs, and it's only Heat session number 1. We're here till Wednesday, and you can be back tonight at 5:30. But that is the first 100 metres down of Heat 3 of our mixed 16 to 18-year-old 800-metre free. And what have you seen so far this morning that stood out to you, Carlia? Because you've been floating around for a couple of hours here.
I've been doing my little wander. I've been getting all the goss. I love chatting to the swimmers and the coaches and just really feeling the vibe for the week. And it's high at the moment, day one, and we've had a lot of success, and that tends to set the tone of the week. If you have a club and lots of teammates who are all starting to get personal bests and to swim fast times and to make first ever finals, and you've got those athletes who it's their first ever states, that's really good vibes, and I'm really actually looking forward to a lot of the races this afternoon. I know from my personal club we have a lot of exciting finalists, including one going in equal first to an event. Now, that doesn't happen very often. We often get people come in sort of equal 7th or equal 9th trying to sneak in a final, but I think that one's going to be a really close and exciting race. We've also got some 200 butterflies on tonight. Now, I love a 200 butterfly. Probably one of the hardest events on the program. As a coach, that's why you love it.
Yeah, we were going through the heats this morning, and we were like, wow, that's the toughest one. And then Nick said, oh, no, backstroke's the toughest one. And I was like, no, I'm still sticking with the 200 fly.
It's a hotly debated topic. It depends who you ask. If you ask a butterfly, I think probably when I raced 200 fly, the 200 breaststroke was the hardest event on the program.
Yeah, very true. It changes. But also the long distance, these endurance races are also, I would think, are very challenging. I mean, 1500 is next level, but now Nick was saying these 800s are more turning into a sort of sprint style with how they're being approached. And I was like, oh my gosh, how do you turn this into a sprint?
Yeah, I mean, if you think about it on the world stage, we've had so many crazy endurance athletes. I mean, Katie Ledecky, the greatest female endurance athlete in history. I mean, I don't think too many would argue that. And her style of racing is really filtering through into age group swimming now. We're not going out and just pacing easily and lower energy levels with 2-beat kick anymore. It's almost a 4 to 6-beat kick for a whole 800, and we're holding ratings above 40, whereas it used to be down in the low 30s. And there's so many changes to the sport that occur year in and year out, and this is definitely the direction that these endurance races are heading, which I think is super exciting.
Absolutely. And I like these mixed races that we've got on right now because, well, particularly this one, we've got a lot of different races all in one. We've got a few of the women in here that are in 16 and 17 years age brackets and 18. We've got Layla in lane 8 who's 18. And then we've got 16 and 18 for the guys as well. And so it is at the moment, it's Aiden McGee in lane 7 that's leading the way. Apologies. Lane 6, Alex Kopkin, one of our visitors from St. Paul's. I was one lane ahead in my own mind. He's doing a fantastic job.
It was a really interesting start to the race. Alex and Aiden, the two boys in 6 and 7, actually took it out drastically quickly for an 800. They almost sprinted that first 200 metres, and Alex has just continued that. He hasn't dropped off at all, and he's really, really increased the lead every single lap here. Whereas a few of the others, they've more settled into their race now. Some kids like to get out quickly and sort of almost shake out the cobwebs in that first part early on in the race and then settle. I don't think Alex knows what settling is. He's it's not settling for anything less than pretty impressive at this point.
I would even say, like, look at his kick. It's noticeable. Whereas for most of the time it's not until it's that final 100. So he's really putting his legs into it at the same time as his arms.
Exactly. So he's about to turn with 300 metres left, and if he can maintain this speed, it's going to be a really nice swim from our visitor there from St Paul's Swimming.
Yeah, so that was only around that 34-second mark, that one. And so following him, we've got Enrico Vulgaris. And so Enrico's from Melbourne Western Propulsion, and yeah, he's propelling himself forward. And then a couple of body lengths behind him in lane 4, we've got Taylor Watson, the 18-year-old. She's from Yarra Plenty Waves. So again, we've got a mix. I love when a girl can try and keep up and stick it to the guys and put the results on the board, which a few of them have been doing actually in these mixed races. But let's see how it'd be great for her to keep up in that sort of front little pack that's happening at the moment.
Yeah, I thought it was really fantastic. In the 14, 15 years, we actually had 3 female athletes in that first heat. It's quite rare for us to get one. I think is usually pretty exciting. So the girls are really moving on up here in this endurance swimming. We had a couple of state records broken at short course in the 800-metre events, and the girls have really lifted their game in the last few years in these 800s.
Yeah, the numbers are definitely showing, even just with participation across the board. We've got over 1,400 athletes that are involved in our Mattioli H Champs. And then, that's over 5,000 entries or, splashes into the races. So it's good to see. And Nick said that, the times have been upped as well slightly because there's been such high interest. But they're proving themselves in the pool.
100%. Compared to last year, we have increased, or I should say decreased, our qualifying times, so made them a little bit tougher. And we're still getting more athletes entering, which means the calibre of athletes we're producing here in Victoria are getting better every year. Something else exciting is in these endurance races, years ago we might get 2 heats, 3 heats, and we've had 4 heats in the 16 to 18s. We had 6 heats in the 14, 15-year-olds. So more and more people actually wanting to participate in these events. It's an exciting future.
And the first bell has gone off for Alex in lane 6, 700-metre mark. Interesting to see his time. He did have the entry time of 9:24. It looks like he'll be...
Yep, so at the moment he's just dropped off to holding around 35. So if we consider that and then he comes home in about a 1:10, he's going to be doing a nice little personal best here. I reckon he can lift a bit.
There's been so many personal bests, actually, Kalia, across so many events today, and it's been really good to see.
I think it's probably the best part about states is when athletes can come along to such a major event and come away with a personal best, because there's all these extra added pressures. A lot of them are just finishing school for the year, so you've got a lot going on at home, a lot going on of fatigue and things just from life. I'm tired.
There's so many parents, I'm sure, out there, they're like, can't wait for the year to be done, and Christmas can get really busy. For the kids, it can be less stressful, but look at someone who's not tired. It's Alex. Alex is smashing it and has come in hard and fast into the wall. 9:02.53. He has done so well. He's taken off 15 seconds plus on that
Just
time.
a small drop of 1 second per lap, which is actually phenomenal. What a great effort there. And he really lifted in that last 50 as well, coming home in, I think it was a 33 there.
Yeah, and then next in, we've had Enrico, 9:20.21. And then Taylor Watson kept it up there, 9:25.21 as well. And then in fourth, we've got Arella Riley in lane 9, 9:28.49. And lane 9 has been a little bit of a magic lane today as well, actually. It's had some great results.
Our favourite little outside smokers.
We like it. We always love to be surprised.
Just keeps things interesting.
Exactly. We'd be bored if we knew exactly what was going to happen with the results that we're going to get as Dion Gordon comes in lane 5 to complete that race, which means we only have one more final to go. It's timed finals here for these 800s, the mixed ones we've got this morning. Still the 16 to 18-year-olds. The final one here for our first heat session. It's been a beautiful Melbourne morning. And it is girl power in this final one. Off to a nice start in lane 8, Isabella Osborne.
200 butterfly, 100 butterfly, 50 butterfly. Didn't see 800 freestyle on the cards for Izzy. But here we are. Let's see what she can do. I love it when athletes do something a little bit different, mix up their program, put that hard work that they do at training into play here.
Well, yeah, she'll definitely be having a nap this afternoon. We'll say that.
Makes a few of us, I think.
Well, that's standard, right? It's go and recover, so you got to go and cool down in the pool inside, do your laps. You got to eat something.
Chelsea, you're becoming a swimmer because you know it all at the moment.
Well, no, I just know that bananas are number one.
And chalky milk.
Snack. And chalky milk, yeah, that's super popular as well. I've been told that if they're not making finals tonight, the kids love fish and chips.
Fish and chips? I did not know that.
At the South Melbourne Market's just down the road as well.
Dim Sims?
Yeah, Dim Sims, a cheeky barek, yep, it's all happening. So, and then a nap. But swimmers, oh my gosh, and parents get up so early in the morning. So it's fantastic when, there is that support. Look at the lap counters down the end as we're coming to the left of our pool, the city end of our pool. And you can see the numbers there. So the numbers are how many laps are left to go. So it's 13 currently. The swimmer will look up, and then our lap counter will flip it over. And our lap counters are normally, our parents and our supporters. So
we have so many incredible volunteers to help this meet actually run, between our parent volunteers, but also our officials, our technical officials. They all volunteer their time. These are massive sessions. They're here morning and night so that all of these events can be official, and we can utilise these times for our qualifying for national championships. If records are broken, they can be counted. And speaking of counting, those lap counters down the end, dedicating their time, hopefully around that 10-minute mark here, just under.
Yes, well, I'm thinking of, I believe it was Summer Morgan had one of her, must have been her parents or supporter, doing the lap counters in her lane for her 800 earlier. And so she was cheering her on every time she flipped the...
Oh, don't say that too loud. You can get in trouble for that.
Oh, dear. Oh, well, who knows?
It looked like it, but I don't know.
Well, it's a great race, but a great finisher, a great challenge. And these are now definitely in the endurance category for these athletes.
Now, speaking of good little race, our two leaders here, Sophie Jacker and Sarah Cartel, across the pool from one another. So there's a couple of lanes in between them, and coming down this back end lap of each 100, they're actually breathing towards one another. So if Sarah can stay in the mix here, this could come down to a nice little fight. Sophie just trying to put the burners on as she comes into the walls. Nick and I were talking about this earlier. Get that advantage, hit a bit sooner, and try and break away off the wall. It can be a little bit disheartening if you go in and you think you're right with someone, and then when you take that first breath off the wall and all of a sudden they've got half body length on you, it's kind of like, oh.
And that's very common of what happens. You'll see that change in lead coming back up and off the wall. And so at the moment it is lane 3. We've got Sophie Jacka who's leading the way, and then not too far behind her in lane 6 we've got Sarah Cartel. And so we've got a mix of girls in this race here. So we've got our 16-year-olds. We've got Grace in 1. She's from Surrey Park. We've got Kira in lane 2 from Vic Centre. We've got Sophie from Caulfield. And then we move down to Sarah, also from Caulfield Aquatics as well. So they would both know each other and train. So they're the ones who are leading out in front at the moment, those 2 girls. And the remainder are our 17-year-olds. So we've got Alana in lane 4 from MLC. We've got Natalie from Emmanuel, one of our visitors, in 5. Emily is in 7 and Isabella in 8. They're both 17-year-olds as well. So a really nice competitive spirit happening between the 2 club mates from Caulfield Aquatics, Sophie and Sarah, as we're over halfway now. We've just passed the 400-metre mark.
It's that nice little advantage being up there with your teammate, especially if it's someone you're in the same squad with. To be alongside, you know you can push each other, but you also kind of know their strengths and weaknesses. So you might know if there's somewhere you can get a little bit of an advantage or something you've got to be looking out for and make sure you're doing your absolute best because you know that's their strength. It's always more fun to swim any event with someone who you get to spend a lot of time with.
While you might know that your speed right at the end is faster than theirs and you could pip them at the post. But yeah, there's also those secret hidden weapons that you never know.
I think best friends make the best competitors. Always have. I mean, some of my closest friends even now are people who I used to race as an athlete. And it was like, as soon as they're in the water, you wanted to do everything you possibly could to beat them.
Well, it's also that respect because you understand like the respect of commitment and training and dedication and just you're in the exact same space. But yeah, swimming really well. Sophie Jacka in lane 3. She's got a kick every now and again, and whereas the kick for Sarah is slightly different.
Yeah, so we're sort of seeing a couple of different techniques and styles, I guess you could say, in the field here. Sophie, more arm-dominant athlete, so really relying on that strong pull of hers, relaxed on the legs. They're still sitting up nice and high. You can see them break the surface every now and again, and she does that nice little 6-beat quickly off the wall on the transition as well. So once she comes off the wall, it just settles down. You can still see them at the surface, so they're not dragging along behind her. They're just maintaining her balance, and she's keeping that rating going. Really consistent, breathes every second stroke. Got that nice little rhythm going on. Sarah on the side of the pool in lane 6. She's quite a bit heavier on the legs, so she's obviously got a bit better of a kick or a more endurance-based kick that she knows she can maintain throughout.
So how many times are you practicing this race and training?
Too many. We always know that these endurance athletes, they're going to be doing quite a lot of aerobic sets. It's not necessarily that you're going to be swimming an 800-metre race at training, but they're probably doing, sessions where they're doing 4, 5, 6, 800s in a row, maybe descend, maybe sort of 100 at pace, 100 a little bit easier, different ways of training those aerobic systems. A lot of them are going to be doing a fair few kilometres in the pool throughout the week. It's not a sport where you can turn up to training twice a week and expect to come and race an 800 on Saturday and do really well. So I know a lot of the guys, 16, 17 age group, probably in the pool around 8, 9 sessions a week, add some gym on top of that, and then try and balance that in with year 11s and 12s. So it's a full-on commitment.
Yeah, absolutely. And you can't fake it till you make it.
It will definitely show in the back end of any long-distance race.
All right, so we've got our 2 club mates getting the bells first. We've got Sophie Jacka and Sarah Cartel hitting that 700-meter mark. 50-50, done quick as a flash. No, they're putting some power into it. And then following, we've got Alana Cummings in 4. So Alana from MLC. She's not going to gain the distance, but she has picked up a little bit of speed herself. And then on her other side is Kira in lane 2. And just like what you're doing. Talia, you got your little arm in the air, doing a little bit of the wave.
The inner coach coming out, there's a few universal signals on the side of the pool that the coaches use. The flapping of your hands, like kick, to increase kick, and the main one that we see down the last leg is the arm wave. The arm wave. Just go.
Push. While Sophie is definitely coming into her final 25 metres with some strength and power still in her body. She's not missing a beat just here. Let's check out her time. It's going to be 9:32.11.
So another nice drop there, about 13 seconds beneath her entry time for Soph, as she takes them big gasps of air, I should say, on the wall. I need to take a gasp of air.
While Sarah Cartel has come into the wall too, but maybe not with a stronger push. We're waiting for her results up on the board. She has come in that second position. And then third placing is Alana Cummings, 9:45.42. So a little bit higher than her entry time. But, yeah, Sophie, and then I am sure Sarah also would have taken off time once it does come up.
Just want to point out it was a really great last 100 there from Kira Carlin. She started to make a move at the 600 metre, and she was sitting in that fifth place spot. It will change in a moment. Fifth place spot for quite a long time, and she ended up moving herself down into fourth. So really great last leg.
And that is a really great last race for the first heat session of the Mattioli 2025 Victorian Age Long Course Championships. Thanks for joining, Kalia. And Nick, I'll grab you back on the mic because I want to chat a couple of just wrap-up highlights with you. So we've had a lot of great swimming.
It was an absolutely amazing morning of swimming.
What have been the highlights? What have you seen this morning?
Well, it's always nice starting off with those 50 freestyles from the 17, 18-year-olds at the start. They set the standard quite high. Lily Kosh's 100 breaststroke, looking very good. That Victorian record is under threat.
Tonight.
There's some strong swimming in the 800s there. Kira Jeffs in the 200 freestyle, 100 backstroke. She put in a good performance there. So tonight, looking forward to some absolutely amazing swimming.
Absolutely, and a great little swim off as well was nice to have with our 12-year-olds. So yeah, we've had a big mix from our age group swimmers this morning. It's been exciting. Please join us back here on Swimming Victoria's YouTube channel or on KO Freebies. Thanks Nick Finn Dyson, and thanks to Anya as well. My name's Chelsea, and we'll catch you later on for our final session tonight.